Garcia here this morning. One of the ideas that I have for you on the restrictions is to ask him to ask Clark Robinson, COO, to sit with you and just make either a list for the Nueces homes, especially that we you on that law investor, because it can be. You can get tricked easily, so I'm just wondering if take advantage of the fact that he's here and that we can get him to help.
Okay. It's not on today's agenda?
It's not on, but I'm sure they want it to be. So, yeah. Anyway, I just thought about that for you. I thought about that for you. Yeah, no, it's. I understand his position, but I also understand that if you just make it like a word that we see, it might mean something different. And so I think Clark would be a good person to do that. Good morning, everybody. We are going to begin, and I would ask that all of you rise, please, for the invocation, and then we stay standing, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and to the Texas flags. And Commissioner Chesney, would you like to lead us in invocation?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Let us pray. Dear Lord, we are so grateful for another day in your presence. We are so grateful for all the blessings you have given us and all the things you have done for us. We pray today, Lord, that we will do what is best for those that we represent, and that we will remember that you are with us at every step of the way. Lord, we remember and we pray for those who have lost loved ones during COVID and other illnesses, and we hope and ask that you will comfort them that are here to pick up the pieces of that loss. Thank you, Lord, again for all that you've done for us. Help watch over every member of this court and staff and all those that are here today. It is in your Son, Jesus' name, we ask these things and pray. Amen. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. This morning for the clerk, it's 9:15 a.m., and we are here on the third floor of the Nueces County Courthouse in Commissioner's Court. The date is February 24th, 2021. Our month is flying by. My bag. And I do certify for the clerk that all commissioners are here in the courtroom present, and therefore a quorum has been established. Timothy, welcome. Timothy Everest is our risk manager, and he will deliver our safety briefing for the morning.
Good morning, Judge,
Good
Commissioners.
Morning.
We're meeting here today on the third floor of the Nueces County Courthouse at 901 Leopard Street. There are 6 fire extinguishers located throughout the third floor atrium area. Please make a note of the closest fire extinguisher nearest to you. AED devices are located on every floor throughout the Nueces County Courthouse. In the event of a cardiac emergency, this floor's AED device is located next to the Human Resources Office. Participant responsible for dialing 911 will be Connie. Participants who are CPR certified in attendance this morning are myself, although anyone can render aid. In the event of an evacuation, the court's egress route will be down the atrium stairs, exiting the La Pine Street entrance, while dispersing in the parking lot across the street for security purposes. Should there be a need to shelter in place, the court attendees will remain in the courtroom. Dependent upon the severity of the incident, the courtroom's double doors will be secured and remain so until given further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or other law enforcement agencies. Our shared safety topic for today is safety. There will be a safety memo coming out with regards to construction around the Nueces County Courthouse and the exits that will be secured coming into the courthouse.
Right.
However, there will be exits out of the courthouse. There will be a memo coming out. That way, those employees that are visiting, as well as the citizens, to include the elected and employees within the courthouse, will know what doors they can get in and out of in the Nueces County Courthouse. That concludes my brief.
Thank you. And of course, all of that has to do with our remediation work on the exterior of the building. And so we appreciate
That
that
is-
safety briefing.
That is correct. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Judge, could I ask
A question of Timothy?
No, I just wanted to ask if it would be possible to move the resolutions up. I see that we have several things in front of them today, and I know one of those kids, I know they want to get back to school.
We actually have a plan to do the football team here right away.
Thank you very much.
Forgive me, I left my glasses, and so I'm just now getting them. And that's why I'm fiddling here, because there's many things I can do, but it turns out seeing is not one of them without glasses. All right, at this time, though, I will move just this one resolution up, and that is to, in the interest of education. And so let me call upon Tyner to assist me here with these resolutions for this.
Tyner, she's going to go get them if you don't, I think she's gonna
It's the
bring them.
Flower Bluff team. I see members kind of in the hallway right now. It's item number 2, J2 for the court, for the clerk, and welcome everybody. Come on in, and we can use both sides of the courtroom, and thank you. We welcome coaches, players, family members, and supporters here of the Flower Bluff High School football team. Guys, if you don't mind, if you'd follow Ms. Sands, she'll direct you, our clerk. Fantastic. And now, Tyner, I'd ask that you read this resolution and that I'll yield to Commissioner Chesney for comment.
This is recognizing the Flower Bluff High School football team for their successful 2020 season. Whereas the Flower Bluff High School football team, led by Coach Chris Steinbruck, finished a successful 2020 season going 7-1 in the district and an overall record of 11-2. Whereas this year, the Hornets advanced for the second time in school history to the 4th round in the Class 5A Division I Regional Championship. Whereas on December 4th, the Hornets beat the Warriors 59-32 at home to clinch the number 2 seed and head to Region 4 5A Division I semifinals game where they played rivals Veterans Memorial High School. Unfortunately, their season came to an end after losing 49-14 to the Eagles at Buck Stadium. Whereas the Flower Bluff High School football players include seniors Josh Guajardo, Academic All-District, Second Team All-District, Diego Delgado, Academic All-District, First Team All-District, Michael Mendiola, Academic All-District, Honorable Mention, Honorable Mention All-District, Eli Roach, Honorable Mention All-District, Robert Jackson, Ryden Campbell, First Team All-District, First Team All-District, Scotty Green, Judah Lewis, Academic All-District, Second Team All-District, Aiden Featherby, Academic All-District, First Team All-District, Ronald White, Jeffrey Smithwick, Julian Torres, Isaac Miles, First Team All-District, Matthew Martinez, Honorable Mention All-District, Justin Heredondo, Jacob Roach, Arath Herrera Galvan, Samuel Silvis, Academic All-District, Sean Grisby, David Avery, Lane Judd, First Team All-District, Josiah Espinosa, Nayland Nesser, Aiden Hale, Jace Heinsick, Julian Gallardo, Academic All-District, Honorable Mention All-District, Arnold Trevino, Academic All-District, Second Team All-District, Ethan Hughes, Academic All-District, Honorable Mention All-District, Latrell Henson, Second Team All-District, Chase Wilkie, Academic All-District, Caleb Williams, Sean Irving, Nick Lopez, Walker Herrencold, Academic All-District, Jonathan Camacho, Nicholas Mendoza, Academic All District. James Harris, Andrew Ocañas, Jacob Daniels, juniors. Nash Villegas, Academic All District, First Team All District. Isaac McElroy, Slade Weir, Carlos Hernandez, Academic All District, Honorable Mention All District. Adam Martinez, Maurice Alcorn, District. Isaac McElroy, Slade Weir, Carlos Hernandez, Academic All District. Honorable Mention All District. Adam Martinez, Maurice Alcorn, Carlos Riojas, First Team All District. Cade Dowd, Academic All District. Benjamin Escamilla, Academic All District. Maurice Alcorn, Carlos Riojas, First Team All District. Cade Dowd, Academic All District. Benjamin Escamilla, Academic All District. Honorable Mention All District. Gabriel Varela, Jacob Rose, Academic All District, Second Team All District. Johnny Dixon, sophomores. Wyatt Elwood, Academic All District, Honorable Mention All District. Jose Martinez, Honorable Mention All District. Dylan Shaw, Academic All District, Honorable Mention All District. Kyler Mesky, First Team All District. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Nueces County Commissioners Court that the court hereby recognizes the Flower Bluff High School football team for their athletic accomplishments and achievements towards a very successful 2020 season.
Wow, that's great. I mean, guys, the reason that took so long is you have so many accomplishments. And so I hope that by hearing your name and all of the amazing accomplishments that you understand that it's our way of honoring you, your teachers, your coaches, your parents. It's just an incredible feat what you all were able to accomplish. And I know that resolution will be treasured by your school and by your families. At this time, we're going to have a little bit of discussion, but let's first do some housekeeping. There is a resolution here before us, Commissioners. Is there a motion?
Motion to pass, Judge.
And I'll take that as a second from Commissioner Hernandez. And now, Commissioner Chesney, this is your, I better not say favorite, right? Because they're all your favorites. But this is a beloved school in your, area, along with many others. I shouldn't just single out, but this one's special.
No, we're singling them out today, Judge. It's absolutely fine.
Go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you, Judge. I wanted to take the minute to say, first of all, congratulations. I got to go outside and talk to everybody for a few minutes, and we really appreciate you being here. And I'm going to get the coach to come up and introduce you guys and have a captain to speak or whoever coach designates. But I wanted to just say before he does that, it's an amazing accomplishment. This is not the first year y'all have done it. This is a back-to-back thing, if I'm not mistaken. Y'all have had an incredible career. I know some of you are seniors, or a lot of you are seniors, and this is it for you. But we're so happy to be able to bring you down here and do this. We didn't get to do some of this last year. We missed out on some recognitions that we wanted to do because of COVID. We're certainly doing it carefully now, and we don't take it lightly. And I know that was part of the reason the coach decided not to bring everybody today, and I respect that. I think that's a smart decision. But what y'all have accomplished is really amazing. You have been a consistent program. You have been a consistently great program. I know how tough it is as a father of an athlete to do it in COVID. All the sacrifices you make and the practices you have to go to and the social distancing that you do and all the things that your parents have to go through to get you there, and your coaches and your teachers. And so this year, above all years, a lot of people talked about that 2020 class. I really think the 2021 class, honestly, the 2021, not just class, but 2021 group is more affected because it started the year. The 2020 class, they had their trials and tribulations, but they got most of their year in. A lot of you didn't, stayed at home and didn't get to do as much as you wanted to do. So this year was really, really tough to get this stuff done. So congratulations. I know how well you've done in the classroom. Flower Bluff is a very highly sought-after academic school. and they always push you to your limits. And so I know in addition to all that, you had to keep up your grades and make sure you could play. I know I don't know what everybody's doing. I see a lot of your big guy over there. I know he's got some D1 offers and he's going to go somewhere, and that's pretty cool. He's all over Facebook and Twitter, and man, that's great. And I'm not just trying to single him out, but he's had a phenomenal year, and y'all all had a phenomenal year. So congratulations on behalf of, and I know anybody else wants to talk up here too, but I'm so proud to represent Flower Bluff. I've represented Flower Bluff for a long time in many ways, whether it was an at-large councilman or working with Todd Hunter back in the day. I love Flower Bluff, and you guys have really just done a phenomenal job. So congratulations. We're very, very proud of you. Coach, if you'd like to say a few words, please do, and just couldn't be more proud of you on behalf of Nueces County.
Thank you, Brent. Commissioners, we're honored to be here. Judge Canales, thanks for having us. First, I'll introduce Jacob Rose, Jojo Martinez, Diego Delgado, Wyatt Elwood, Nash Villegas, Judah Lewis, Michael Mendiola, Jake Daniels, Johnny Dixon, Aiden Featherby, and Isaac Miles. And as we were headed down here, first we want to take this opportunity to thank each of you. And talking to these young men, and as we prepared for our season, I don't know if everybody in our community understands the hard work that you guys have put in to be there to support our public schools during this difficult time. So, obviously, Brent, especially your support for Flower Bluff ISD. We can't thank you enough for giving these guys the opportunity to play football. And we're proud that we know that with your leadership, we did it the right way, and we did it in a safe way. And I'll tell you, being able to see these guys get back to good, old-fashioned hard work on the field and in the classroom, it made our coaches' days every day. It helped our coaches navigate through this difficult time, seeing these guys get back to doing what they love and getting back to school in person. Something we're very proud of at Flower Bluff ISD. We've got a bunch of kids back in person, and we're working with those that aren't, hoping that they'll get back soon. But these guys need to know that the leadership from the county, the city, everybody has really pulled together for the entire Coastal Bend. So these guys want to give you guys a round of applause for your hard work.
Wow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Y'all are a real class act. That's all I have to say. I just gave this little, you really almost make me want to cry, because I just gave this little speech yesterday when we were vaccinating 4,000 people. And I said that kindness and gratitude goes a long way when you're tired, when you've laid it all on the line. And I'm guessing that's because you understand what that means to lay it all out. So I just want to say thank you for that, because when you thank us, all we are is an instrument to the 2,000 people that work for us. And I'm going to really take that to heart, Coach. Nobody has ever come in here and done that in all of 2020. It meant that personally, that means a lot. I'm so proud of the men that you have raised and the character that you just demonstrated to me. I love football. I love it. I love everything about it. It's my favorite sport. I love recognizing young men and the women that are now taking the field. But nothing gives us greater, pride than when you show the character of a great athlete. So I'm wishing for you an amazing season next year. And for those of you that are graduating, we're wishing you all the best. Whatever adversity life brings you, it will make you stronger. And so all the tools and skill sets you learned on the gridiron, I expect that it will make you a better human being tomorrow. But it is a testament to how close you are, the fact that it's sort of, do you have 2 elementaries, right?
We have one. All our schools,
Everything is
they
one.
feed into.
Right, so it's all vertical.
Yes, ma'am.
So this vertical, it just breeds something very special. And maybe you could take that philosophy and use it in your next schooling or your next work environment, and take that family, that familial approach. I hope if there's anything we can do for you, including reference letters for college or opportunities for internships that you might have that you'll call upon us as electeds to assist you in all of your endeavors. Commissioners, would you all like to make any comments and
Judge?
salute these folks?
I'm sorry.
The
I
captains?
didn't know if he was finished, and I think,
The captain?
yes, ma'am.
The captain, Coach?
Yes, ma'am. Before I ask Isaac to come up, I want to thank Sheriff Hooper for being here. Somebody that has supported everybody in our county tremendously. And Sheriff, thank you for being here. We appreciate all your support.
Hey, thank you for letting me do my recruiting this morning.
Yeah, we got some future jailers in the room.
Did you get any?
Sheriff,
He's paying well, folks.
And Coach, I wanted to also mention it's kind of a special day for our county clerk, whose sons play on your football team. So wanted to make sure and recognize, and she was always instrumental in making sure Flower Bluff gets represented down here at Nueces County as well.
Thank you, Ms. Sands. We appreciate it.
And I know your stud running back there wants to probably talk a little bit. And I know your quarterback. So you got some household names here, Coach. So if they want.
Isaac, come on up.
Hello, I'm Isaac. I just want to say thank you all for having us today. It means a lot to our program and to us as a team that y'all recognize us for our accomplishments this year. Another thing I'd like to say was thank you, coaches. I would not be the man I am today without y'all. Y'all mean the world to me, and I hope that in the future we're able to keep our relationships. As well as the guys, I've been with y'all for God knows how many years. And I just want to say thank you all for everything y'all do, and thank y'all for allowing us to play this year. That's all I have to say.
And Coach, did you introduce your coaches that were here too? I'm not just making sure they get.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. We have Coach Clint Elwood, our defensive coordinator, and Coach Brian Baker, our offensive coordinator. And our coaches obviously have done a tremendous job. It's tough to coach football week to week and put COVID on top of it. It made it extremely difficult, but with the hard work of these young men and the support of our leaders in our county and our city, like I said, we're so proud that we were able to celebrate. Every game that we played was a celebration this season. And again, thank you guys for having us. We're honored to be here, and keep up the great work. Keep fighting the good fight.
Hello, Coach.
Anybody else?
I would just like to say thank you again for what y'all have done for Corpus Christi. I do have a nephew that plays in the Flower Bluff band.
All
He's
right.
a trumpet player. He goes by the name of AJ. So you do have good support in the band also.
All right, good deal.
So thank y'all very much.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say, Coach, you guys in the way down south end of Nueces County, on the other end of Nueces County, it's what? Miller? And I'm a proud Buccaneer, guys. Once a buck, always a buck. But I tell you what, in between that, we all supported you when you were out there because you represented us. And every Buccaneer that I know of was supporting you all the way.
Yeah.
So I want you to know that when you're out in the field, you got the support from one end of the county to the other end of the county. And we're proud of you. Keep on going. Education is number one. Education is your life, your future. So you got to have that. Thank you, Coach, for all y'all do.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, team. My son's an 8th grader. He's getting ready to go into high school football next year. And so, we caught a lot of y'all's games online, of course, and they were just fun to watch. We know you all fell a little short of where your goal is, but we know that, with the returning team that you have and just the leadership you have, not only with your coaches, but within your team itself, that we know that you're going to go much farther, not only in the ranks of football, but in life. And that's where it really counts. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Great job.
Can we get
We have a opportunity. Do you have we need to vote, if you don't mind. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. On the approval of the resolution for the Flower Bluff High School football team. And now I think we have a copy of that resolution.
We do, and Coach, if you can bring them, we'll do a quick picture with everybody in the well. We'll stay back here, or maybe I'll come down and present the resolution. I think, Judge, you may have that, and we had a frame, and we've got copies for you to take back for your team. I don't know. Where, okay.
Yeah,
Well, there was a frame. I don't know where it disappeared. There it is. Yes, ma'am. There it is. I don't know which one it is.
Okay, this is the actual. Give me just 1 second. I think I Oh, no, it's just thick. Okay, this is the actual resolution that I have for you. And then this is for something else. This is the actual frame, but it doesn't have anything in it. Do you want to put the resolution in it?
I think so. Paul has that.
I'll just do it and I'll put it in. We'll figure it out.
All right.
Excuse me.
You got the resolution time?
Commissioner Chesney has a frame for that.
I'll just stand behind.
That little step would help us, but not really. Just a second, we got to do the official documents here, and then we'll put it in the frame and knock it out.
Hey, if you put them on their knees, they'll still be taller than us.
When they have to come down for this one, if you can't see around them, I don't know if...
I need the steps to.
Can y'all okay? You want to come down?
Those are big guys.
Yeah.
Just come on down.
Kind of hard to... We'll get there, and I'll get there, and we'll... It's over here, Paul. Paul. Right here.
I'll let the risk manager see this.
He's right behind you, Tyler.
Technical difficulties, sorry, guys.
One, two, three. One, two, three. Get a little closer. Okay, one, two, three. One, two, three.
I was watching Connie.
Congratulations.
Good luck, guys. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you guys. What an outstanding, gosh, it's kind of like the dream season, right?
Thank you.
Fantastic. Good to see you. Okay, great. At this time, only because of the situation with regards to, I like the notice for public comment to be pretty close to where people would expect it. We'll go back to public comment and ask that you bring forward any, and then we'll go right back to resolutions because I know Kathy's here. I know there's different people here waiting for resolutions, and I will try to accommodate all of them. But we do have some public comment. I've got Tyner Little. I think I know him. I think I'll ask him to approach, please. Tyner?
Judge, we originally had a purple door resolution on February 10th.
Yes, sir.
We'll officially approve it next court, but the purple door is here.
Wonderful.
And if it would please the court, I'd like to read their resolution.
It does. Thank you.
This is Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month. Whereas the establishment of Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month benefits young people, their families, schools, and communities, regardless of socioeconomic status, gender, sexual orientation, or ethnicity. Whereas 1 in 3 adolescent girls in the United States have experienced physical, emotional, or verbal abuse from a dating partner, such far exceeding victimization rates for other types of violence affecting youth. Whereas nearly 50% of teens who experience dating violence report that incidents of abuse took place in a school building or on school grounds. Whereas only 33% of teens who experience dating violence in their relationship are more likely to experience a decline in their mental health, suicide ideation, and engage in illegal substance abuse. Whereas everyone has the right to a safe and healthy relationship and to be free from abuse. Whereas the Purple Doors Initiative, Lose the Ribbon, Prevention is Action, seeks to promote and foster safe and healthy teen dating relationships free from abuse. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that it is a supportive of the Purple Doors Initiative, Lose the Ribbon, Prevention is Action, to end teen dating violence. All citizens are encouraged to support and model healthy relationships for the next generation and to learn ways to be involved by following the Purple Door on Facebook and Instagram at Purple Door TX.
Thank
Hello,
you.
everybody.
Welcome.
My name is Jocelyn Pineda, and I'm a community educator with the Purple Door. I'd like to go ahead and thank you at this time for acknowledging February is Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month. Nearly 1.5 million high school students experience some sort of abuse or violence during their lifetime. So that does include the Coastal Bend. So as the Purple Door does go ahead and provide services such as case management, counseling, legal services over to the 12 county area here in the Coastal Bend, we'd just like to go ahead and say thank you. We are a resource for anybody. We provide services to those who are either victims of domestic violence and or sexual violence. And you can go ahead and follow us at www.purpledoortx.org, or you can go ahead and call our hotline number at 361-881-8888 for any more information.
Thank you. And because it's public comment and not on the agenda, we can't speak back, but please let our body language and our court administrators' public comments speak for the record the importance of your public comment today.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Always welcome to come back as well. That concludes our public comment that we have here in the court room, or I would say on the third floor of the courthouse, but I will look online as we always do. I do not see any hands raised, but I will defer to Tyner just to do the confirmation.
I don't see any.
Okay, and so seeing none and watching my time, I'm going to go ahead and if you wouldn't mind, Commissioners, move to the going back to J, letter J, where we will honor Black History Month appropriately with a resolution. And Tyner, would ask that you lead us in this as well.
We didn't have a specific request for this. We just put it on ourselves.
Okay.
And I'll begin, Judge.
Please.
February 2021, Black History Month. Whereas the Nueces County Commissioners Court takes pride in joining Americans throughout the country in recognizing February 2021 as Black History Month. The 2021 Black History Month theme is the Black family, representation, identity, and diversity. Whereas the Black family has been a topic of study in many disciplines: history, literature, the visual arts, film studies, sociology, anthropology, and social policy, thus making it a unifying theme for celebration in 2021. Whereas Black History Month pays tribute to the contributions that African Americans have made to American history in their struggles for freedom and equality, and deepens our understanding of our nation's history. Whereas we commend the many achievements of African Americans in every field, from science and the arts to politics and religion, and we honor the men and women from all the walks of life that have enriched our country's culture, traditions, and success. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, do hereby proclaim February 1st through February 28th, 2021 as Black History Month, and calls on the people of Nueces County to observe this month with appropriate programs, activities, and ceremonies.
Thank you. Do I have a motion for such resolution?
Second.
I've heard lots of good yeses and, on that. I've got a motion and a second, and the discussion is, thank you, Tyner, thank you, Belinda, in your office for making certain that this court honors and recognizes the history of our Black History Month, not only here locally, which is incredibly rich, but also statewide and nationally. And just this morning, I was looking through mail, and I saw my card from the NAACP that came to the House, and it had Vice President Kamala Harris, the first African-American Vice President of the United States. It had the great John Lewis. It had all kinds of wonderful folks to celebrate on that flyer. But here in town, I recall, of course, the stories of Solomon Coles. I recall the stories of Reverend Branch, and it's Miss Lena Coleman, so many great activists. I think Alice Hawkins, who serves on our school board, is a hero. I also think we have Sylvia Tryon Oliver, who's served as not only on our hospital district board, but also been the president of the Black Chamber. So many great local activists who are dedicated to celebrating Black History Month and the rich heritage, that the contributions they've made. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. And I don't know if there's anybody in particular here to receive, but we will make certain that Sylvia, on behalf of the Black Chamber, receives this resolution. Are there any other discussion, or is there any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. And now we'll move to Texas Independence Day.
March 2nd, 2021, whereas independence was declared this day 185 years ago, desperate citizens residing in what is today the state of Texas met at Washington on the Brazos to express grievances against the tyrant Santa Anna. Whereas the government no longer functioned in the provisions set forth in Mexico's Constitution of 1824, and the tyranny of Santa Anna could no longer be endured. Whereas George Campbell Childress authored the Texas Declaration of Independence, declaring independence from Mexico and creating the Republic of Texas, forever changing the course of history. Whereas citizens of Nueces County joined Texans throughout the state in observance of this revered date in history. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Nueces County Commissioners Court that the second day of March 2021 is Texas Independence Day in Nueces County.
Thank you. Here to represent our local historical commission, Kathy, welcome. Just lower that for her, Tyner. Tell us about the Toast of Texas and
Okay,
our
can you
tribute.
hear me?
Yes.
I know what I'm calling row in school. I ask them if they can hear me through my mask, and generally they can. Yes, we don't want to overlook this auspicious occasion that's coming up fast upon us, and I'm so glad we're able to celebrate it, and we made some choices. We're going to do it differently today. We're going to have the Toast of Texas at the Centennial House, March the 2nd. I think you may have a flyer up there, Kara. I gave Kara some flyers.
Yes.
Okay, if you'll pass them out. We're going to do something special this year there at the Centennial House, and I hope that you will make, time to come and join us. It'll be very short. 1:30 Centennial House. It's next to the cathedral. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Kathy, I wanted, before you leave, to walk into the office. I have I got a new gift this Christmas that I think all Texas lovers, it's the annexation of Texas. It's a poster that was done that's very, very special and very old. And I thought about you all the minute it was given to me. So if you get a chance, make sure that you take a look. Well, we invite everybody to join us at the Toast to Texas, March 2nd at 1:30 p.m. And again, it's literally just right around the corner from us here.
Is the resolution done?
I think I have it right here. Here it is.
Beautiful, thank you.
You're welcome. We have a resolution that we're just about to make very
But,
legal.
Judge Barber,
Yes.
we have one of our commissioners here today. This is Debbie
Yes.
Zuniga.
Yes,
And she's
welcome.
worked at the courthouse for many, many years.
Debbie, thank you for your service and your love of history. I'm back behind the scenes. Thank you. Very valued, and we appreciate you being here to celebrate Texas history.
And thank you for keeping the history going.
Yes.
Yes. Appreciate it.
As they say, from seventh grade to life, right? We learn it, Texas history, in seventh grade, and we're never supposed to stop.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. We need to, vote. I've got the motion and the second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, this is a rarity. I actually said that at 10 o'clock we were going to do something. I usually have to finagle it so that we can get to the 10 o'clock. Who made the motion? For the Toast of Texas resolution, Commissioner Chesney, did you make that motion? Commissioner Gonzalez did? And then I'll just second it, Kara, for the ease of the court. You're most welcome. But anyway, I'm going to hit the mark, Chairman Zahn. I'm not sure how, but we said 10 o'clock. The only thing is that right now we're waiting on the link to be sent to Commissioner Hilliard. So I'm waiting to see her name here. But so since it's 5 minutes till 10, I'll take one more item and then come right back to you, just to make sure Commissioner Hilliard gets on. They're working on it right now. Okay, so let's see. In order to make some hay, how about going back to letter F? This is appointing a Commissioner Court member to the board of the Nueces County Housing Finance Corporation. And we need to actually, I see, it's a little bit more involved. I don't know if I guess we can do it in 5 minutes. It doesn't look too involved, Tyner. Do you want to set the table for the court? This is a matter of importance because we have one action to take as a board. There's many boards where we serve as Commissioners Court, and then we also serve in other capacities. This is one such occasion, and we need to actually designate some officers. And so, Tyner, do you want to take us through this quickly?
We actually have Jim Plummer with Bracewell on Zoom.
Okay.
And he's the expert. Blakely is on there as well.
Okay.
But we got a request from Gulfway Manor, and they're going to be doing affordable housing. And in order to issue tax-free debt, which would help them do affordable housing at Gulfway Manor, the Housing Finance Corporation is a tool to do that. And so what I figured we would do today is appoint yourselves to the Housing Finance Corporation and select officers first. We need a president, a first vice president, a second vice president, a treasurer, and a secretary. That would give all of you a position.
That sounds good. So it does say to recess, Jenny, and so I'm guessing I need to gavel us out just for a moment for the record and then gavel us right back in. And so
the first thing you need to do
Yes.
is we need a motion to appoint the commissioners
got it.
as the board of directors
Okay.
of the Housing Finance Corporation, and that is a county action.
Okay, thank you. I do have a motion, and I'll second that. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Who was talking? Sorry, I didn't
That's
hear.
Jim Plummer
Jim
with
Plummer.
Bracewell. That was God telling you. That was God telling you what you needed to do. And by the way, I'm going to ask that you stay on hold this entire court. I would very much appreciate the wisdom that came from upon high. But yes, so before we recess, we actually make the motion to appoint the Commissioners Court members. This is for the clerk's edification. And that motion was received and seconded, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. So now we are all members, Jim, of the Housing Finance Corporation. How did we do?
Excellent.
All right. And now I will recess from Commissioners Court just briefly. And for the record, the time is 9:59 a.m. And we are now convening the meeting of the Nueces County Housing Finance Corporation. And there is a action that needs to be taken to select officers. And so I would like to ask for volunteers for treasurer, secretary, vice president, first and second. All of us are going to get an office here, and we're all going to have some equal skin in the game. But is there a motion to?
Judge, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, thank
President, Barbara Canales, Vice President Joey Gonzalez, Second Vice President Brent Chesney, Secretary myself, and Treasurer Commissioner Hernandez, and then the staff to serve as the assistants for Treasurer and Secretary.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that nomination. Do I have a second for that?
Second guess.
Okay.
I don't, does someone else want something else?
Yeah, I was going to say.
I don't want this one to be a controversy.
This is not like White Elephant, but you could change later if you wanted, you know? You just let us know if you're unhappy with your voluntold
Yeah, if someone
position.
wants mine, they can have it. I'm just,
Okay.
whatever.
It doesn't happen very often where you meet either. 17 was the last time we met.
Yeah. But you know what? I think, so let's get the motion second, and I'm going to take that good comment and expand upon it. Motion, help me out. Motion was Sean Mattis. And then he seconded it. And then, okay, now all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, so great point, Commissioner Gonzalez. It's been since 2017 since this board has met. But I will tell you, after, what happens is you get this request, right? And this request says, act. And so we said, well, wait a minute, how do we act? And that's how we got the advice from Bracewell. And then we learned about all the great things that you can do if you have a housing finance corporation. And so over the next few commissioner court meetings, we're going to learn more together about how we can help our community by becoming more active in this particular role. So, Tyner, that takes care of F, G, and G1, but now there's an action, and it just now 10, so we're still doing great. This is the discuss and consider the approval of a resolution authorizing the consent, the sale, and transfer of this Gulfway Manor Apartments. And of course, it also goes to say that it's assuming the assumption of the agreement relating to this multifamily housing revenue bond project. And so this is somewhat ministerial, Jim, that we need to do it. We are obligated to do it under our contract, but it does take court action. Can you elaborate for the court?
Yes, ma'am. In 2007, this corporation issued bonds to finance the construction of an apartment project. It's 151 units located at 1702 Treyway Lane in Corpus. And that project is dedicated to affordable housing. All 151 units in that project are leased to individuals and families whose income is 60% of the median income of Nueces County. And so it's a very affordable housing project. Those bonds have since been paid off, but at the time we issue bonds, we put a regulatory agreement in place. And the regulatory agreement is designed to ensure that this project will remain an affordable housing project for at least 15 years. In order to help ensure that it remains affordable, the regulatory agreement requires that the finance corporation consent to the sale of the project to a new owner so that we can make sure that the new owner is A, qualified, and B, that they assume the obligation to have this project remain affordable to the citizens of Nueces County. The new purchaser is a company called Vitus. Vitus is a 25-year-old company. They've got over 100 properties all across the United States. They've got 25,000 residents that they serve, and they've done over $1,400,000,000 in financial activity and their annual revenue is about $125 million. So this is a large national apartment project owner and developer. And we do have a representative on the phone if you have any additional questions. But they are qualified to own and operate this project. And they will assume the obligation to continue operating this project. And the project will remain an affordable housing project actually until 2038. And if you have any specific questions about the project, we can add Brian Maloney, who's on the phone, and he can give us additional details. But all you're being asked to do today is a motion to consent to this sale and authorization to have Vitus assume the obligations under the regulatory agreement.
Thank you, Jim. That was an excellent synopsis of our situation. And certainly now, Commissioners, you understand why we wanted to sit in this capacity and duly elect officers. And maybe, Jim, you'll come back later and talk to us about some of the advantages of being more proactive with regards to this particular corporation as a county.
I would love to.
That would be great. Yes.
I didn't get any background in this on my packet. I'm a little caught off guard just because I don't know. I've heard his explanation, but I just don't know much about it. First of all, I want to say, too, I'm seeing him now. That's not what I envisioned God looking like, so I'm just going to take that off the table real quick. But so is there anything, is there any background, explanation or anything?
Well, we have the letter, Tyner, that, or just sort of the notice.
There's actually a operating agreement attached, which kind of explains, what they're doing.
He wants to know where, Tyner.
I missed that. It's not in my, maybe I didn't print it out, or
it was included. The operating agreement was included.
Did that come later as an attachment?
Yes.
Was that one of those last late ones? Okay.
No, it's actually attached to what I'm looking at.
The bottom line is that it's really just, we're consenting to the sale and transfer and the assumption. And this is a company that is very well established in the marketplace. And quite frankly, I believe our obligation is to consent unless we know of a reason that we shouldn't.
Okay. That's fine. Maybe I just...
Jim, do you feel like that would be a fair assessment, that there's really no reason to unreasonably withhold the consent unless we have
No, I
special
think that
knowledge?
is a fair assessment. Just by way of background, this corporation is a corporation created by state law, and it is designed to issue tax-exempt bonds and to take other actions to support affordable housing in the county. And back in 2007, that's exactly what you did. And the only thing that you're doing today is making sure that the person buying this affordable housing is going to continue to operate it as affordable housing.
And I want to add that this is something that's similar to what the city of Corpus Christi has and does. And I know Brent and I served on the city's Housing Finance Corporation years ago. And so it's pretty much the same, like y'all are saying. It's kind of just a housekeeping item. I'm fortunate that this is actually in Precinct 3. It's almost not in Precinct 3. It's right where Holly is. It's just on the north side of Holly Road between Staples and Airline. But it's in Precinct 3, and y'all may have been through there or see the area in the past. And it's a good location to really put some effort and some new upkeep into it. And so, I fully support it. I'd like to put a motion to approve this resolution authorizing consent of the sale and transfer.
And the assumption of the...
And the assumption of the regulatory
Thank you, of the
agreement.
regulatory agreement.
Yes.
And I'll second that. Any other further discussion or questions? Thank you, Vitus, for being on the phone. We would look forward to, when COVID travel allows, for you all to come and share more details with the court about 2038. It's a long time, so come and see us and tell us more about your project here and perhaps other projects that you might be interested in our county. Any other questions? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Yes? Yes, of course.
So your secretary.
Oh, good point. Thank you.
Minutes. I'm not.
Isn't it nice to make him do it?
Yeah, but you're, well.
I'm
do
just
we-
joking.
I was going to say.
We're in recess. We're in recess.
I tell you
Well, I
what,
think you would be the assistant secretary, so.
I'm not staff,
Well, you're not staff, so we have to have staff to do it?
but that's what y'all.
Tyner will do it, all right.
Tyner, would you mind?
There you go.
Would you mind, Tyner?
How do we handle documents?
I'll give up my
I don't know how you
position
do
if
your
Kara
job,
wants
so
it,
I don't-
or I'll give up my position if Kara wants it.
Okay, I'll tell you
I'll do
what.
it. I'll do it.
How do we handle documents? That's all my question.
Okay, I tell you what, Tyner, you and Jim, will you help just advise with the county
And
attorney?
let me go back again, I hate to say, oh, well, this, but the practice I saw with the city,
Yes,
and
tell
I'm
us.
assuming they still do it, is you name the board, but staff are the secondary function, the assistants, and they still do it. In this case, not staff, but perhaps the clerk's
Board
office, since they already
administration.
handled that
Yeah.
part of recording meetings.
But seriously, I'd be happy to let Commissioner Hernandez
Oh, no, I mean,
second vice president. She could
Yeah.
be secretary. if you
And,
want.
and just to go back on the item of the order, I just went by tenure. That's how I just
No,
came up with
I
it
know
with
that.
judge,
That was a
and then
good
just
move.
went down tenure.
Whatever to help
So-
out.
No worries, don't, listen, I know Tyner will help us sort through the administration, and I
Do-
might just,
is-
I'll do it.
Then you want me to pass that for signature?
I appreciate how you did that, John, by the way. I thought that was very appropriate.
The
I really
resolution.
do.
Again, this was brought to us, but do I attest? It's kind of.
well, I would
I
think
could do
it's
it.
just the way we do like Road District 4. However we do Road District 4, however we do some of the boards where we, sit in the same capacity. Let's round table afterwards, okay, with regards to the minutes and regards to the documents. But and then please keep us informed next time. In other words, tell us so that we can reveal for transparency purposes to the public how we tackled it next court. But we will, after this court, make sure that the minutes are recorded, and
I'll
if
get
you
it
would.
documented.
Yeah, and document.
I'll go
That'd
back
be great.
and watch the meeting like what you do sometimes.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I don't, y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it done.
You mean that in the
You know
loving
You don't have
way.
to keep all the notes, so
Just
you don't have to give all the back and
Okay,
forth, so.
all right,
I'll just
so,
do the basics.
okay,
That's all
so,
that's required.
all right, so that's good. That takes care of that, and again, thanks to Bracewell for being our public finance experts here, and appreciate both of you. I'm going to adjourn, and for the record keeper today, it's 10:11 a.m. on the record, adjourning the Nueces County Housing Finance Corporation and gaveling us back in at
I'm sorry,
10.
did the court vote? Did the eight to
Yes.
actually
we
vote?
did. We did, thank you. We did. And now I'm gaveling us back in at 10:12. I'll just go ahead, my clock just changed. 10:12 a.m. Back on the record in Nueces County Commissioners Court and in this meeting, and we will proceed to the final item under J. And okay, and I'm reading the language, Tyner, and I know you've got it. Forgive me, I was going to advance, you know what, I've already weighed, the chairman weighed, do you mind? I thought that 4 was that one and I was wrong. I'm going to advance, because that's going to might take a little bit of discussion. Chairman of the Port of Corpus Christi is here, and so I would like to advance, can you just tell me the item number? Let me see, it's an item number
Regular agenda.
4? Is it 4? Yes,
Yes.
item number
3.
4. That's what confused me, is that I was looking at, I knew it was 4, but I was on J, and what I mean to say is 3A4. And let me just read it, and then welcome to Commissioners Court. And he's looking real chipper, even though he's got a sling on, but that's because he's had a little bit of shoulder surgery, but looking great. Here to discuss with us, Commissioners, on item 3A4 is pursuing legislation authorizing the Port of Corpus Christi Authority to develop port-owned land in the unincorporated areas of Nueces County inside the city limits of Robstown or Nueces County owned land that is leased to the port or that the port has the right to develop or approve to stimulate economic development activities. Today's action is to authorize the notice of the intent to introduce a bill and authorize the update of the 87th legislative agenda and related matters. And I'm going to yield to the chairman only to say, as a reminder to the court, is we did our 87th legislative agenda probably, not sure that, I don't know if it was December 10, but it was in our December meeting. And at that December meeting, this bill looked just a little different in that it was more inclusive of more jurisdictions. Since that time, and we all voted 5-0 to support that, but since that time, some jurisdictions have dropped off and others have come in. And so it's the same exact premise that we voted 5-0 in favor, but now it's just more limited as to who will participate if given this option and opportunity. So with that setting of the table, welcome Chairman Zahn and Linda. Thank you for being here with us this morning.
Thank you, Judge, and I appreciate this opportunity to come before the court and to advocate for the bill that the court is proposing to the Texas legislature during this session. I want to apologize, Judge, for not having a tie. We didn't practice that when Linda and I were trying to get ready for my surgery. So.
Remember, it's a no-tie zone.
Well, I did have her go through. I did have her go through Padre Island, so we did go through a no-tie zone on our way over here. I think everybody's aware that the Port of Corpus Christi, of course, is the primary economic indicator for Nueces and San Patricio County. We have tremendous growth that we've experienced in the Port of Corpus Christi. We had tremendous growth in revenues this last year. We set new records now for the fourth year in a row for total tonnage for the Port of Corpus Christi and for our revenues. But we have a limitation, and that is that the Port of Corpus Christi, with land that it owns or land that it might work with Nueces County on, today can only develop that property or have our industrial partners develop that property for marine commercial purposes. And so we have some properties that the Port of Corpus Christi owns in Nueces County and in Robstown that we believe that could be developed in a manner other than for marine commerce that would be beneficial not only to the Port of Corpus Christi, since we are in fact a landlord port, but would be beneficial to Nueces County because those lands would be developed by a third party. One of the questions that's been raised on this bill is the fact that if it's land owned by the Port of Corpus Christi, of course it's tax exempt. But if I'm able to lease that land to someone to come in, and I like to use the example in Houston, Texas, when Houston leased a piece of land to the Hilton Corporation to build on land owned by the city of Houston. The city of Houston, if you've watched that over the last 15 or 20 years, has gotten ad valorem tax, they've got sales tax, they've got hotel motel tax, and they've got liquor tax out of that hotel investment that they let Hilton do. And I believe that if we are able to get this legislation through the legislature, that we can provide the same type of impetus to bring industry into Nueces County that will have the same beneficial effect to Nueces County. I would tell you, Judge and Commissioners, that the Port Authority and the Port Commission for the Port of Corpus Christi supports this endeavor. We will pass a resolution next Tuesday at our meeting, which was postponed from last week, but we have a meeting next Tuesday and we'll pass a resolution in support of this bill. But we believe this bill is going to be beneficial to Nueces County and your unincorporated areas and to the city of Robstown, and we've met with representatives from Robstown and they feel the same way. So we appreciate the fact that you've undertaken this. Anything that we can do to help you with the legislature, let us know. But we would ask that you approve the resolution that you've got this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you to your staff. I don't know if you even got a chance to see this because it came in yesterday, but the only two comments that I had from citizens both concerned something that I thought I really wanted to bring to their attention, which is, wow, do ports get involved with non-marine commerce? And the answer is, you bet they do. And boy, do they do some fabulous things. And so, commissioners, in your packet today, well, not packet, but in your on your dais, is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I told Omar, finally stop, because we can't be digesting so much here. But there are 7 major ports that showcase as an example of all the wonderful things ports do in other parts of our country. The one that I love to look at, Charlie, is the Port of San Diego. And the reason I do is because there was another study done by our Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation. And even though it was very thick, guys, I'm sorry, but I'm old school. I like paper. I like writing on it and looking at it. I made everybody a copy because it comes out of dollars that we,
Right.
we pay for. The port pays for, we, the county and the city. And in this strategy, it specifically says that our benchmark city is San Diego, California. And if you will take the time to look at this, this will be beneficial for you and your constituents. This makes the case as to why we need to do this. But just in case you need a little more, I've also printed for everybody this, what we call the placemat. The General Land Office asked AECOM to basically study our area and tell us how we can basically recover from Hurricane Harvey and become the region we were meant to be. And I just want to showcase that there's 5 main bullet points. But the first one says strengthen organizational capacity and regional partnerships that enhances resilience and economic disruptions. The second calls for promoting regional growth through strategic infrastructure projects. Then the next one says encourage quality of life improvements. The fourth says foster regional resilience through strategies which encourage economic inclusion and diversification. They're literally telling you this is what we need to do. But the best thing ever is my conversations with the city of Robstown's mayor, and just to see hope in their eyes that gives me a pause in all of this tragedy, that we can use partnerships for infrastructure and for resilience and for better quality of life if we're brave enough to say we deserve it. Right. And this gives us the option. So I'm so pleased that you're here. I know Ms. Hilliard thought it was important enough. She texted me and said, let me zoom in. So she's here to also lend her support and answer any questions.
And by the way, Commissioner Gully is in the San Patricio County.
Yes, and he couldn't be here.
He couldn't be here today, so.
But he texted us. And so I know that Mayor Gomez will have it on their agenda, I guess, next. Again, everybody's off a week, because of the winter storm. So we just happen to be first. But I would like to make a motion for the notice to, and then call for discussion here. Let me read it correctly. It's a notice of intent to introduce the bill, and also to update it as part of our overall plan. It just needs to be corrected for the record, because before it included more places, and now it's more limited.
Second.
Thank you. I've got a motion, a second. Are there questions for the chair? By the way, not to put you on the spot, but Omar Garcia, who did produce this, is here. I just want to say thank you for being here. Thank you for getting this, because it's important to note. You know what else is pretty great besides the Hilton is the Omni, hooked up in Dallas, Texas, to the convention center. Where would we be without that great facility there as well? So,
Judge, I have questions.
Yes.
Charlie, thanks for being here. The elephant in the room is always, anytime the port does anything, I'm going to get calls from Port Aransas and stuff, you know that. So I'm just going to ask the questions because I'm confused on some of the information I've gotten.
Believe me, I get those calls too.
I know. You get them in person. So the port already, one of the issues that was brought up was the port, this somehow would give the port eminent domain, which the port already has eminent domain.
We have that.
Right. And so this is not giving any additional powers to the port in that respect.
That's correct.
Okay. My second question is regards to local permitting authorities. The fight that went on in Port Aransas obviously everybody would like to avoid that ever happening again. And the question was raised, is this going to then, because the port's involved, if the port's involved with new properties, does that allow the port then to not have to go through any kind of permitting processes in these properties that you would be able to now deal with if this legislation passed? So that's a...
The Commissioner, as I understand, if the port itself were to develop, say, a Hilton hotel, we've got certain restrictions as far as permitting is concerned. And we've reached agreements with the city of Corpus Christi in that regard. With our new office building, for example, we reached an accord with the city of Port Aransas in that regard concerning permits. What we foresee from the port standpoint of this legislation is we've got land that can be developed for other purposes than marine commerce. And to do that, we bring in third parties. I call them in speeches you've heard me say my industrial partners. But we bring partners in that would develop that land. We as a landlord would lease it, and anything developed by a third party is subject, number one, to taxation, and number two, to the permitting of the municipality that it's constructed in.
So I think what you're telling me is, so I can make it clear, is that when you say you've reached an agreement with the city on permitting with the building, that under this legislation, with the kinds of things that you would develop, you would go through the permitting process with those properties?
Our developer would go through those processes.
Right. So would there be any reason to, because there's a lot of distrust, right? I'm trying to, deal with it best I can and make intelligent decisions, but also listen to people who, have valid concerns. And is there anything that would prohibit or would be bad to put something in the legislation that said that the port would, on anything related to this, agree to go through the permitting process like anyone else?
I don't know that we can do that, Commissioner. I think what we did with the city of Corpus Christi is we agreed that we would make a payment in lieu of permit fees, and that we would have certain permits that we have to get. There's certain types of permits that we have to get even as the port. Mm-hmm. And we would do those. We reached the same type of accord in Port Aransas that, dealing with certain things like light, sound, emissions and whatever, with the city of Port Aransas.
But those were by agreements.
We did an agreement with the city of Corpus, and we did an agreement with the city of Port Aransas, yes.
But the idea is that when you have this option, it becomes an option to create an agreement with an entity. And then when you get that entity's contract to do something, then you can say, we wish that you meet or exceed all ordinances, right? That's how we always do it. They're sovereign. We're a sovereign.
We have a lease agreement, for example, Commissioner, with this third party that's going to build whatever it is, a manufacturing plant. And in that lease agreement, we cover what you're concerned with.
Yeah.
And I guess I'm just trying to figure out a way to regain some trust, that's been lost, and for not a fault thing. This isn't their fault, your fault, our fault, nobody. But because it's before, I try to stay in my own lane, right? If the port's fighting with the city of Port Aransas, I'm not jumping in there because it's not my business, right? Well, now you've brought a resolution before me and asked for support, of which the judge is right. When it was presented before, how it was presented before was a no-brainer, because it was, hey, we want to do something that can help develop that piece of property that we're going to get back from the bridge, right? We're going to get this right-of-way back. The port's getting some, I think, and the city's getting some. And so what was presented was, we're going to do this. We want to be able. We can't currently co-op with you on that piece of property, Nueces County.
Right.
We want to be able to do this. This is what this legislation does. Well, to me, that is a no-brainer, because I want to be able to do that with the port or anybody who wants to come develop that. But I want the port not to be restricted. But then there are also then comes side effects is not the right word, but then as people start to read things and they don't trust and things go circulating in their head and they think it could be a bad thing, then other issues come up. And that's just what I'm addressing. Is my concern is I don't want to get into a situation again where I've signed off on something that could allow the port to then get into a fight with another city over permitting. I'm just trying, and I know y'all don't want it either. It was a bad deal for everybody. Nobody.
But Brent,
This particular bill, though, only includes one city,
Yeah.
and that's Robstown.
Okay.
right, and
But-
they have the right to contract any way they want to, and that's the whole point, is that this bill, all it does is gives you an option to go contract. You can do anything you want to. You can have all the restrictions in the world inside your contract with that entity. That's the beauty of it. All this bill does is amend the water code so that you have the opportunity. And all of the concerns that are valid are addressed by the governing boards of either the political organization, in this case our court, or in a city, a council.
But
So,
see, the city
But I
of
thought
Corpus
this-
Christi and the city of Port Aransas opted out of this legislation.
right.
But then, so then the city of Corpus Christi, meaning that means we can't do it either with the property that we have with the port. This doesn't cover this, not the port, the bridge. We're not allowed, in other words, if they've opted out, does that mean we've opted out?
Nueces County is included in this bill.
Right, so any
Properties
property-
that are owned by Nueces County.
Right.
Yeah.
So
If
only
we
right, so
only
this wouldn't
owned.
be, this isn't just Robstown then, it would be any property in Nueces County.
It's property owned by Nueces County in the unincorporated areas of Corpus Christi.
So it's only property in Nueces County.
In the
Incorporated
unincorporated
areas.
of Nueces County.
So Harbor Island wouldn't be included. It says nothing. And I need to say these things out loud so people understand that I'm not just blown by this.
No,
So-
we went to the city council in Port Aransas, and they were originally favorable, and then we went back to them when we were looking to amend this bill, and they opted out of it. The last city council, I don't know that the new city council in Corpus has considered this, but the last city council opted out of it prior to January.
So this has, this bill, so I'm going to state it so I can let someone see it. This bill has nothing to do and no effect on anything in the city of Port Aransas.
That is correct.
They are out of this, okay? The city
By
of Port-
choice.
By choice. No, right. So this bill has no effect on Port Aransas.
That's
This
correct.
effect has, I can't talk. This bill, at this point, has no effect in anything inside the city limits of Corpus Christi, unless they change their mind. That's up to them. And then this bill would only affect the unincorporated areas in Nueces County or Robstown, which is, it's an incorporated area, right, Robstown?
Yes.
So Robstown has opted in on this, is what you're saying?
Well, they're going to go, the mayor is supportive and the folks that
okay.
run economic development, but they have to go through their council.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't want to
Yeah.
mislead. So this, again, let me just stay with my area for right now. So this
Let me-
has no effect on Port Aransas.
Let me tell you about like Port Aransas. One of the suggestions in the ongoing battle that the port had with Port Aransas on Harbor Island was that we develop it as a residential subdivision rather than a marine commercial facility. By law, Chapter 60 of the Water Code, we can't do that. This law, had it gone into effect, would have given us an alternative to a marine commercial activity on Harbor Island. So by opting out, the only thing we can do on Harbor Island from the Port of Corpus Christi has got to be marine commercially, a marine commercial operation.
Okay, so I'm just going to keep going here.
Sure.
And I can't remember where McGloin's Bluff is. Where's McGloin's Bluff? Someone has indicated this, they're concerned over, and again, I'm just asking questions because I'm getting them.
Right.
And I don't see what you're telling me that it affects this.
I don't know where McGloin's Bluff is.
Let me look it up real quick. I just want to say, though, Charlie, just to be absolutely clear, this legislation does not change any laws regarding permitting,
That's
okay?
true. That's true.
I mean, just don't be dominated, sometimes we get worried about these words, right? But this bill and the purpose of today is to do good.
Right.
It's not to lessen any, permits that are required to keep us safe, right? And by the way, the Port of Corpus Christi doesn't do anything status quo. They meet and exceed everything that's required. Just go look at their building. Go look at the speed of that building that has been erected, and It's really just a testament to very, very fine operations over there. But just want to make sure there's no permitting issues here. Does not change the laws with regarding floodplain or what FEMA puts forth or anything like that. This gives us options to go do good for economic development and for philanthropic purposes.
And Judge, this is for, for Robstown in particular, and so I can tell you I've had many conversations also with the mayor and several people with the economic development out there, and they're in favor of this. Of course, it has to come down to a final vote, and they'll have that chance to say whether they want to be a part of this or not. But I think that any time that we can get the port to look at it, investing in, because of the unique situation where there is land in Robstown that can be utilized, and by this definition, I can guarantee you that I want to explore it. I want to support it every way we can. If anyone or everyone else in this area, in this region, doesn't trust you or believe that you're going to do this at top notch and put every effort you can into it, I believe in you. And I know that money, that kind of investment is not only a shot in the arm, that is a total revitalization of a community that has been waiting decades now for part of the land out on the western part of Robstown to be developed for the inland port or for any other mode that's envisioned by the port. And so I trust you. One, because we appoint you, and Chairman, I think you got some good people there on your commission with you that are serving, that are public servants, that are part of this community. Let me ask you, do we have any members on the Port Commission that are outside of this community or outside of this state or outside of this country like we saw at ERCOT?
No.
So you live here.
We do.
You live here.
My
We have
wife and I,
people
we
living in
live
Port
here-
A. We have
we've lived
people
here
living
50
in
years.
Nueces County
50 years.
and San Pat. And so I don't think 1 second that you would develop anything that would be a detriment to the community, especially of Robstown. If I for 1 second felt that was going to happen, I would be here stomping my feet and saying no way. But I believe in the work that you all
My
are
staff
doing.
can tell you, we've been trying to figure out, even when the judge was on the commission, how we could develop in Robstown, and I think this gives us the ability to do that.
And also for the court, I mean, y'all may not get to see it, but even during COVID, but especially before, we have had a tremendous amount of support from Commissioner Hilliard and Commissioner Gully, and put a lot of time and effort out there. Not just, hey, I'll show up for a banquet once a year, but every banquet, every meeting, they're members of the RIDC like I am that are part of the economic development for the Robstown area. They're committed. They don't just show up once in a while, or if I talk to them and we're talking updates, they've already met with the mayor. They've already spoken with city staff, and so they're totally invested in this as well. And so I get that we need to ask the tough questions, but I can guarantee you for this, as it works for Robstown, I'm wholeheartedly in support of this. We deserve to be like the communities that are on here. I would hope just for the betterment of the region and for the goodwill that we should have with all our elected and appointed entities that we work with, is that what's going to be developed is to help support our community. And I didn't know the key fact that you said, that by Port A opting out, they actually hurt themselves in the process by being able to have that option in there. I want all options available for Robstown. Right. I want every option available so they have all the power. They can control the destiny, the future that they see for themselves, what they deserve for the community, what we deserve as Nueces County. And I mean, we got to ask tough questions. We can't just give you all rubber stamp and say go ahead and go. But I trust in the process. I believe that the support is there, and that in the end, if you don't want to dump millions of dollars in Robstown, let's do it. I'm all in favor.
And McGloin's Bluff is in San Pat, so we don't have to worry about McGloin's Bluff, because this legislation has nothing to do with San Pat.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the process, because I think there's some confusion, and that's what I'm trying to hopefully clear up by asking these questions, because I mean, that's what I think. I do too. I think I've done really well on a lot of things, and I think I've gotten hammered on things that weren't accurate. And so part of the process that I like to go through is to bring this stuff out in the open and have these questions answered, because I think it really helps. And the fact that, you're telling me Port A is out, and the city of Corpus Christi's out, and San Pat's out, because a lot of these areas are, in other areas that aren't in this, and I want to be able to do the things that this. I've read this about 3 times. I mean, I really have, and I'm not seeing what some of these other folks are seeing, and so I'm just trying to. But I don't want people to think I didn't ask questions, because I really want to make sure that we do, and so I think you've answered those questions pretty clearly. That really this bill only affects, assuming Robstown opts in, it sounds like they will, Robstown and any unincorporated areas of Nueces County. So like right now, what you're telling me, which is the city of Corpus Christi's opted out. So I guess Judge and Commissioner or Chairman Zahn, the land that we're getting back, we can't do, or they've opted out on city-owned land, or what can we do?
City-owned land, yes.
So if Nueces
City-owned.
County owns it, even though it's
That's correct.
inside the city,
That's
we
correct.
can still enter into an agreement with you if this legislation is passed?
Correct.
So, and I think that's real important to go back to and reiterate, and I'm going to keep looking, and I'm going to support this today, so that if I get bad information, I can bring it back up and revisit it, because if I vote no, then I can't bring it back up. But what I'm seeing today is that it's something that's important, because I think what the people need to understand is we're fixing to get back potentially a lot of land from the Harbor Ridge right-of-way that the Nueces County owns, and I can't remember exactly how much it is, but it abuts up there to that Nueces County courthouse. And not trying to get into the debate over that, because there's differences of opinion on this court on that, but the one opinion that I think we all share is, if there's a way to develop that area, including that courthouse, and keep it, realistically, I think we would all love that. So this, I think, legislation gives us that ability to enter into, if with you or anybody else, but certainly you, if we decide to. It doesn't have to be the port, and we may not like the deal, but if we want to enter into legislation, or excuse me, in an agreement that says, hey, you're going to help us co-develop this, or whatever the case is going to be. Right now, you can't do that.
That's correct.
Unless you pass this legislation, and we can't do that unless we pass this legislation. And so that's why I thought this was a no-brainer. And then questions get raised, and you've answered my questions. It's, as I always like to say, working for Todd Hunter back, that legislative intent, we've put it all on the record, and what's been told to me today is this has no effect on St. Pat, this has no effect on Port Aransas, this has no effect on the city of Corpus Christi other than property that Nueces County owns. We have nothing to do with Harbor Island. I don't want to get into that fight. That's not my business. That's yours and Port Aransas. So that helps me a lot, and I appreciate it. And again, I don't want you to take it as anything other than people asking me questions, and I want to ask them.
We're always available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much.
I have a question, Mr. John.
Hey, we've got a question.
Yes.
Yes.
I
for
just,
Commissioner.
I had a couple of questions.
Yes,
And it wasn't clear to me, but I hear Commissioner Amades, and I met with Commissioner Amades, that's his area, and I support the commissioner and what he does, and my thing to Commissioner Amades was that, do we have anything in writing from Robstown? Because I would like to see something in writing from Robstown to make sure that they're in, because we could say something today, and tomorrow they could change their mind tomorrow, right? So I would feel a lot comfortable.
I think you'll get a if they opt in, they'll do it by
resolution.
Sure.
Resolution.
And that's what I'm really looking for, something that's going to be.
Sure,
in
but the
paper.
only thing we're doing today is just publishing the notice.
Right.
You can always change your mind, you
Yep.
can always take it down,
Right.
but we're on a timeline.
Yeah.
One thing we didn't mention, Charlie,
But,
is,
look, hold on. And I agree with the timeline, I know,
Yeah.
I understand, but I just wanted to get it out now.
Sure.
Saying, okay,
That's
Commissioner Gonzalez
fair.
feels this way, so we need to work on it and get that in that paper or whatever it needs to do. And the other one on land owned by the county and the city and the port, does that affect that? I mean, if there's a land there that owned by all 3 of us? I don't know if, there
well,
is.
we don't own
I don't
any
think
land
we-
together
I
at
don't
all.
think we own any land together,
None.
Commissioner.
I just want, that's one
Fair
last
enough.
question. I support this, and I like to see, this is good projects. I like to really see some of those projects developed.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a question, Mr.
Yes,
John.
go ahead.
When you say industry, do you have any idea what kind of industry you're talking about?
I'm not able to talk to you about that right now,
No?
Commissioner.
Well-
We've been talking with people, you've got a rail problem out in Robstown that, off of 44 that we've been, working on for years, trying to get that resolved. I need to get the rail on the other side of the highway. We've been working on that. We've talked with industry, our economic development folks, have been talking to it, but we're under confidentiality agreements as far as those are concerned, and so I can't be specific on it.
Okay, no, what I was also curious about, when you say a third party will develop and a third party will pull the permits, I'm just curious, like we had an incident just where I live over between Calico and my goodness, anyways.
44?
No, it's between Calico, it's out in the Annabelle area. We were supposed to get a pipeline through there, and we ended up with storage tanks. And the community was very upset. And all we got from the people there said, well, we pulled the proper permits, and they didn't have to answer to anybody. Okay? This is what I'm talking about, that I'm trying to avoid, that you're not going to bring in developers or industry that people are going to be upset about, then we won't be able to do anything about.
Well, Commissioner, when we have an industrial partner that comes in, our economic development team works with them, our legal staff works with them to prepare an agreement. In most cases with us, it's a lease agreement. And in that lease agreement, then we have on multiple meetings, we publish the fact that we're considering entering into a lease with ABC Company. And so, that is out in the public domain at least a couple of months before we actually enter into the lease. And if there's objections, believe me, if there's objections, people let us know about them if it's not the right type of customer they think for our area. So I believe that would continue as we try to work in Robstown.
In fact, that particular situation happened because you didn't have a governmental entity. It happened because they pulled a permit, they bought private land. So they got to do whatever they wanted. That's what's great about this, is that when you do business with the Port of Corpus Christi, they have environmental safeguards, they have precepts on safety, they have precepts to transparency and to town halls and to do all these things. And the reason that happened is because there wasn't government to protect the people. That's what's so interesting.
The reason that happened was because our county judge and another commissioner signed off on the contract.
No, that's not. That's not accurate.
That's what I'm asking. And the area I'm talking about is it's out in Annabelle area, and it's Calico and.
You're talking about Epic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Epic had nothing to do with the county at all. That's just they bought farmland.
Yes, they did.
And they had the right to do that.
The public out there was upset because nobody knew it was happening.
And that's because it's in the unincorporated areas, so there wasn't a lot. That's what's so good about this, is it gives us the opportunity to say, hey, we're here. We want to create some guidelines to keep the people safe and keep the environment nice. And then the best thing is that look at all these projects. These are projects that have nothing to do with shipping.
That's right.
Okay? And that's what's good. To be able to have a diverse economy, you want to put your eggs in many baskets. And that's what is so exciting. Look at this. It talks about industrial business parks. That's like warehouses, hotel office, residential, retail, convention. It's what's so exciting about it.
The good thing is we're involved. We're going to be transparent. That's the whole thing.
Right.
That's the main thing that I'm asking for the port to be transparent with what's going on and let our public know, what's going on. If this is just an exercise to see if people like it, I don't have an objection to it.
It's great.
We can always come back and change our vote.
So move.
Ms. Hilliard just wants to, I've got a motion from Commissioner Gonzalez. And Commissioner Modis, do you want to, since it's your precinct, would you like?
We already motioned.
He already did it. I'll take his as a second. Okay, thank you.
Can I just, one more, I think, and you made a point.
I just want to, no, go ahead. I want to make sure, you got it?
My apologies.
You got it? I was going to say, I made it. Seconded. Okay,
Okay.
sorry, Brent. We just want to make sure we were confusion on who was saying what. Go ahead.
So we talked about earlier, different ports you said different ports do this all the time. Just again, some of the ports that do this, that have this kind of legislation, in fact, because I think you'd said.
Go ahead, Omar. And Brent, can I pass this one to you? You should have gotten a copy of it. We had them passed out early this morning. Here, I'm going to go ahead and give it to you. But these are just 7 great examples to share with your constituents.
So, Commissioner, no port in Texas can do this right now. This is why we need this legislative change. But for an example, you've got San Diego, New York, ports, Seattle,
Oakland.
Wait. The Port of New York and New Jersey can do what
Yes,
you're doing here.
yes.
So the Port of New York does it. And I'm just seeing this now. Thank you, Judge.
Sorry.
So it says the Port of San Diego, the Port of Oakland, the Port of Cleveland, the Port of Bellingham, the Port of Los Angeles, the Port of Seattle, all do this.
Yes, those are just, there's many more, but
San Francisco, Tampa.
In the essence of time, we wanted to put some of the better examples for you guys. And just, I want to echo what the chairman said. We're going to be very collaborative through this process when we get this authority to do it and we find a developer. We're going to work real closely with the city of Robstown. As the chairman mentioned, we have agreements with the city of Corpus when we do an industrial project. Those industrial projects have to be met to code and be above and beyond, right? In a mixed-use retail project, that's going to have more of a public use element, right? So we're going to have to engage with the city of Robstown or any governmental entity that we work with. So we've had those discussions. We're all in on that, and I can assure you that we will be working very closely with those municipalities when we or a third-party developer develops a project that has more of a public use.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Thank you. And I know she just she was waiting just, I think, to say hello to us. And let me just ask Catherine Hilliard to unmute. Commissioner, thank you for joining us. We're proud of your service, and we welcome you to court today. And I think your chair did a darn good job. But would you like to say anything to this court?
Well, he sure did. Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. And it was nice to see him up and about. I haven't seen him in person in a long time. That's nice. I also agree with Chairman Zahn's comments, and on behalf of the port and myself personally, I'm excited about this legislation. I mean, we've been talking about it, I think, since I joined the commission, and I can't help but feel like it's about time that it's at this point. I think about all those unincorporated areas of Nueces County and the city of Robstown, where I served as a board member on the RADC when I first joined the port. And I'm so hopeful about the opportunities that this legislation will bring to those areas because, as Commissioner Matas pointed out, they so much deserve it. And I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but I'm already looking forward to working with your court to figure out what those areas need and how the port can help. You know, the possibilities, I feel like, are almost endless. And I know everyone has their own feelings about the port, like Commissioner Chesney pointed out, and I appreciate that very much. Perhaps that gives rise to some hesitation for some municipalities about this legislation. But the fact is that the port has always been a generous and responsible community partner, and that's not going to change. And while I know I'm partial, you know, we have the best team of planners, the best lawyers, the best engineers that could really help revitalize not only the C District and other areas that get a lot of attention, but the areas I'm most passionate about, which are the areas that haven't received that much attention. And in many ways, I feel like it's their turn. This legislation, you know, I'm also like Commissioner Chesney, you know, I'm a lawyer, but I also read it 3 or 4 or 5 times because I've heard about some of the misgivings about it, so I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything. But it just gives us so many options. It's specific enough to fulfill the intent, I think, that this court and the port would like to see, but it's also broad enough to allow us as leaders to decide what this ultimately looks like. And Commissioner Gonzalez and Commissioner Hernandez are exactly right. I think transparency is going to be the key. And Omar was right. Collaboration is also going to be the key. So I'm just anxious. I'm looking forward to helping however I can. And I'm just excited to see this legislation finally move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Hilliard. We should note for the record that Senator Hinojosa's office helped us draft this legislation, and he will be our sponsor in the Senate, and the sponsor in the House will be Chairman Abel Herrero. So just because it's important to know, nothing goes anywhere unless you can have a sponsor, and you got to have a sponsor in both bodies, and so we're blessed to have both. So, well, with that, if there are no further questions at this time, I will ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye. 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 Pose same sign. So you've got some marching orders, Tyner, now. And we just want to say thank you for being here and spending a little bit of time with us with the good information. And so that was number 4, just kind of cross it off, but let's get back in our consent agenda. Give me just a second. Pull us back. Actually, I apologize. Melissa Munguia is here for general information. We're at letter I now. Letter I for discussing our frightening 3 disasters that we are now tracking, working on, and vigorously seeking reimbursement for. Melissa, in any order that you deem fit, talk to us about COVID-19 response, Hannah, and our winter storm, which I don't know if we've actually named that storm.
It's just Winter Storm 2021.
It's just
keep it simple.
Nightmare. Yeah. So thank you, Melissa. Go ahead, Melissa Munguia.
Sure, thank you. I'm just going to take it in order as it appears on the agenda, but I am going to start with something before I get into the individual disasters. So good morning. Are we in afternoon yet? Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. These are truly unprecedented times in emergency management, and for all governments and response agencies who have had to flex their every resource to prepare for, respond to, and now recover from multiple disasters simultaneously. 2 federally declared disasters and potentially a third, which is really something quite unbelievable. As leadership and as a community, we have to work together to recover from these disasters, to become more resilient and recognize that with every disaster, our strengths and our weaknesses are known, which allows us as a whole community to improve and grow, to come together and make change for the better. These are hard times for most, but know we are here to assist you and will continue to work endlessly to rebuild from Hurricane Hannah and mitigate damage the next hurricane season may bring, combat COVID-19 and disseminate vaccinations justly and with expedience, and continue to support the community's need for water, food, and other resources triggered by the winter storm. Nueces County will continue to work with our local, state, and federal partners to ensure our residents, hospitals, community support centers, industrial partners, response agencies, and all will have the information and resources needed to successfully overcome the effects these disasters may have caused. Our team makes logical and strategic disaster purchases. We work diligently and thoroughly to document costs and will apply for all possible reimbursements so that as a county we can successfully recover together. I just wanted to say that to you, commissioners and judge, as well as our community, and mostly for our community to hear. I'm going to start with COVID-19 and vaccinations, as that's the first item that presents on the agenda. It's designated as DR 4485. We have not just COVID that we started with to worry about, but we know that we also have the UK variant here, which is more easy to spread. We know that we have the African variant here, which is not as easily spreadable, but is more lethal. So we have to continue in all that we face right now to focus on those threats that still exist around us. Yesterday, we ran our Coastal Bend Mass Vaccination Center. We ran 3,947 first dose vaccines, and then CCFD's senior homebound senior program ran 75 first doses yesterday as well. We're running out at the fairgrounds today. 4,000 is the goal for our doses. Again, those are first doses. Tomorrow we're running at Church Unlimited. We are addressing our teacher and our educator community again, and we are disseminating 500 from that site. Friday we will be running our first doses in Port Aransas, and the details of that are to be determined. Saturday and both Monday at the American Bank Center, second doses will be disseminated. For Saturday, we're looking at 2,000, and then Monday, 2,500. So there are a lot of vaccination operations. The winter storm definitely caused a delay, so we're getting many questions from residents and staff and everybody else, which is, my second vaccine is due. So just know that we're slightly behind, For those of you that have been vaccinated and went through any of our operations, you will receive an automatic text message that lets you know you're in queue for the operation that we have upcoming. So just be patient, recognize that we have an entire week that we're catching up for. And every day we're seeing more and more vaccinations making it here to Nueces County, and our team is working thoroughly with many different agencies and jurisdictions to start to set up runs and operations and sites that will service all of our populations that are needing vaccines. So we just found out, I found out this morning that FDA approved Johnson & Johnson.
Yeah, I was
so
just about to say.
Yeah, so it looks
I'm
like
so
we have
excited.
even more vaccines that we can be seeing coming here to Nueces County. And that's probably not going to be the last brand that gets approved and can start joining our effort in getting our population vaccinated. So again, we're working with different populations that we have here that we know we need to address, the homebound, the seniors, some of our different jurisdictions, and again, we continue our regional presence at our mass vaccination site. I did want to talk a little bit about testing. I just want everybody to realize there's still continuous testing, COVID testing available. We have.
Where is that right now that's free for the public? Because I did have a question on someone.
So we still have the military that's assisting, the Texas military that's assisting us running continued testing at Memorial Site. And then we also have our individual sites off of Comanche and some other locations. Those do come with an associated cost to the county and other, but we have multiple locations.
So are they, like, if someone wanted to go get free testing today, there's a Memorial's up and running today? Or?
So, you know, honestly, I haven't had a chance to look and see if they were actually scheduled to run today. They have been running every day of the week, so I have to say that, yes, they would be running today, but I can't say that with 100% certainty.
Could you, is there just a way, I was just want to respond to someone.
Let me get it for you. Julie sends the everyone. So Julie, if you're listening, send us, please, here, the schedule. Julie sends it on the everyone.
And we can start to send out, we also have our testing schedule that has them all on there, and we can send that to Tyner, who can send that to the
But
commissioners.
just remember, jump on nuecesnose.com, and all your testing is posted there every week, as well as a website. But we're going to get that for everybody just to have it handy.
And then
the
we'll
hours
continue to
different.
produce the testing schedule, and then we're creating a really thorough vaccination schedule, especially as we see multiple sites and then both first and second doses. So bear with us as we have a lot of different operations occurring, dates and times, but we can definitely get those to you today, Commissioner.
That's good. Actually, I'm going to tell them to get on the Nueces nose, and that'll at least get me started. Thank you very much.
Sure, absolutely. And then I know that we have reimbursements working as it pertains to COVID and our vaccination operations. I know that Maria was asked to keep that spreadsheet that she produced at the last Commissioners Court updated. So Maria, I'm just going to open the floor for a second to see if you had any updates or anything you wanted to say.
Maria, you might want to mention that we got another 300,000 in this week. 292 something, 647, my memory, somewhere around there. Let me look.
Yes, we did get another reimbursement this past week. It should have been deposited on Friday, so we are now at 1.4 million in reimbursements. There's another 12,000 that's kind of in the pike to be reimbursed. And again, we're working through the request for information from TDEM. Another kind of update that we have is we did go back and look at our labor submissions. So that is about half of what we have left over. That is about maybe $1.5 million. I'm sorry. It's probably about closer to 1.8. Haggerty did a great job in conjunction with IDE and Lulu in the auditor's office to kind of go through. Yeah, so they went back through all of the activity logs. So we think we are as close as possible. So hopefully there will be minimal requests for information from TDEM on those submissions. And again, you know, like we reported last court, we're talking, 90 days or less to full reimbursement.
And then talk about the submission to CESF that we're also doing.
So yes, we
you
did.
Maria, you had things to say, my dear.
I don't like talking.
I know, but this is huge. I mean, that's the whole concept is that you have so much knowledge, but the court doesn't always have, eyes on it. So
And I'll
I
be
do
more prepared.
because
I know we have it on the
Yeah.
agenda for March 10th,
Yeah.
so there'll be, even more detailed numbers that I can provide. Off the top of my head, again, we had mentioned last court that we had received a grant from the governor's office called the Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Fund, which we call CESF. That grant was about $637,000. The auditor's office, again, thank you to Anna and the auditor's office and Aide and Lulu and their team. We were able to submit the financial status report, which is basically our reimbursement request for all of the expenses that had cleared the ledger so far. That was about $438,000. I did get an email yesterday that report was approved, so it's just a matter of time before we get that reimbursement in the bank if we haven't gotten it already. It normally takes, we were really surprised it took a day for them to turn it around and approve that report. I was expecting actually a couple of weeks. Yeah, I will report as soon as we get the money in the bank.
And that was earmarked for what, Maria?
That was earmarked for mostly law enforcement and emergency operations expenses and a lot of, reopening the courts. Plexiglass for the courtrooms. That's actually kind of pending reimbursement, but these were, again, I can give a better report the next time because I don't have those expenses. But yeah, they were basically related to law enforcement.
So is it reimbursement or additional new monies?
Reimbursement.
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 Okay.
The reason we haven't submitted the entire 630 is because we're still waiting to pay
some of the plexiglass
invoices.
for the courtrooms are still being installed. So until they're paid and actually clear through the general ledger, then we will submit reimbursement. We have until March 31st, but we'll get it done as soon as, I talked to Anna in the auditor's office, and she knows as soon as those expenses clear, she'll be submitting, because we could submit as many financial status reports as necessary. So.
Yeah, very, very good, Maria. And of course, the update is that.
I just want to say one thing, Judge, to Melissa.
Melissa?
Yeah, I want to thank you all, the whole team and everybody for doing a good job out there, and more so to hear that hopefully we're going to more locations than one. And I think really a lot of people are really are hoping for that, for a long time. And I think to you guys and the health department, I see that coming probably pretty soon. So that would be great.
Thank you, Commissioner. And yes, we've just been waiting. We've been planning all of the different sites. We've been ready. Everybody's been eager and ready to disseminate. It's just been about getting the allocation. And so now we're seeing those larger numbers coming down, and we have a lot more abilities to disseminate those in different places.
And do you know if CVS is doing it also now? I know they were taking appointments, I think.
It's coming soon, but we're not in full swing with our pharmacies yet.
And there are only 7 that are designated in our area. But look, I think that's going to be a game changer. That Johnson & Johnson, they announced yesterday that they'll ramp up to 20 million, but that 4 million will be available for distribution, of which Texas is one of their sites. So this is a huge boost. No pun intended there. No, a booster shot in our arms to be able to do what we do. So. And I also think that by talking to Tatum is that these hubs are probably going to be diminished, and we will get more saturation inside our communities when we double Moderna, double Pfizer, which is coming, and then bring Johnson & Johnson, and then have the pharmacies come on. So look in for 2 months. You won't have the big emphasis on regional hubs, and you'll see more emphasis on saturation of providers getting products. So that might be welcome for some or not welcome for others. I'm not sure, but
it allows us to shift gears then to assist the providers in making sure that they have the resources they need. It takes the overall stress and burden of just running the sites and the vaccinations off of us, and as leadership and government, we're able to support all of the providers in their efforts to vaccinate. So it was our job as local government to step in the beginning when resources were limited and try to capture the most people as quickly as we could, and that's what we did and we continue to do. But as we see these allocations coming down, our role is going to shift as well. And that was all I had for COVID and vaccinations, and wanted to open the floor if you have any questions at this time.
Just that people are very worried about the second doses because they haven't received the emails. Please know you are going to get an email. The fact of the matter was everybody's a week behind because of the winter storm. But last night we received confirmation that we will have 5,000 second doses arrive. I'm guessing, I don't know if it's today or tomorrow. I have to look at it. But that's, that's very comforting. So that means, we will be running second doses very, very soon. So I just want everybody to know that. So I just think that's very good news.
And it's automatic, and you'll get the message. It will tell you exactly when you need to show up. And so just have a little patience.
Right.
We know who needs a second dose. We know who you are. We just have to wait until we have the vaccine.
And remember, you can go up to 40 days after your allotted time, even though we try to get as close to the time, but you can go up to 40 days and still be in the window. So that's very, very good.
The days that they looked at was more to make sure that you didn't get it too early,
Right.
not that you didn't get your second dose early enough.
The only thing I wanted to add to the dollars, because that's very important, is that March 14th is the federal deadline imposed by President Biden so that a new package will be able to be presented to his desk. And we've been advocating for Nueces County to make sure of two things. One, that we receive, a direct allocation. And the second is that it includes opportunities to recuperate for lost revenue. And so look for a game changer if some of those things do occur. And we've been, as I said, on the phone constantly. We met with Congressman Cloud. We've talked to those people that are Texans that are on the Appropriations Committee. We've been very, very active as a county in supporting our region to try to make sure that this bill is good for local and state governments as well. So just want you to be hopeful that we'll know something, I guess not by next court, but maybe 2 courts from now. We should be able to report on what the federal new stimulus package does for our county. Thank you. Okay, Melissa, I guess go on to Hannah.
I'm just going to move down the row here.
Yeah.
So for Hurricane Hannah, again, this hasn't been federally declared. We did, however, request an extension to the deadline that was given to us to appeal FEMA's denial for public assistance for a federal disaster declaration. We got that extension. This gives us 30 more days, but we had a winter storm. We can see that those 30 days are dwindling quickly. But we have a group of people working together. We have Haggerty and Maria from Grants and Natalie, of course. We have our team in emergency management. I believe I said Haggerty, so I'm probably repeating myself. Haggerty, those guys are very important in our recovery for all of these disasters as they're starting to play a role in everything that we're doing. Working together with Scott Cross from Coastal Parks to gather all of the additional documentation, all of the letters that we want to submit. Judge has graciously at her level said that she would reach out to both senators and congressmen and reach out and get those letters of support. We need this declaration. It's important for us to be able to recover from Hurricane Hannah, especially giving us efforts or abilities to mitigate future damage as we're about to see ourselves right into a hurricane season again. So it should be hands down. I mean, we had this disaster was declared locally by us on the 24th, by the judge on the 24th of July, 2020. The following day, we had the state declaration where 32 counties were included in that. So between the 32 counties, I feel like there's additional documentation. I know that Scott Cross is working with the GLO to acquire the costs that they incurred in what they helped us with the beach debris cleanup and trying to add those additional costs. Danielle Hale from the Port of Corpus Christi said that they had additional damages experienced at the port that could be added as well. So we have to take this small window of opportunity that we have right now to put the best possible appeal package together and submit that. Some of the other things that we want to include in that are the letter from anybody, any of you commissioners as well, to say we are in the middle of multiple disasters. By the time we experienced Hannah, we had already spent a certain amount of money as a county on COVID response. So if they're looking at just the state threshold and us meeting that damage threshold, that's very challenging because we've already experienced a certain cost to our county for a disaster by the time we had Hurricane Hannah. So there are several things that we believe that FEMA needs to consider. We're working very diligently in putting an appeal package together. So we'll keep you informed on where we're at in that process. But again, those days are moving very quickly. So we're going to get together this week and make sure that we're on track with making sure that that appeal packet is put forth and we get that submitted on time.
Thank you, Melissa. Any questions?
That letter you were saying, I mean, I know you kind of said right now what is needed, but can you get us something so that maybe some sort of template or basic points that we should hit so we can send it out?
Sure. We can send out what it is, why it is that we believe we deserve an appeal. And I think that's going to give you a good foundation to write a letter off of.
Thank you.
That'd be great. A template would be great.
Yeah. So whoever supports it, or it's just
Yeah.
all five of us or what have you.
Sure. And we'll get that to Tyner, who can disseminate that to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Melissa. Well, last but certainly not least, dealing a coup
But
de...
hopefully last.
Yeah, last. Dealing a coup de grace, a blow for us, was the, frozen tundra that was Texas last week. Do you want to do a kind of a comprehensive report on our activities?
Sure. So the Winter Storm 2021, as it's called, or DR 4586 is the disaster designated number. That occurred from February 13th to February 19th here in Nueces County. We had a multi-jurisdictional response was required. The city of Corpus Christi, Nueces County, Robstown, all of the cities that are inside of Nueces County engaged as well. We worked very closely with our TDEM coordinator, Gary Barney, and all of the folks at TDEM as we immediately started to see some needs present themselves. The biggest concerns that we experienced were, of course, power and water. A lot is driven by power and water. So much of our facilities and our health and medical facilities, life-saving abilities rely on power and water. So it's a much more critical issue sometimes than it sounds. We experienced things that contributed to making that more difficult, like ice on the roads, road closures, highway closures, people not being available. So something as simple as we got water to the hospitals is far more complex than many people can understand due to some of the conditions and some of the restrictions that we had on our team. So the biggest issue that we experienced was really the hospitals first started to experience low water pressure. And without the right water pressure, they weren't able to perform some of the critical functions that are necessary for them. So Edward, my team, Billy Delgado's team, Hillary Watt from CBRAC, Gary Barney from TDEM, everybody came together, even Danielle Hill from the Port of Corpus Christi. I don't want to leave anybody out. There were a lot of agencies that came together, making phone calls, calling out to companies and folks that we know and partners. For water tankers, we needed potable water, non-potable water, we needed bottled water, we needed food, we needed warmth, we needed power, we needed generators, and the list goes on and on. One of the things, though, and I mentioned it earlier in my opening, is that anytime we have a disaster, it opens our eyes to our gaps, our shortages, our gaps, maybe issues that we have in communication. So one of the biggest things that came out of this, I think, is the realization that you don't just need to be prepared with water or a generator. You need to know how it's going to be connected. How are you going to connect it? How are you going to move it? Some of these other questions that once we got the water or the resource to the facility, we had delays or issues because we didn't know how we were going to connect it. We didn't know how we were going to pump water into water systems. Certain details like that. We worked with all of the hospital and facility engineers that were responsible for the water systems or the power of the facilities to make sure that we got the right connections. But it was a very long couple of nights for our teams that were moving the water and participating in the actual transitioning of power or water to these facilities. We also assisted Port Aransas. We got a request from Commissioner Chesney for shelter and some of the items that were needed to open a shelter in Port Aransas. So we were able to work with Chief Jimenez of Port Aransas, set up a site at the Civic Center, and then we used our connections with the American Red Cross to acquire cots and blankets. We also got MREs, those ready heater meals, and other items which we were able to use our emergency service district in Flower Bluff to transport these resources from point A to point B, which in this case was done over the water due to the roadways being closed. So a lot of different operations were occurring. We had shelters that opened. We had issues with our shelters, which over time were addressed. But again, whenever we have these disasters, it really does open our eyes to some of the adjustments we need to make. So right now, our biggest things are water and power, making sure we have generators and making sure we have pre-positioned contracts. So sometimes when we bring items to Commissioner's Court, it might not seem necessary at the time, but it really is having multiple disasters over the last 2 years has really exposed those things to us, and we cannot move forward without making ourselves more whole, to have things in reserve, to have contracts in place, and to be a lot more ready than we have been for all of these. We've been ready and we were prepared, but not prepared for what we were handed. So this has presented a very, very complex, multifaceted, multi-disaster situation that we hadn't prepared for, and I think nobody across the world had really prepared for what was handed to us last year.
Well, so I just wanted to say I wanted to thank the emergency management team and as a whole for the help with that Port Aransas situation, because that they were, and I know there are a lot of areas that were in bad shape, but they were in an unfortunately horribly unique situation that they had no water, no power, no anything in the entire city. The entire city had nothing, and it was really a tough, and I know everybody had tough times, and I'm not discounting that at all, but I appreciate the fact that y'all were able to jump in there and help with the shelter, and then also with the additional meals that happened there as well, because literally people, they've got a lot of elderly people in that community that there were people running around all over Port Aransas trying to help people as they could, but that was a big help. So I just want to say thank you to you and your team for the whole team for that.
Absolutely. That's not an issue at all, and we're always here to support the jurisdictions that have their own emergency management program. We're still the county, and we're still here to support those programs in any way possible. Some of the continuing efforts that are occurring right now as it pertains to the winter storm is, again, the acquisition of resources we know we need. So we have the Texas military is currently delivering water that's being given to us or donated by TDEM, the Texas Division of Emergency Management. They're bringing them in on a C-130. So there were actually 3 C-130s that landed at the airport. They've got 54 pallets of water for us that are currently at the airport, and the Texas military is working with some other folks on getting that actually transported to the Port of Corpus Christi, who is graciously has a storage space of which they're allowing us to use and for us to be in agreement. So the trucks are on the road right now with the water.
Thank you, Michael.
I want to thank you for getting Edward and his team to get water to Bishop. You know, we had a food drive out there also, so the water came in handy, and also the church in Terra Grande. We opened up the church, and there was again water, and they probably need more water, but a lot of folks up there were without water. Period.
Sure, and that's good to know. Anytime you can email us or text or call and let us know that you've got an area or a shelter or a center that needs water or any of these supplies. We're also we got an entire C-130 that has the heater meals, so that's a tremendous amount. That's resources for us to have as a county, which would make us a point of distribution. In this case, we can be closed or open, but this allows us to have something to give people when they're in need. And so we build up this cache of water, the heater meals, cots and blankets and other items. This is going to make us stronger when we experience another disaster. And then I know that the Texas military is also supporting the Coastal Bend Food Bank, and they are expecting a delivery as well of water and MREs for them.
I as well, Melissa, would like to thank you. For the people out in Blunser, I appreciated the water that y'all delivered also. Edward took it out there Saturday. So with that, I want to say thank you very much. If anybody can make it happen, y'all can.
Absolutely. Thank you. So again, water, generators, communication, food, these are all things that we're going to continue to think about, making sure that we're looking at other options for facilities in case there's a reason why we couldn't restore the power, we couldn't restore the water flow. We need to start thinking about all these extreme scenarios. This year has presented extreme scenarios, and so now we need to start doing some extreme scenario planning. And that's the way that we need to start looking at our decisions when we move forward. Do we need this or do we not? In a COVID, Hannah, winter weather world, yes, we do. Maybe in a previous world we didn't, but now I think it's time to start looking at emergency management and preparedness and mitigation efforts in a completely different way.
Before I forget, I want to thank Judy Garcia from Bishop for helping coordinate the water and the food bank over there, and also Mrs. Valdez in Terra Grande. So.
Thank you. So now we, again, with our other disasters, move into a recovery world. So we have a recovery process that's going to happen for this winter storm as well. Right now we know that it's a federally declared disaster. This opens up public assistance, which we became very familiar with after Hurricane Harvey. In this case, as of right now, and I confirmed that with Maria, the only category that is open and being accepted right now is Category B, which is emergency protective measures. So as of right now, that's the only category. Hopefully moving forward, we had a call with the state where we had several individuals ask questions, and one of the questions that came up was, are you going to open any of the other categories? We have sheltering, we have all these other things that have occurred that wouldn't fall into the Category B. So hopefully over time they decide to open up more of those categories, as we do have expenses that fall in other categories. Individual assistance is also going to be open now. There's an applicant briefing today and moving forward that's for public assistance for us. But for the public, if you go to www.disasterassistance.gov, you're going to find information about walking through this process. I did put on my notes for today because I think it's incredibly important, and I'm very disappointed to hear that we're having the same exact issue that we did in 2017 with Hurricane Harvey and the individual assistance process for that. So as many of you remember, with Hurricane Harvey, we had this huge confusion about why everybody got denied, right? I don't know if you remember that. Everybody was coming to us, residents, citizens were very upset, very concerned that they had gotten denial letters from FEMA. So it's looking the same way this year. There's a difference between not being approved and being denied. So what the folks are getting right now, and commissioners, this is important for you if you're receiving phone calls or judge about this, if they are not approved, they are not denied. There's a process they have to go through. I thought maybe after Harvey this would kind of be streamlined and fixed a little, but it sounds like it's the same way. So you're going to apply through FEMA for individual assistance. You very likely are going to receive a letter that tells you you have not been approved. That doesn't mean you're denied. It means that you have to take the next step, which is the Small Business Administration loan. So from there, you would go and you would apply for an SBA loan. If you're denied for an SBA loan, you would be then back with FEMA, and then they would move you forward in the process. If you originally start with FEMA and they tell you you have not been approved, don't stop the process. Don't stop there, because you're not denied, you're just not approved for that particular phase. So the next step then would be to go to the Small Business Administration. And then I haven't heard anyone talking about it, and I have to assume if they didn't send out damage assessors after Hannah because of COVID, that we very likely aren't going to get FEMA to show up here and set up the disaster recovery centers, or disaster reception centers that we had after Harvey, which is a place where FEMA and SBA and everybody's physically sitting down in one location, and our residents can drive over there and sit down with someone that can help walk them through the process, because not everybody can or wants to do this process online.
Yeah, even that was confusing.
That was very confusing, those DRCs. So hopefully I hear something today or this week about whether they're going to be offering something like that, or if they're going to try to do that in a virtual environment. If they're going to do that in a virtual environment, I think as Nueces County, we're going to have a huge responsibility for figuring out how to translate their virtual DRC into a physical one for some of our residents that we know are going to struggle with that process. But we're here to help. Again, www.disasterassistance.gov is going to start you on the individual assistance process. And again, hopefully we hear that they open up other categories for our county recovery as well. And then we have our local recovery that's happening. I know the Coastal Bend COAD, or Community Organizations Active in Disaster, stood up their winter storm task force. They had a meeting yesterday to discuss their role in helping people recover at the local level. We also have our Coastal Bend Disaster Recovery Group, CBDRG, who also participated after Hurricane Harvey, coming together and meeting with board members to decide what their role in this disaster is as well. And that was all I had at the time. If you have any questions, I'm here for you.
That was very comprehensive. I just want to echo that when nobody could find water, our team found it. And they worked round the clock. And so all the section chiefs and everybody that participated round the clock, just my hat's off to all of you. But sometimes you can't say it better than a grateful citizen. So if you would indulge me, let me read to you something I received on Monday. In order to be complete, we call that in law the rule of completeness. I don't want to leave it out, although the first part's going to sound self-serving here, but forget about the first line. Let's get to the good stuff. This particular resident commends me on my wisdom and discernment in appointing Melissa Munguia in the Office of Coordinator of Emergency Management. On 3 recent occasions of great concern and anxiety on this particular citizen's part, she says, Ms. Munguia was an outstanding source of assistance, expertise, knowledge, comfort, kindness, and patience. I cannot say enough about her full attention to the problems that our constituency may be experiencing. She is by far and away the most responsive and effective city or county emergency official with whom I have dealt in many, many years. Her accessibility is remarkable. One will not find Ms. Munguia hiding behind robots or 3 answering machines or services. Troubled residents will find her ready, willing, and most of all, able to assist. She is a wonderful official. Long may she retain her office, and if possible, a higher position. She is definitely worthy of this major leadership role. I just want you to know that that's how I feel about her too, but I could not have said it better. And I know that it is hard. As a mother, I know how hard it is. For you to command this team in 3 disasters, who cares what I think and who cares what we all think? The people you serve said it best. And I wanted you to hear it in open court, on the record, to be memorialized, because it's all of these things happen because we have a coordinator, and that's you. So it was beyond tough last week, and what she didn't really, because she has such great temperance, she didn't tell you is how dire the situation was for at least 48 hours, where we were pumping water to all 3 major hospitals under Edward Herrera's operation command led by Melissa. We want to thank Judge Thano Tijerina, who rescued us one night, literally rescued us with 12,000 gallons of potable water to make sure people didn't die at the dialysis centers. People did die, by the way. We couldn't save everybody, but we saved as many as we could. It was incredibly gut-wrenching to know that all of our hospitals were failing because we could not get potable water. In addition to the water situation, I would say that our goals to create a strategic reserve of supplies is not only noble, but as you said, required. So thank you to Texas Division of Emergency Management, who never failed us throughout the nights. And that happens to be a gentleman named Gary Barney, who you've met before. And I texted Gary a couple of nights ago that they're non-military, so they don't get medals. But if they did, there would be gold stars in abundance. So I just want to say that you presented a very thorough report, but because I was there and present, let me just share with you that grace under pressure is definitely your mantra, and it filters to all of us. And thank you to Johnny Hip and the Nueces County Hospital District, because we were too cold here. So we moved to the hospital district in Tower 2, where we set up shop, and they let us invade for 3 days straight. And so whether it was your shelter, your water, your citizens' needs, from dialysis all the way to being literally moved from your assisted living center because the pipes were broken, social services, procurement, logistics, we did the extraordinary and the unthinkable while we ourselves were trying to battle 2 other disasters at the same time. So I just want to say, Melissa, that words are very powerful. They can hurt and they can heal. I hope that you find healing in all the pain that we've had to go through 2020, 2021 with an ordinary citizen who really exemplified for all of us what it means to have the right person, in this case, the right woman, in the job.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything else, guys? Okay, I'm going to move on. I'm skipping letter K, saving it for the end due to the legal nature of it and the potential executive session nature, and moving to the consent agenda, A through M. A through M. Anybody? Did I miss one? You bet I did. The number 4, right? Sorry. Gosh. That was the number 4 in opposition to the Senate bill. And Tyner, this is Senate Bill 234 and HB 749. So they are companion bills, one in the Senate, one in the House, that would prohibit county funds from being used to join and support nonprofit county associations like TAC and CUC, amongst others, that provide collective communication to state legislators. It was already a part of our legislative agenda, but I believe Tyner has prepared a more formal resolution. Tyner?
Yes, Judge, and as y'all know, these bills would effectively put an end to our associations that represent us in Austin. I'll go ahead and read it. Whereas Senate Bill 234 and House Bill 749, filed in the 87th Texas Legislature, would prohibit county funds from being used to join and support nonprofit county associations that provide collective communication to state legislators. Whereas most Texas counties do not engage private lobbyists and only provide a minimal portion of membership dues to nonprofit county associations for legislative communication. Whereas taxpayer-funded lobbying by local governments accounts for less than 10% of total lobbying activity, while corporate and special interest lobbying interests make up 90% of total lobbying activity. Whereas the state of Texas, the Texas legislature, and state agencies actively employ large numbers of taxpayer-funded lobbyists to analyze and monitor the thousands of bills filed each legislative session and to advocate for its interest in Washington, yet these bills would deny local communities the same ability while continuing public support of the state agency lobbying. Whereas prohibiting Texas counties from retaining experienced representation before federal and state legislative bodies and agencies would place our communities at a disadvantage in efforts to obtain and retain federal and state projects and military bases. Whereas county officials require the ability to express our positions and information through associations, form a unified voice on the issues important to our communities, and share the associated cost among all counties. Whereas it is a false claim that taxpayer-funded lobbying works against the interest of taxpayers. Indeed, a priority of county government and its lobbying effort is focused on ending the state and federal practice of passing unfunded mandates, which impose billions of dollars in increased taxes upon local property taxpayers annually. Whereas smaller counties especially need to be able to combine their resources through their associations to monitor the thousands of bills filed each legislative session and effectively present their unique issues to the state and federal government. Whereas the prohibition in Senate Bill 234, House Bill 749 would violate the basic principle of open and robust discussion and turn the halls of the Texas Capitol into a one-sided conversation dominated by special interests. Now therefore be it resolved that the undersigned officials of Nueces County do hereby express their opposition to Senate Bill 234, House Bill 749, and its attempt to silence the combined voices of the county officials and local communities of this state.
Thank you, Tyner. Is there a motion? I'll make, so moved by Commissioner Modis. I'll second. And is there any discussion for Tyner on this?
This actually includes TAC in urban counties, right?
It does.
Yeah, that's what bothers me the most is TAC and urban counties, because they do, I mean, they are always there. They do a lot for us. So.
But the bill also includes other lobbyists, right? I mean, I've got the problem with the associations. If they took lobbyists away from everybody, every county, I'd have no problem with that. My problem with this bill is the contradiction over not being able to have the associations, and so
yeah, it's my problem too.
I'm torn on the thing. I may just abstain because I like part of it and I don't like part of it. So I think I'd have no problem because what they've tried to do in the past is they've tried to exempt certain counties from this, which is wrong. But if they said nobody could do it, including the state legislature and everybody else, then fine, everybody's back to equal footing. So, but I don't like being able to take away from TAC and the other associations. That's wrong. I mean, they've got to be able to do that. And I don't know, does this bill include, does it have any effect on local governments having people to do it too? That would be problematic for me too. So that's part of it I like and part of it I don't like. So that's it's just, as usual, they lump everything into one thing and don't, anyway, that's just.
Okay, any other questions for Tyner?
How would you separate it? You won't be able to separate it and say, our resolution would be for not to remove, those associations, I think that we need to be a little stronger on that as far as.
Well, this is only the beginning, and so,
right.
We don't know what may happen as it gets amended, as it moves. But we'll watch it.
We'll watch it. There are thousands of bills that are filed that affect county government, city government.
Denied already, I understand.
Well, right, but I'm saying every legislative session, we're not just going for this legislative session, and just to be able to monitor in committee bills is next to impossible. By the way, for the record, this is absolutely taking the people's voice from them and only giving big business or anybody else on the opposite side a voice. So it's not like there's no lobbyists. It's only for those that want to have their voices influence and not representing the people's voice. So don't get caught up in just being associations. You take it away from all 254 counties, and what you're doing is only giving a voice of influence to those people who want to represent one side of every coin. So, Commissioner Modis.
We got to be careful with this. I mean, one, I support it, but I'm saying politically, this is one of the items that the Speaker of the House has put on his agenda. And whatever Speaker of the House wants in every session, they get. So our fight is really going to be to try to water this down as much as possible. I'm hoping that we can fight it off, but that the fact that the Speaker has really put it on his agenda to want to put a stop to what they call as taxpayer-funded lobbying is very dangerous. And so we got to make sure that our local delegation knows how we stand on this. Yes, it impacts TAC. I think of our county attorneys. I think of our county clerks, or Kevin. All these people are so active and involved in their associations, along with TAC, and we're going to have to make our voices known, because I can't imagine what kind of pressure will come when the Speaker of the House comes in calling and saying, hey, I need your vote on this. So this one really scares me the most because the speaker is totally behind it and has made that a part of his legislative agenda. And so that means a lot. So we're going to have to go beyond just passing this resolution, and I know there's not much activity up there, but at least phone calls or when we come across our local delegation or anyone else that we know, to let them know how much in opposition we are to this, because we feel that we will lose a voice. And
So
I think that, there's some counties that can I won't say get away with it, but have larger staffs than we do, and they already have a big built-in government affairs department. We don't have that. We don't have that at all. I mean, we have a couple of staff members who are kind of assigned to that, but not full-time and not at the numbers they have. So I agree. We have to be careful in how this is made to cut apart some of the counties, maybe not hurt the small counties, maybe not hurt the big counties, but we always get stuck with the middle.
Yeah.
We saw that with COVID funding. We've seen that with so many bills and laws that have passed up in Austin and Washington. But we're going to have to make sure that our team, who is, I think, a great delegation or great team that we have with Mr. Romo, Hugo, and Patricia to help us fight this, because this I think session is where we could lose it. Hopefully we win. The speaker will taper it off and not want it again in the next session. But the fact that he put it on there, that speaks volumes.
Not to mention, the state agencies that we work with. Over 50 different state agencies are active with Nueces County. I mean, we work every day in our offices, whether it's Maria, grants, whether it's, through the judiciary system, working with agencies from the Attorney General all the way to the General Land Office, Texas Historical, TCEQ. I mean, so your legislative delegation is active, but as a liaison, our legislative consultants are working every day on the day-to-day. So it's not just legislation, but it's also the agency work that's being done. And ask Maria how long it took for, to get an answer back from the GLO regarding a sign that needed no environmental, clearance at all, but was being hung up. There is not enough people or hours in the day with the expertise to navigate the waters without having your voice heard. So please, I agree with you, Commissioner. It's not just about a piece of paper that we do, but please be active. Senator Hinojosa opposes this legislation vehemently, and as does most of our delegation. So our South Texas delegation, it's not welcome, and it certainly takes away from the taxpayer. And if the taxpayer is interested in all the great things that have come because we've advocated, I think that's something we should consider making a list. We should make a list of all the ways that we've benefited by having advocacy, and everything from building requirements all the way to environmental, permits for signs, CDBG DR, CDBG mitigation, hearings, and public comment. Uh-oh. Will you check on that for us, please? We'll hold right now. We'll be ready to move. Okay. I'll just take a confirmation.
May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? A fire has been reported in the building. A fire.
Okay, I'm going to recess. Connie, get me on the record. We're going to recess for the clerk at 11:46 a.m. We'll take a recess, and please follow the instructions that are given to you for safety. We'll vote when we come back. Bring us back on the record. All mics. Okay. Well, we had a alarm go off, a fire alarm in the courthouse, and so we took a small recess. It's 11:53 a.m. We're back on the record, and all is well inside the courthouse. The evacuation has been called off. Comm is restored. It had to do with a fire pump, and we're all good. So we'll move on to item number. We were basically in the middle of vote. We're about to vote, and I think, who made the motion? Commissioner Modis made the motion. I think I second. And so after that discussion, all those in favor of the way this one reads is in opposition. The resolution is in opposition. That's how that reads. And I didn't quote the I think it's 749 HB and SB 234. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign.
No.
No. Okay. Toe in the party line. Very interesting. Okay. Okay. Every once in a while.
I don't understand that one, though. It's kind of confusing to me, too, but I'll play the chips where they go. No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay. Sounds good. All righty.
Get some wiggle room down the road. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't either, but.
Okay. So item number 2 is the consent agenda, and this is items A through M. A through M. And let's see here. Anybody need something extra information-wise? Looking for any information? This would be a good time.
What happened to K?
It's at the bottom.
Okay?
Okay, right here. Did it get caught off of your?
Well, just before consent agenda, right?
Yes, consent agenda. K says adopt a resolution authorizing the submission of a grant for the Office of the Governor, Public Safety. Do you have that one?
Oh, no.
No, he's talking
How about board appointments?
Oh, I said I'm skipping those for now and moving into consent agenda.
I was going to ask about I.
Aye, you bet. I'll pull it. Anybody else? Okay. How about a motion then for A through H, J through M?
So move.
Okay. Motion and then a second.
Second.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign.
The question is first.
Michael's going to take your question, Commissioner Hernandez. Okay. Go ahead.
Mike, I just want some clarification. How are we going to pay this? And what services will be provided?
Okay. These are the same services that we're enjoying right now with Hagerty as they advise us on disaster recovery for the current situations under COVID and Hurricane Hannah. And we were actually instructed to go out for a pre-position contract, so because the original contract was set up during the emergency time frame, and so the judge, using her emergency powers, got us started with that contract. And so we put out a bid. These vendors had provided that bid submission to us. We reviewed it. The court awarded this to Hagerty, and the funds will be dependent on the disaster event. Each event will be different. This is a pre-position so that they're established for future events. We weren't expecting the winter weather event to come so quickly after we set this up. This has a not to exceed value of $1 million. That's the ceiling on it, and then it would require us coming back to court to modify that. It's going to be a 2-year agreement with 3 1-year renewals. They will have individual work authorizations whenever we're going to use them, and those will be brought for the court's approval. The other factor that was really good about this, and I want to thank the county attorney's office for the hard work they did on including language so that this will supersede the previous contract, and it puts the county in a much better position favorably when we're requesting reimbursements, that we have the services of a vendor that was properly bid out. And then any existing task orders that they are working under right now, they will remain under the rules of the previous agreement. Any new task orders will be under the rules of this new agreement. Does that address?
Yeah, that's quite all right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
And it is FEMA reimbursable for this event, but for COVID, they were reimbursable under CRF. And for Hannah, that's the one that we are seeking reimbursement for. And so just so that we're clear, but.
Right, and so these are the people that really help us, auditor's office, grants, to request reimbursements, help us provide the proper documentation. They ask all the right questions to make sure that each of us that are working as individuals, like in logistics, when we're procuring items, making sure that we document those properly, that we get the correct daily activity logs to the auditor's office and make sure they're filled out correctly, so that when we submit those packets, when Maria and her folks submit those to get reimbursements, that's why we're getting reimbursements so efficiently, is because we have that assistance and we kind of know that it's going to be accepted when we send it upstream. We're not sending it up blind and not making sure that everything's in there complete. So I think they're very helpful to us. And like I said, this was bid out properly on an RFP, so it stands up to that test as well whenever FEMA wants to go and check and see how did we arrive at picking this vendor.
Yeah, I have a
Thank you for that clarification.
I have a question. Mike, well, we have a new disaster, which is freeze. So they jumped from one into the other one, right? I mean, they didn't stop or say we got a new contract. They just kept, because we already have a contract with them that we're going to use them as we need them, right?
That's correct.
So how long does this go?
This is a 2-year
I know, but
agreement.
I'm saying say for instance the freeze. So how much time they open up so they can keep on going for 2 years?
Yes. This contract will be effective today when y'all approve it in court. That's when it will execute.
Is there a time that we don't need them no more because?
Well, you only use them for the time that we need to get reimbursement. So I believe once we're fully reimbursed for whatever a particular event is, and that event is closed out, that would be the time when I think we would not need them for that particular disaster. And then if a new disaster, it would like go basically into like a hibernation mode until you had a new disaster, and then we would come and activate again.
So it could be 3 months or 4 months until we actually done everything we're going to do.
Yeah, it's real hard to put a start and stop date on these because a lot of it depends on things that are outside the county's control, which is waiting for FEMA to give us the reimbursements. They may have additional questions or they require additional information for a reimbursement. And so when they give us that request for information,
FEMA always takes about a year or two, so they'll be on for that long. At what rate will they be on?
So they're going to be on for 2 years initially, and then we have an opportunity for 3 one-year renewals. So this could be in total up to 5 years. And it just gives us a good foundation. We didn't have this before.
What's the cost we're paying for a month or what?
You don't pay per month. It's based on the tasks that they're performing for us.
So whatever
and
they get back, when we get money back, they get a percentage of that.
There's a rate schedule that they have to charge us based on the number of hours worked. And they're going to charge us that rate for the individuals that are assigned to those particular tasks. And they have to adhere to the rates that they quoted to us.
So
in attachment C, which
is so now they charge us for those rates. So we paid from where?
From whatever disaster.
So whenever we get the money from that disaster, then that's where
yes, their fees are part of our claim.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we get reimbursed for all of the fees that we're using.
So we're not paying anything now?
No, we do pay.
We pay up front. We request reimbursement.
You don't get reimbursement unless you pay.
You have to pay first in order to get reimbursed.
So what if we don't get reimbursed? Then what?
So
well, for Hannah COVID.
No, what I'm just talking about right now for the freeze. So say we don't get. I'm just asking a question. What if we don't get reimbursed? Then what happens? So we already paid them anyway.
Well, then it goes. Then we'll have to be a part of that. Just whatever general fund we attribute it to, but FEMA, we're already under. The good news is that our county already received the designation, as did the 254 for public assistance.
Okay, I just wanted to question to see.
The only one that is worrisome is Hannah, because we do not have that ability just yet. but that is why we're in that appeals process.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Okay, and I recommend
Michael.
approval.
Okay, I'll take a motion to approve, and, okay, and I'll second, and then all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay. Believe it or not, that concludes the consent agenda. And so I did make a promise, and I'm going to keep it. We'd like to take a break. I know we just took a strange little break, but this one will be a little bit more substantive. And for the clerk, tell me, what are you recommending? Do you want 20, 30? 30 minutes for all of us? Okay.
Are we doing executive session?
We can do the executive session at that time. That'd be great.
I mean,
Do you?
Or
You
do
don't
they-
have to
I
be
mean-
here, but that'll help us. I am going to give us 5 minutes so that we can use the ladies' room and we can grab the lunch that's been provided. And then for the commissioners, meet back in here. Does that meet with the county attorneys? Is that all right for you?
Yes, Judge.
All right, then we will do that. All right, so that's a great idea. Do y'all want to, let me tell you the time. 12:04 for the audience. We'll be back. Oh, wait a second,
to
Jenny.
executive session.
Let me make the magic word. Let me do the magic words.
I was gonna say,
Sorry.
you gotta read the paragraph.
Absolutely. Let me get the magic words in. I'm giving a notice at this time that the Commissioners Court may elect to go into executive session, and this is to discuss matters listed on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Opens Meetings Act, Chapter 551, the Government Code. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into the session, as we are now, the sections that are applied are publicly announced by myself as the presiding officer. These are Vernon's Texas codes 551-071, 72, 73, 4, 5, 6, 86, and 87. The Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters related to litigation, real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in executive session. Upon completion of such executive session, we'll come back in to open session as a court, take any action as appropriate on items items discussed in executive session. That concludes the important words. 12:05 p.m. is our time that we're recessing, and we'll be back. Thank you. She's bringing all the mics on. And we are back on the record at 1:39 p.m. And we concluded executive session for those of you that are watching. And we do have some action to take from executive session on items number A and item number C. And so I will first take item A. This is consulting with the county attorney regarding legal issues relating to the adoption of guidelines and criteria for temporary property tax abatements and related matters. And Commissioner Mattis, I think you might have a motion for us.
Make a motion to adopt the guidelines and criteria for granting temporary property tax abatements as presented in executive session.
And also to allow the county attorney to finish.
Sorry, and to allow the county attorney finish negotiations with. Oh no, I'm sorry.
That's another one. Just to finish. Yeah, I'm just saying, just to have the county attorney, clean it up, finish it up.
Yes, just to clean up the language. Yes.
Okay, that's a good motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Okay, and then on item number C, item number B was a consultation only, and item number C, I think we also have a motion from Commissioner Hernandez regarding the actual Corpus Christi Polymers LLC tax abatement agreement. I'm sorry, we are on item number C. Item number C. And so do we have a motion to have some action with regards to that agreement and directing the county attorney?
Make a motion.
Okay, so there's a motion to.
Second.
Okay, thank you. A motion and a second. And just for the clerk, it's a motion to, as it's written here, with regards to Corpus Christi Polymers LL tax abatement agreement, to accept the terms as discussed in executive session and to authorize the county attorney to continue the finalization of such agreement. And we have a motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay. All right. Tyner, it looks like you want to say something.
I have a quick question.
You bet.
Was that approval of the tax abatement guidelines also an action on 3A5, which is adoption of an order approving the updates to the guidelines and criteria for granting temporary property tax abatements?
Yep.
It's the same thing.
That is very good.
Okay.
Yeah. Very good.
Note
Thank
that.
you for that. That's
Okay.
very good.
So five's done. That means five's done too.
5 is done.
Yeah.
Okay. Very, very good. Okay. Okay. And I'll sign Jenny for you whenever you get a chance. I know you're still writing, but, so,
Just for clarification,
Yes.
Judge, it was on C, but it was also on regular agenda 5. Okay.
yeah, that's what we were
Fine.
saying. It's almost the exact, language. Okay. I think we are ready to do 3A1, Tyner. And I think for 3A1, before I say that, I know that we were waiting on, he's out in the hallway, perhaps?
Yeah, and I was going to have,
Should we do 2 before 1?
well, we can go ahead and
Because-
do one. Teresa was just going to help us walk through that.
Okay.
I don't know that we need any final decisions.
All right, sounds good.
Is Cross still here? Was he waiting?
He was here.
He's online.
Okay, he's online.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
let's-
I'm here.
Oh, super. Okay.
I just didn't want him to sit out.
Okay, so let's do, so who are you gonna call for the outstanding funds, Teresa?
I was going to have Teresa walk.
Okay, Teresa, if you can hear us, if you don't mind, we've got your item that you're gonna give us some resource information on. And of course, Ida is here as well. She can also help here. But this is to receive a report on the outstanding funds. You'll remember you all asked for this information last court from county COs that are old. This is old series 2004, 2007, 2015, 2016, 2017, and 2019. And the discussion is to consider perhaps reallocating some of these COs. But first you have to know what's what, and that's where we're going to hear from Teresa. Teresa, tell us about certificate of obligation and tax notes that are, I guess, old is the right word, right? They come from all the way back from 2004 and as recent as 2019.
Okay, well, Dale provided the actual summary
Okay.
of all the old COs, and what I provided was just the detail.
Okay, well then I'll pivot to either person, but the bottom line is what we want to know is how much, and it looks like the how much from all the old is a grand
About-
total of
Probably about $13 million.
$13 million. And that is cumulative, and that means 13 million is not allocated, Teresa, to any project?
No.
Or tell us about the difference between the allocated and the encumbered.
Okay.
Because what I think the court wants to know is what's not
Let
pledged.
me just say one thing, Teresa, please. The reason I asked for this myself too, because I want to know where I'm at with this. And I think I called you a couple of times, but we couldn't get together. And on what you show on mine, really the only one that I don't have a problem with is the 10,000 from precinct 2. The Amistad, but I do need to put it somewhere else. It really on mine, or the total, I really don't have much money to give back at all. Because I have 6 projects. They don't have any funding at all. That's why I was going to meet with you, but we couldn't meet. So on mine, whatever you have on mine, basically, I would say at least 100,000 is the only thing I have.
Okay, Commissioner, you would have to look at each series.
I do.
Right, so on the individual sheets that's attached to the agenda, they start with the 1915 projects.
I got them all.
Okay, and so the projects where you have small balances or you have a balance are not included in what's unallocated. It's just remaining balances for
Right.
that particular
But
project.
I really going to put them somewhere where they're going to go because I need them for that.
So what he's saying is he's got other projects that he hasn't been able to get with you on to show you that he's
Right.
got it allocated, or he just hadn't done it yet.
Okay, so can we just talk about what's unallocated, not earmarked, just kind of sitting in your
Well, no,
fund?
because to me, it's going to be, I mean, as of yesterday, I would have given it to you because it was going to be allocated. So, but we didn't get together, so as far as mine, I wouldn't count on what you count right here because it's not going to be that. Okay?
Okay.
So I just want to let you know that. That's all.
Is that the balance of 1,017,647.61?
Probably a little bit more, but.
Okay.
So I think the question that Teresa was asked is just what is unallocated?
Right.
And that's the whole idea here, is just how much money is unallocated, meaning you might have an idea about a project, but that
Yeah, I
project,
understand
she's
exactly
just
what
looking
you're
for
saying.
unallocated. Because until that project comes to court and gets
And that's
approved,
why,
it's
that's why I
nowhere.
requested this. I wanted to see exactly what I had and where, and it's just good. I really appreciate that because it really, but it's okay. We'll go down that road later. I just thank you.
So
Appreciate it.
Commissioner, for you have for the 2015 COs, there's $66,120 unallocated. And
Right.
then for the 2016 COs, you have $842,590.27.
2016.
Oh, yeah, 842, 590, yes, sure.
Yes, sir.
I got that.
The judge has $330,000, 171 unallocated for the 2016 COs. Commissioner Precinct 1 has $410,478.50.
Which, I'm sorry, you're on 15, Teresa?
Precinct 1.
I'm sorry, but you're on 15 right now?
I'm just doing the total.
Oh, the
I'm not
total.
doing them individually.
Okay.
So like for Commissioner Precinct 1, for his 2016 COs, he has 478.50 unallocated. And then Commissioner Modis, for the 2015 COs, you have 10,169.29. And then for the 2016s, you have 662,323.43 that's unallocated. And for Commissioner Chesney, you only have your 2016 COs. There's 741,552.24 unallocated. So that the cumulative total for the 2015 and 2016 COs of unallocated is $3 million. $3,063,405.59.
Okay. Are there anybody that have any questions? This is a good summary. This will help as we get into the next discussion, which is what are the capital needs of our county. Now you know what's unallocated.
You're telling me I got 400 and some $1,000, Teresa?
You have $410,478.50 that has not been allocated.
Okay, the only thing I have to say, I've only been here a month and a half, and I would like to have time to see what I can do with the monies I have. If the other commissioner didn't take interest in doing things, I do. So take that into consideration.
Yeah, so I think the issue is that we all said that we wanted just to get a report as to what was out there, and that's what this is all about. It's just to find out, because when your county says, when our ADA czar says, hey, we've got $4 million or $5 million worth of ADA needs, you've got to be able to have an understanding of where all your funding sources are. So I hear you, and I think this is just the opportunity to know what is out there in the universe of dollars that are eligible for us to use. In other words, to be honest with you, any of us can have a project that comes up and you say, hey, what is the funding source? I want to see this project brought forth. Right? In other words, there's anybody, I mean, whether you have $0 or whether you have $1 million, if you have a worthy project that basically can be brought up, you can find a funding source, you can have a funded project. These are just unallocated. Nobody's put them towards any project.
And Judge, unless something changed between last week and today, Juan Pimentel has an item for rock engineering, which is later on in the agenda, that does not have a funding source.
Correct.
And
and
hopefully
it's for very important soil
yes,
testing.
Soil testing
that is needed before the roads get built.
And where is it?
It's item.
No, I know. Where's the road project then? Where?
The road projects are in precinct 1 and 2. It's my understanding.
It's C1 on the agenda, I believe.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay, C1.
We'll get there. Sorry.
We'll get there.
Right.
Yep.
I think he's just pointing it out. So that's why we wanted to put this one strategically up front, so you would know what is out there. And then Ida could probably give us a good warning about how important it is to use your old COs, because you actually pledge to the investor that you're going to use them within a certain amount of time. It's a little bit of bad luck for you, Commissioner, not just like you say, hey, I just got here. But the point is that we're all under the gun to use them, because that's what a certificate of obligation is. It says, you need to invest in me as a county because I'm going to get this work done in a very quick amount of time. And that's why anything older than 2017 is too old. It needs to be utilized super fast, because that's the IRS will penalize you severely as a county if you do not do that. So really it's a 3-year, so we're in 2021, so I'm just kind of fluffing the 2017s, but somewhere anything older than 2017 is too old. And we started this conversation last year, and we did a good job of getting rid of 2004s, but we haven't done a good job of using everything else. So even though you have future projects, it's important to know that we've got an obligation under the law to use those dollars immediately. And by the way, you're about to hear how you can use them.
Well, I do have plans for some projects, Judge.
Yeah.
That I want to get done over at my area.
Good.
So if you allow me the time, to work on them.
As they say, death and taxes, IRS, that's the issue, right? It's just good to know. And so you can ask Ida for guidance, you can ask Teresa for information, but the bottom line is the court asked and we answered, and this is very, very good and very helpful. But when you look at your ADA needs that don't have time to wait, there's money here available for us to be able to utilize. And sometimes you have to prioritize what you think is absolutely needed. And ADA, you're not going to be able to do the good stuff you want unless we finish the ADA.
You know, Judge, and there's $1 million point something on ADA that hasn't been used. How come it hasn't been used? That was my question.
Tyner, they have.
When you add the courthouse, we're $4.5 million in the hole, in accordance with our latest estimates. So.
But you got $1 million point two, so.
Actually, more than that.
But he says it only said on the.
But we're very, very short on the estimated cost of fixing this courthouse.
He's obligated. In other words, all of his are allocated. All the ADA that he has is allocated, and he's short. In other words, we already spent it. It may not have been paid because the work isn't complete, but it's in the process, so we're short.
So last court.
A recommendation for that later.
Last court, the ADA shortage was determined to be $4.5 million. So we were going to look at the old COs unallocated that we could use to fund this shortage. So from all the unallocated funds, we came up with $3 million. It's still short 1.4 that we still have to come up with, but that's just money that is unallocated. It's not in a specific project. It's a balance available to use.
Yeah, I mean, appreciate that, Teresa. I mean, that's just, today it's just a report, but that's a very, it's a great document to be able to function from. Are there any other questions for Teresa? Any other requests that she can help provide?
I have questions, but they go more into the 2021.
Okay.
And if, I don't want to get in too much into specifics because I don't want to jump ahead, but, and I guess tying on to what Commissioner Gonzalez said is, I mean, there's some fund balances, at least on paper, that are showing, and they're not showing that they're allocated, or maybe they are allocated, but it's showing a remaining balance, say like for Robstown Community Center, Berlanga Building, and I know that those are some future projects that we have, so is that going to be moved over, Ida, or how is that going to work, Teresa?
They will be reallocated towards the ADA.
So whatever balance we have, and a lot of them are small numbers, but that can kind of help offset any of the projected costs for the 2021, for the future CIP and for 2021 obligations. Okay, good, thank you.
And we could actually marry those up if you want to. We can take the ones that we know are about to get done, and that'll reduce.
Well, I mean, like you said, I mean, I know you planned out the agenda specifically in this order for a reason.
Yeah.
But I wanted to talk it out to make sure that that's where we were going.
It's a great point.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, super. So we got this document. You know you've got both great resources in Auditor's Office, Dale Ide, and Court Administration with Tyner and Teresa. And so, as they say, knowledge is good. So thank you for Teresa. Appreciate that. $3 million is a lot of money to find. Thank you for finding it. We need to go to item number 2 now, which sets the tone for what are our needs. And on the line with us is Kyle LeBlanc. And Kyle helped do the updated Nueces County Capital Improvement Project Plan. And this one is 2019 through, I'm sorry, it's a 2021 CIP update. But if you started from the beginning, we now know what 2019 looks like and all the way through 2024. So these are always done with a forward-thinking look. And you just got a beautiful packet in front of you, I understand. Thank you. So Kyle, you have a PowerPoint presentation, and we will turn it over to you. Tyner's just passing things out. Just give us 30 seconds here.
Well, let me see if I do have
Sure thing.
We can tee up the PowerPoint. Kyle, just for the record, introduce yourself again, state your, as they say, state your business, and then set us up for this very important 2021 CIP update.
Sure. Thanks, Judge. Well, good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Thanks for having us back. My name's Kyle LeBlanc. I work for Lockwood Andrews and Unum. Y'all are familiar with the company and the work we do. Right now, we're program managers on several CIP-related projects from the 2019 CIP. Prior to that, we helped the county work through a 2019 CIP. So a couple of years have gone by. Where we are now is updating the projects that we were aware of in 2019, as well as adding new projects, and we'll talk about those here in a moment. So we got a pretty short presentation for you today just to bring you up to speed. You'll recall from 2 weeks ago, although it feels like a month with Snowvid last week, 2 weeks ago we brought to you a quick presentation which had several of these notes on that slide deck. So in terms of what we've done in 2020 for the 2021 CIP update is that we've met with county departments and we've worked through drafting a CIP document and project update. So what Tyner has handed out to you is what we're calling a 95% draft of that CIP 2021 update. In that document, you're going to see named projects that you're probably familiar with, and then maybe a few more that you're not familiar with just yet, but they are on your CIP now because they've been identified as needs over the next 5 years. So this CIP update gives you a 2021 to 2025 look at what projects are on the horizon, as well as a little bit of a backwards look in what projects out of the 2019 CIP have been done. So right now, what step we are in is highlighted here on your screen. What we're doing is right-sizing these requests and working on project prioritization. In a couple slides, you'll see what that project prioritization looks like now. We're not prescribing that prioritization. We're only making some presumptions off of what we've heard from court and conversations. Next step, last step, would be to finalize this 2021 CIP so that you can move forward with adopting the projects that are contained inside of it. And we can move any projects out that don't get funded over the next year or two out to future years. Keep them on the list, but move them out into future years. What you'll see, the biggest difference between 2019 and 2021 is that you've moved from about 43 projects to it's creeping up to the mid 60 number of projects range. So you've got about 65 or so projects on the list now for the 2021 CIP update. So when we talk about the CIP and what happened or what progress has been made since the 2019 CIP is that first off, you've got CIP projects that were identified in 2019, but the scope has expanded based on conversations, and as the projects have played out, the scope has expanded. You've also got new projects that are on the list since the 2019 CIP. You've got projects that are completed or are underway in some form or fashion, and then you've got 2019 CIP projects that didn't change in scope. They're still on the radar. They're just not funded. And so that kind of goes down here to this piece about funding and talking about funding. So for the 2019 CIP versus the 2021 CIP, we need to talk about funding and where the funding sources are going to come from. So what you've got highlighted here on the screen are COs, certificates of obligation, that we're looking to anticipate here to be passed in 2021. You've got partially funded projects, and those are the ADA projects that were referred to by Judge Canales a moment ago. Then you've got this big grouping of undefined funding sources for projects. Those are the projects that are on your radar, but they don't have a funding source yet based on their prioritization. And then you just heard from Teresa about old COs that might be available for allocating toward these projects that are on your 2021 CIP. So we're going to go through the next couple slides and talk about projects with expanded scope and new projects, and then we'll show you some of those projects that haven't changed in scope and are still on your radar. So those projects that have an expanded scope of work since the 2019 CIP are the medical examiner facility, Those ones that are partially funded, but they require additional funding, are the accessibility projects at the courthouse, as well as the accessibility projects countywide. Several projects that were on the list in 2019, but have an expanded scope, but an undefined funding source, are those that you see listed here on the screen. So the animal care facility, that new animal control department building that you've seen a couple presentations on over the past couple months, airport expansions and improvements with a new road and runway project, that's an expanded scope, and then right on down the list. So New Hilltop Community Center, other projects that have come up in discussions with county departments, with Public Works and the law enforcement department, the sheriff's department, as well as heavy equipment replacement from Public Works. Let's talk about those new projects that have come online. Biggest one here that would be anticipated through certificates of obligation in 2021 is the Bob Hall Pier reconstruction, and we'll get into a little bit more details about what that means here on the next slide. Some projects that were new since 2019, but they are funded, are the CDBG road projects. That's County Road 69 in the Bower Road portion, which were new portions of that CDBG road project grouping. That's being paid through grant funding. And then next is the County Road 22 and 49. These are the London Road projects that are new since 2019, but they do have funding allocated and the project is moving forward. Some new projects that came on the list that currently do not have a funding source defined are county auditor requested a software transition. That budget amount that we were provided is $6 million. Lance in IT identified about a little over $1 million worth of projects that are currently unfunded. And then law enforcement that we mentioned on the previous slide has some laundry capacity issues at 2 locations. Rough order of magnitude budget there is $30,000. And then you can read the list here. Public Works has some roofing projects that are requested at the courthouse and jail. And then moving on down the list here is security stations at the courthouse and county roads that are anticipated but unfunded. Inland parks, coastal parks all have items on the list, but an undefined funding source. So this slide that we're showing here on the screen is the focus of the presentation today, and where $50 million in certificates of obligation and funding might go. So again, we're only presenting what we understand. We're not presuming what will be included in that $50 million. We're just showing you what might be funded out of that $50 million amount. And you can see the point to drive home here is that you've got needs well beyond the $50 million limit in COs that you currently have. The list of needs is very large. It's expanded since 2019, and you'll see that in the document that's in front of you. But let's talk about what might fit inside that $50 million amount of funding. The new medical examiner facility, this was option 2 that was presented by Smith Group about a month and a half ago, where the court decided on, between 3 options. Option 2 seemed to be the right size for this project, and that budget amount is $28.4 million. The Bob Hall Pier reconstruction budget number right now is $20 million. That can change a little bit, might tweak a little bit. $2 million worth of that is toward a parking lot renovation. If funding is already allocated and sourced for that amount, that Bob Hall Pier reconstruction piece could go down to $18 million that would be required out of certificates of obligation. But what are you getting in this project? You're getting marine debris removal. You're getting a parking lot, a new pier, which has restaurant facilities and fishing amenities on it. Kind of next piece of this discussion is those projects that are partially funded. They need to get done some way, somehow. Funding is the primary objective here in requesting these amounts, but those are related to accessibility projects. You've got a consent decree from the Department of Justice that's related to the courthouse and the countywide accessibility improvements. Those numbers are $4.3 million and $1.8 million respectively. And then you've got some ADA needs at the Horace Caldwell Pier where you're putting an observation deck on, but you also need to build an accessible ramp. That's about $650,000. Some other considerations that need to come up in discussion and move forward with is the animal care department building. That expanded scope could be between $3 to $5.5 million. Airport expansion and improvements could range. It's a large range, but it could range from $16 million to $69 million. Depending on the scope of that project, will depend on the resulting budget. And there's the Hilltop Community Center. In 2019, the budget amount was $8.9 million. The difference in scope has led to a $22 million project, so that needs to be decided upon. Then you've got heavy equipment replacement. That's a $12.7 million budget. But in this case, you have some options to explore in purchasing equipment and leasing equipment. So there could be some cost savings there. And then finally here, the last three are the courthouse and jail roofing project and atrium window replacement. That's a new project that's been identified without funding. That's about a $7.4 million project. Courthouse security stations is about $600,000. And then last year on the list that might be considered for funding is your countywide IT needs. I know that Lance has presented several times to the court and then needs to upgrade your technology, not just at the courthouse and the jail, but throughout the county, and that project budget would take care of those. So a lot of things to consider, but there's also a lot of options to be aware of as the prioritization for this $50 million budget comes to fruition. So I'm going to go on to the next slide to talk about some of the projects that are completed and or are underway, just to give you a quick update. So projects from the 2019 CIP that have been completed are listed here, these 4 projects. We have marked off as completed or have some funding allocated toward them. Those projects that are underway are County Roads 67, 69, 73, and 48 grouping. The CDBG road projects are underway. The London road projects are underway. Generators at both the McKenzie Jail Annex and the courthouse and jail are underway. And then you've got some record digitization going on, and the badging system are all underway with some additional funds needed. And last year, this is the last slide here in this presentation. Projects that have no scope change but are still on the list are listed here. That group of projects is well over $60 million worth in needs. And again, if they don't get funded or they don't get brought up into some kind of funding source, we'll simply just move those forward in future years for projects that are on your list with a need to fund them, but haven't gotten funding yet. So that wraps up the presentation, and we can take any questions that you might have.
If you go back one slide, Kyle, so the total, one more, sorry. There we go. The total of everything on this slide is greater than $50 million worth of funding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. So
That's
I just
correct.
wanted to make sure that the title doesn't mislead anybody. $50 million worth of funding wouldn't even begin to cover these projects that are only a fraction of the overall projects. Is that correct?
That's correct, Judge.
And do you happen to know what the total is on this page? I can do it real quick, but does it look like around 75 million?
You're going to put my math on the spot.
Okay.
It's
I'm just
a little
doing
bit
it
higher
in
than
my-
that. I think we got 50.
Take
another
the low
5,
numbers.
55,
Yeah.
60, 120.
Okay, so quite, okay. Yeah, I just
yeah,
didn't want
you're-
anyone who's just kind of looking at that big title to think 50 million and that this would be, I mean, we would have to pick and choose deliberately, right? Or find
That's
other
correct.
funding sources.
there is a prioritization activity that needs to happen.
Correct.
The two projects that are up inside the first bullet point, expanded scope and new projects, that takes a lot of money to take care of those two projects. There are options on those two projects, and so these are not solid numbers, but they are rough order of magnitude so that you can get an idea of what you could fund through $50 million in COs and what old monies might be needed and what still has to get done. So that's the second part, the partially funded piece.
Understood. So it's a good time to pause and really look into some of the slides that you've presented for the commissioners. I just want to point out for everybody in the audience that the capital improvement plan is something that we have published before in 2019. We'll publish this one again once we make our final edits, but it's nice for the public to be able to see what every project is incredibly described with the map and with all of the different, project costs. It starts off from analysis, which could include any studies that might be needed, like an environmental study, for instance, all the way through land, right-of-ways, which would include easements, design, surveying, legal, construction. It takes into place project management. It takes into place program management, and it takes into account contingencies. So when we look at a project in this way, we don't have the fear that you didn't consider everything. And so I like
correct,
that.
Judge.
And I think that's something that's really important. And again, we started this endeavor together in 2019, and we're looking very much like an urban county should look in 2021 with this kind of a document. This is our roadmap for our future. Sadly, it's a roadmap that tells you we are way behind on infrastructure, and we have a lot of needs in front of us. How about some questions for Kyle with regards to some of the slides that he's had? I mean, this is the summary, right? I know you're also available to meet with, if you're a department head listening to this and you have a chance to look at the plan and you realize that there's some huge gaping hole, there is opportunity to contact Kyle and get that in. But in order to achieve this, Kyle, what did you have to do? You had to go through every single department, correct?
That's correct, Judge. So we had multiple meetings with with all of your departments. You can see the list there in the document, but a few meetings with Public Works, a couple meetings with the Sheriff's Department, all the way down the list into libraries. So you'll see library needs that we've even included in here. That includes the Keach Library and the Law Library there at the courthouse. So what we will continue to be an advocate for is that this document should be your source of truth for planning, that you should continually update it like you are already proving you had planned to do in 2019, so that you can have that all-encompassing look at projects that are coming down the pipe and more projects that are needed, and get a realistic understanding of what the needs are in the county. And so you've done just that with this update, which we can certainly commend you for doing. It's just important to get all those projects here so that county staff has a comprehensive understanding of what needs are out there, what projects need to get done, and then sort through a prioritization method so that you can ask for the right amount of funding and right size these projects so that you can continue to serve the citizens of Nueces County.
And some are like big surprises, right? Because we couldn't have anticipated that we would have a hurricane that would have a surge
Absolutely.
that would take down Bob Hall Pier. And
Absolutely.
Others are a result of peeling back the onion, like I like to say. You know that your jail needs a lot of work, but then once you peel back the onion and really start looking at it, it reveals, a $7 million roof replacement or something like that. And then there's others that have had the benefit of having an architect hired, and even though you thought it was one thing, like Hilltop starts at 8.9 million because, that's where it starts. But then when you decide to go down a certain trail, it winds up being 22 million. So it seems to me that this is why it's so important to, to have this living document, because unfortunately you cannot predict your future. And that's also what happened on the building envelope and the radio replacements. Those were about $12 million worth of, I'm going to call them somewhat unexpected, the way they came in. And we're lucky that we had funding available. Otherwise, we would have been up a creek. I don't have individual department heads to speak on this here, but I know that Juan visited with you about the one that caught me by surprise, which was the heavy equipment and replacement at 12.7. Is he on?
Scott has his hand up.
Okay, Scott Cross. Go ahead, Scott.
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to bring up that on the Ivy McGee multipurpose building, the COs that you and the commissioner or the court in general approved to go towards refurbishing that building until we get this insurance settlement taken care of. Originally, we budgeted 1.5. And I'd said in the court several times that you need to have budget 2 so you have some contingency. And we're already running into that issue because we have some specialized testing and windstorm certification costs that are going to come up with that, let alone any unknown conditions we find in there. So right now you've got 1.541118.30. That's $1,541,118.30 budgeted towards that project. But it's going to need a little more. That's why I always suggested we have that contingency. Just wanted to bring that up. Over.
Good points.
Over.
And did Kyle capture that?
I thought we had more reserve
Kyle?
for that project. Does someone have that? Because I thought we talked about that putting aside $2 million just in case we needed that, but
Well, I think I think that might have been accurate, Commissioner, but then when the bids came in, we actually accommodated the allocation for the bids for the construction. But we can go back to Teresa and look to see. I believe all the 40 million is encumbered already, but we can go back and look, but I'm fairly certain it is. But Scott, those are good points. I think Kyle, we want to make sure we capture that on the IB McGee Park office. But it's similar to the Horace Caldwell observation. It isn't like that ramp needed ADA, fixing with or without an observation deck. And who knew it was going to be so incredibly costly, but it has to do with the location and where it is and getting equipment in there and just the nature of the ramp to access the fishing pier there as well. So sometimes things do magnify.
That's the correct budget, 1.541.
1.541. Scott, did you hear that? 1.541.
Say again?
I said correct budget is 1.541. 1.541.
Correct.
I know we talked about putting more in, so I don't know. I guess, did that ever change? Was it something else prior? Does your note show that? Because
Go ahead and take the mic. I'm sorry. It's just that for the recording and everything and clerk, it's better for the mic.
I believe y'all discussed it, but that's the only amount that we budgeted for the IB McGee building, 1.5.
And what did the bid come in at on that?
The bid, Teresa, on that one.
What did the bid come in at?
Do you mind if we get Michael on that? He might be able to have it. He can look it up. He says, give him just a second. Anyway, we can make sure we get that information to you. I think the point here, we want to, I think what Commissioner Chesney's saying is update the CIP to accurately reflect whatever it is. Whatever the needs are, they are, right? But then he's asking a separate question about, and what did we encumber? And then you'll get back to him on that. Michael's going to find it, I bet, real quick. So one never knows whether to be glad that you know or sad that you do.
Your MACO contract is $1,420,118.30.
1.42. So there's a little extra in there, some cushion in there. So Scott, there's a little cushion for from your WIN certification and the testing, but I'm not certain how much that would cost. You might have to inform the court about that.
Yeah, I'm getting some of those testing numbers right now from the concrete testing company. I've already got the windstorm certification number, but I was waiting to get comprehensively so I could bring it to y'all so that, you have all the information in front of you. My biggest concern is running into unknown conditions in there and not being able to execute some kind of change order and causing a delay. But I don't know what that is yet, Judge, Commissioners. Until we start tearing into those walls, we're not going to know.
Yeah, fair enough. This is why we need to understand the totality of our circumstances, which is great need countywide. Thank you, Scott, for chiming in there, giving us additional info. I wish yeah.
Okay, so for Ivy McGee from the 2019 tax notes.
Yes, ma'am.
Where'd it go? The total budget is 1.7 because we have 1.5 for the multipurpose facility. We put 50,000 for the temporary office building, and then 114,907 for the pier inspection. That's the ballpark pier inspection, so just in the total.
But is that 114 for Horace Caldwell underwater pier inspection?
It's in the ballpark pier inspection.
Oh, that's different.
That's different.
Okay, so but the total for coastal parks that came out of the 2019 CEOs is the 1.7.
So there was more than 1.5 put in.
Yes, but not for just IB McGee.
No.
Yeah,
Part of it was for the ballpark.
I think
pier.
he's asking though just for IB McGee.
And what was the, okay.
She's saying it was 1.7 for coastal parks total, but there's three elements to that. I think the other thing that would be interesting is I thought also we had, and I guess it's in there, Kyle, we also have a Horace Caldwell underwater inspection that needs to be done. I don't know if that's been encumbered yet or not. That's different than the Bob Hall underwater.
Not to our knowledge.
Yeah, that's very important. We need that. So that needs to be added if it's not there. It should have been in the original 2019. It's just something that needs to come up to the forefront. Okay, what about questions for Kyle now on any of the things that you've seen? Okay. Obviously, this is available to you, I'm sure, by a Google Drive or some sort of a, if you like electronic versions. But this is a great, better have your 2.5 magnifying glasses on, but right? It's a little tough, but you can get it in a better way. I think you can get it online and expand if you need to. So, okay, well, Kyle, it looks like you might be off the hook. Like I said, it's news. It's newsworthy. I'm not certain I don't feel like it's good news, but it is very important to understand all of our needs and the painstaking laborious work that you guys did, making sure that you could document it all is appreciated. By the way, it's also necessary in order for the next presenter to do his job correctly. We really need this, and this is part of the process. And so if there's no other questions, I'm going to go on, Commissioners, but I'm sort of going to ask one more time. Okay, let's move on. Kyle, thank you, and appreciate the update. Commissioners,
Thanks for y'all's time.
You're available, so reach out to Kyle with additional questions or concerns. Okay. Item number 3 sets the stage for our guest from Dallas, who's here, our financial advisor. This is an item to consider and the approval of a resolution authorizing the publication of a notice of intention to issue 2021 certificates of obligation. We've had multiple discussions about this over the last few courts. It would also include approving the preparation and distribution of a preliminary official statement. And finally, it would provide an effective date thereof and any other related matters associated with such. So welcome, Noe. Glad to see you. Always, thank you for waiting so patiently. I'm glad you got to see the CIP. I know it was provided to you as well, but sometimes it's also helpful to have the presentation along with us. So I will let you take it away, but Tyner is handing out the document that you've prepared for us, so give us just 1 second.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Judge. Commissioners, good to see you.
It's an honor in person.
I know.
Well, considering the circumstances, I almost froze. I want to get out of there as quickly as I could. I know we have one new face, at least to me, on the court, Commissioner Hernandez. Look forward to working with you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you, Madam Judge, again for recognizing us and coming before you. Again, this is not something that you must do unless you're really confident that you really want to get this going. If, in fact, you so proceed, as I've shared with you in various instances, either publicly or even privately, what you do need to do is be convinced that the needs are there. And certainly we have Blakely Fernandez, I think, on the virtual application. She serves as bond counsel to the county too, and she's in San Antonio. And if there are any legal questions, she's more than happy to come in here. Come by computer and share with you her thoughts. But in any event, today's action is such that if you choose to proceed, this way of borrowing money, will require a notice of intent to be published in the newspaper. So if you go quickly to page 6, you'll see that 2 weeks ago I came to you, and I'm going to go through those spreadsheets to the extent that you want me to. But basically on page 6, what we changed from the previous presentation 2 weeks ago is that today is the 24th. And if you go ahead and approve this today, we will have a bond sale, this obligation sale, on April 27th, and we will close and deliver funds on May the 19th. As we discussed 2 weeks ago, the thought was that you would borrow about $50 million and apparently not the 70+ million that has been presented to you. I know that some of you probably want to know, what if we were to borrow the 70 million? What would that be the impact on tax rate? So to give you an idea, it'd probably be about a half a penny tax rate increase for next year. And you just have to ask yourself whether that's really necessary. But at the end of the day, the task that you gave us, sometime back in December, I think, is can we borrow 40, 50 million and not impact the tax rate? And fortunately for you, interest rates continue to stay low. As you probably have seen, if you look at the markets have actually moved up against you a little bit in interest rates. There's this perception about inflation concerns and that things may only get worse on the fixed income side in terms of interest rates. So, but with that, I'll take you over to page, just before the page 6, on page 5. And there's various columns there. The columns that are at the top are shaded in blue. Those are literally the 3 transactions that if you so proceed with telling us, go ahead and borrow, what I do need from you is sort of an amount of what you think is right to borrow, so we can publish that notice. The notice, as Ms. Fernandez will tell you, bond counsel, will be pretty broad in nature in terms of what items will need to be improved through this obligation proceeds. So the 3 transactions encompass refinancing, some currently outstanding series, and then this financing for $50 million, and the tax rate will remain the same. Now, the CIP that was presented to you earlier, that was a 5-year CIP, very consistent with the 2019 presentation. We don't intend, I think you heard a report earlier today about the fact that even the 2019 that you sold, it still carries some balances, unspent balances. So despite the fact that the CIP says every year you have these various needs, I suspect you won't see my face until 2022, at which time we may do another tranche, only if you so desire. But at the same time, whatever you decide to borrow this time, we want to make sure that you have ample time to spend it and see those projects complete. So with that, I'll stop and entertain any questions you may have.
Thank you, Noe. Well, first of all, sometimes you ask a question and you don't get the answer that you want. And I just not sure, a little luck in that, in all this tragedy, the only thing we can say is that the interest rates at least are low enough to help us get the answer that we wanted, which is what can we borrow? Our needs are so great. What can we borrow and not affect the tax rate? And the answer is you can borrow the $50 million, and we didn't know that when we started out, and so that is a good answer. I'm not comfortable with the tax rate increase of $70 million, even though I know that this document tells us we need it. But I think at this point, the $50 million is what will get us the tax rate for INS to stay the same, and that's what I'm comfortable with. And so I don't know how you did it, but you got a chance to take a very hard question and give us an answer, provided, of course, that interest rates were very favorable, right? And I don't think we could have gotten that answer had interest rates not been favorable. But we were fortunate on that side of it, being able to refinance our old debt, and that's what really provides the answer.
So. Judge, can I just, my question really is, and how do we saw the page earlier from LAN, and it showed that we got all, different things, and some of that stuff I don't agree with spending that much on, but I'm more trying to figure out how are we going to prioritize where, because obviously we can't do everything on that list, because we can't. So are we going to do that now as part of today's process before we decide on how much we're going to spend? I mean,
well, that's the beauty of a CO, is that it does just the opposite. It says to the county or to anybody that's borrowing, you have flexibility, so you just list everything that you can spend on, and then you prioritize later. And that's how we did it in 2019. But we should create a priority. But even in the priority, we weren't able to follow it because we had immediate needs. So like, let's take the radios. They were not a priority, but they became a priority because we had to have them. So that's what's great about a CO, in my mind, is that it allows for ultimate flexibility. But you do have to list in the underwriting documents what you're going to be able to utilize it for. And that's why this document is critical, because we'll put everything in here. We'll adopt it.
Yeah. I have a couple of questions. Man, we can do 50, it's great. I'm still looking at 40 like I did last time. But I'm looking at this page 2.
Page 2.
To get us to 14 million here, just tell me what the scenario is. If we borrow 40, we'll borrow 50. We're probably not going to spend all of it anyway, because we haven't spent 19 yet. But what's the scenario of us? How are we going to look 3 years from now, or whatever?
Yes, I think just thinking of the fact that, as the judge said, we all been fortunate in that. Probably the only thing we've been fortunate at is that interest rates have remained low. Some of the things that I worry about is not interest rates only, but also your property values continuing to grow at the levels that we are assuming they should. But going back to this page 2, Commissioner, if in fact you were, as you can see on that page 2, the bars are your current bond payments, mortgage payments. So when you see that blue bar topped by the gray bar, the blue bar is the principal, and the gray bar is the interest on it. And as you can see, literally through years 2028, that's pretty consistent at about $14 million. There's a list of loans right above that, about 8 of them. And in those 8 loans, there's a column that says call date. One of the things that intrigued me about the list that you just heard on the CIP about the needs for the future is that very likely, as we knew back in 2019, is that you were going to do these tranches of borrowing, 40, 40, and 40. I think it was something like that. Right. We modeled I guess a debt portfolio that reflected that. Today you're telling us, can we do 50? If you do the 50, you will press those bars right at that line because we will take out 2 financings that you have in your current portfolio and bring down those payments, save some money, and able to layer on top this new $50 million. If you do 40, it's easier for us to model the debt and provide maybe a little capacity in year 29. Now, if in fact you come back in 2 years from now and says, hey, we need another 40 or 50, if you look at the bonds that are outstanding, there are some callable bonds in 2025. If, as the judge has said, if interest rates remain this attractive, maybe at that time we can also refund those and provide your capacity to stay within the tax rate that you currently are at. But every time you borrow, if you borrow 50, it presses against your capacity to do more in 2 years from now. If you borrow 40, well, you're going to have that potential capacity. The only problem is or the only challenge, I won't say problem, the only challenge then is that you don't know what rates may be doing in 2022 or 2023, I'm sorry, versus what we know right now in 2021. And, you know, it's a crapshoot, literally, as to what we think is going to happen in 23. If you're telling me today, can you do 50? Yes. Can you do 40? Even better. We go to 23, and you ask me the same question, can we do 50? I don't know what rates will be. Very unlikely, for that matter, that you'll be able to do 50 because the debt will be already pressed. Will you do 40? Well, if you do 40, there's a better likelihood. But not knowing what rates are going to do, not knowing what property values are going to do, and then the third and biggest concern we have is the ability of the taxpayer to not be delinquent. Right now, we're using collection ratios of 98%. You know, we all have struggled this past week. We continue to struggle. People lose jobs. I mean, it's a real challenge out there. But of all the communities in Texas, Corpus Christi remains to be a very upswing. You know, you guys are growing. You got the port really active out there, and the economy seems to be picking up. I know I just went over on Staples. I went up there, and I kind of seen you got as much traffic as Dallas does. So anyway. But anyway, Commissioner, I'm sorry for the long answer, but that's hopefully helped.
Well, what you're saying, I hear you saying, I guess. So in order for us to be more, I guess, for us to be more workable, if we need money in 2 years, it'd be easier to borrow. If we do 40 now, and we can borrow 40 then?
Yeah, there's no question that, you know, the way I see it is you want to put yourself in the best position that you can. I've never been in a court saying borrow this much versus this much. I mean, I'm not going to tell you borrow more than you need. What I care about is that you all feel confident, kind of like Commissioner Chesney just said, what are we going to be borrowing for? Well, you have a list that exceeds well the $50 million, which is what the judge has been saying. Right. You have the CIP that tells you, you know, we have more needs than 40, more needs than 50.
Right.
You need to define what is it that you need. Do you really think you need more than 50, as the CIP has told you? And then from that perspective, then you look at, I would assume, okay, what should I do now? Well, I'll tell you this, if I could, I would fix my debt with the current rates that I see today. Because I don't think, maybe you all know better, but I don't think, rates can only go down to zero. And you're going to get a 2% rate, maybe less, or maybe a little higher than 2%. But 2% from zero is only 200 basis points.
Yeah.
If interest rates go the other way.
That's what I think he's asking is that, you know, for me, it's all about everything you said hinges on the interest rate. The only thing you know that's certain today is that they're at an all-time low. Yeah. In 2 years, you're not going to have that luxury. I can't even imagine them being any lower, but what you don't know is that it's a question mark. But what you do know today provides you the certainty. And you've got this as your massive justification. One small record correction is that the $40 million is spent. So while all other COs previous to 2019 have balances, except for 2004, 2019, which is what this court did together, is encumbered 100%. So I just think that's important to correct the record.
That's good to know. I wasn't here for that.
No, I know. I just wanted to make sure that
But if you go to page 4, if you go to page 14.
Hang on, can I just?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
So what okay, and I had the same mental debate when we did this in 19.2. Now I'm remembering, and we have a CIP in place, which has indicated that we've passed that's indicated we have all these needs. Now, in what order and what priority and how we spend and things of that nature, I think that's still up for debate, I hope, because I'd still like to debate some of when we spend some of the stuff that we're talking about. Because for example, for me, I know we have $50 million worth of needs, not wants, but needs, right, in this community, in this county. But I also think that the community deserves to know as quickly as we can where we're going to spend, if we choose to spend that, choose to borrow the 50, where we're going to do it. So what I would like to do is have that very soon, because even though you can say to people, because when you pass a $50 million bond or a $40 million bond, I don't know about the rest of you, but I get a lot of questions. Well, what the heck? What are you spending it on? What are you doing? Well, we have a CIP. We're going to go through that. And if I can say with an honest answer is this court's going to go through now and prioritize all this, let's say, $100 million that we've got out there, and we've got to prioritize it. As long as we do that in a fairly timely manner, and allowing some, and maybe you put in some flexibility, as the judge indicates, like maybe you hold $4 or $5 million and not too long because you got to spend it. I get it, you have that obligation, but maybe you have $4 or $5 million that we need to set aside of this 50 for a contingency, because look what's happened with the first 40. We did the best we could. We were diligent. We've done good work, but some things have come up that we didn't anticipate. So maybe that ought to be the thing. So what I would, like to do is have an agenda item pretty quickly that says, okay, if we're going to vote for 50 or 40 or 45 or whatever the court decides, then we need to very shortly thereafter sit down and say, okay, of this $100 million, I don't know what's left, Judge. I don't want to keep throwing that number. Isn't like another $100 million that's on the
I think
CIP?
it's actually $150 million.
It's a lot of money, right? It's a lot. We've got, and I classify.
And that's not including the jail.
Right, and I classify some of that as want, but I classify a lot of that as need, right? So if we could, like, when we make this motion, what I would like to see is it be followed up very quickly with, let's start with, okay, let's take that 150 or 100, whatever the number is, and let's show the public and have a discussion. Here's where we think, as a commissioner's court, of this 150, this ought to go first, and this ought to wait till the next round, and this ought to wait till the third round. Because to me, that's going to give a lot of confidence to our constituents and to me and everybody else and everybody on the court. We all want to be good stewards. So I would just like to somehow put this all together in a package, and I'm not making a motion yet. I'm just trying to articulate some things.
I think Tyner could set that up, and just so you know, that's exactly how we did it for 2019. And I think we did it in a workshop, but we did it very quickly after the intent was published.
Again, Judge, if you allow me, I worked on this thing a lot of hours,
Good.
And because I was concerned about, and I was looking at land, and we're pretty close, I guess, on some of the stuff that I had here, except a couple of things that I really don't agree. But to me, on the priorities, and I'm looking at 40 and maybe 50, the priorities will be, number one to me is the ADA. From the 50 or 40, it would take $4 million. Look, we already have $1 million left over unspent, so it gives us $5 million to work on the ADA. The pier, $18 million. Medical examiners, $8 million, that's my opinion, and $8 million to upgrade the medical examiners. Jail, which is probably the one we should be thinking about, like you said a while ago, Judge, a lot. It's not even wholly, we don't talk about it very much, but the jail is very important. That's where we have all the problems. A lot of problems in the jail. And that maybe it should be number second priority in our list, because we're going to find a jail pretty soon like the old county courthouse. I hope not, but everything falling apart. So I think we need to actually look either at a new jail or look at spend $1 million. I've got here $1.3 million to get a good assessment of the jail, of what our needs are on the jail, before we spend any more money. Because my deal is I like to bring back the federal prisoners that we lost, because that's a lot of revenues to the county, a lot of revenue, 600, maybe 700,000 on a yearly basis. The other one that I have is as a $1 million to each commissioner and the judge to be able to finish our projects. Because we have projects that don't have any funds, do want to get, and I'm not asking, I haven't asked for anybody for funds, but I have projects that I want to do if I have the money. That's why I like to keep the money that I have, because it's not a lot, but, I mean, I got, projects that I probably will be earmarking them by next week, but I think at 1 million each, which comes up to 5 million. IRT projects that are coming in June, 2 million, because we have to buy material for the IRT projects, and for parking lots, and for bridge, and for whatever, roads. And this, to me, it brings it to about maybe $38 million, and $2 million, I guess, to me would be the county building, because I know the county building, I don't know if we're going to have enough money to do all the outer part of the county building or not. But I think some other things, I just don't want to spend too much money on some things and replace things, and I don't even have the hilltop here, because the hilltop, I don't think it should be demolished. I think it should be upgraded, and I've heard Commissioner Hernandez say this several times, and I agree with him. So I think if I'm looking at what I have here at the 40 million, almost the 40 million. If you want to go 45 to give another 5 million, I mean, I don't have a problem with that either, and I probably wouldn't have a problem with 50. But the reason I asked you the first question was because I want to make sure that we bar the 50, or those low rates. We're not going to find ourselves 3 years later and saying, "Man, where do we go from here? We're already pushed against the wall." And if we don't do all these projects, I mean, I'm just very leery about what's going to happen 3 years from now.
If I may, the notice will say, or could say, an amount not to exceed 50 or 45, whatever you determine that amount to be. Today is February 24th. Between now and the sale, April 27th, you can reduce that amount. It doesn't have to be 50. It doesn't have to be 45. I think, as Commissioner Chesney says, maybe you'll want to have a meeting, in the next couple of weeks, or inside of that, say, here's what we're going to do, determine to do, 30 million, 40 million, 45, and you just give me a holler, and we issue less. I think what the judge is saying, we have interest rates that are very attractive, and this page that is on the screen, page 14, from left to right, on the very left is 2,000. That's where interest rates were doing. You want to follow the blue line. That's how it affects you, because those are tax-exempt rates. And that's 20 years. If I show you 50 years, literally, the curve seems to be the same.
And if I took construction costs and I graphed it, it would be completely the opposite.
That's right.
So whatever you think you're saving, you're not. You're doubling your costs. So your goal has to be
Good point.
identify, allocate, and get on it as fast as you can.
You're right, Judge. That was my question earlier,
Yeah.
the ADA, why are we taking so long to do it if they're on spend money there? We should be doing it,
Yeah.
Well, but I think Tyner's out of money is what I think he's saying.
What it shows there,
Well, all the ADA projects, I think everybody can agree with your number one. ADA is not a request, it's a mandate. So I think that's absolutely critical. And again, I mean, there's a lot of projects here that they get under the radar, like infrastructure technology. If you really want to improve your jail, we need about $1 million of IT in the jail, because nobody runs jails anymore on old processes. They run them on technology, from medical treatment all the way to jail diversions.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of things that it sounds real nice. And let me just say one thing that we hadn't addressed are roads. When we took $40 million from a CO in 2019, we allocated half those amounts almost to roads. And there's a whole litany of roads. And when it comes to equipment, we're also really hurting for equipment. And anyway, other things like that are pretty monumental.
Well, I think from our perspective, you could just give us an amount. The thing that we have that kind of puts pressure on us is timing. We gotta wait 45 days to 60 days to come before you again. And I guess if you put this off another 2 weeks for decision, then that moves us up to May, and so on and so forth. And
And Noe, we need reimbursement provisions too. So in other words, To me, we need certainty, not just for the public's purposes, but for our purposes, because the reimbursement provisions basically allow us, knowing that the money's coming, in order to utilize the dollars that we have. It's very critical. I mean, it's nice to say, oh, call us back and say, we'll go down lower. If there's a catastrophe, I agree, or if there's a huge, opportunity. But in general, your CIP is telling you, I'll be honest with you, there's not many wants in here. I can think of a lot of wants, and there's not one of them in here. There's a lot of need out there in order to be a progressive county that has infrastructure. There's a few exciting projects there that you wouldn't put at the top of the list at all. But for the most part, you can get to 70 million, 75 million with plain out, you got to get it done in the next 5 years. And so I think that the 50 million is like I said, we didn't know that we could get there and keep that INS rate. And I agree with you, Noe, if there is a way that we can memorialize, even if you don't need it for your documents, but this court needs it for us and our integrity, is we get to say on the record, we're going to take advantage of historically low interest rates. We're going to understand that our capital improvement plan tells us we need over $150 million. We seek to borrow $50 million to prioritize these important needs, but we pledge to keep this at the interest and sinking fund rate at X, whatever it is, right? In other words, we memorialize that we're going to keep it at this rate. And the way we do that, and the only way to do that, is to avail ourselves of this refinancing opportunities. And I mean, we can, like I said, you don't maybe need it, but we could say that on the record. And that way the public knows, hey, we got the maximum opportunities for the same interest and sinking fund.
Well, and let me just say, too, I think there's a significant part of this that I'm going to repeatedly say over and over, because it's just kind of what I talk about a lot. The fact that we've come up with a way to borrow $50 million and the tax rate does not go up, that tax rate does not go up, let me say that about 6 more times, is a very significant reason that I am looking at doing this, because that's a big deal. Because I can't sit here and vote for something that I know that's going to raise the tax rate, and then come budget time start griping about raising the tax rate. That's not fair. So the fact that we are not raising the tax rate on this allows me, forewarning, no doubt, to start griping again when we want to raise the effective tax rate. So, and I'm being a little tongue in cheek, but really, I mean, and I'm not trying to. I think some of the costs, and let me rephrase. I think some of the costs for some of the projects are more than the needs, in my opinion. So I want to clarify that, because you're right, Judge. I don't think there's a lot of fat in this. I'm not trying to imply that, and so I don't want it to appear that way. I just think that some of the costs for what the projects that are on there, that's what I have heartburn with, and where we prioritize them, that's where I have heartburn, may have heartburn with, depending on what the court does. But I don't think there's any question that we need it. Now, I'm with Commissioner Gonzalez. I'm concerned about the next 2 years, because we're going $10 million over what we said we were going to do. Because if you come back to me in 2 years and tell me we can't do another whatever, and that may mean we can only do 30 the next time, to go 40, 40, 40, that's 120, that's what we projected. We may have to go 40, 50, 30 to stay at 120. We may not, right? Yeah. I mean, you may come back in 2 years and magically
you might have
say,
growth. Or...
Right. I mean,
I think, if you don't mind, Commissioner, I think 2 years ago, I may have said 40, 40, 40, but only the first 40 was going to be without impacting the tax rate.
You know what? That's fair. I think you did.
I don't think I said you can borrow 40, and then the second 40, you don't have a tax rate.
You know what? I think you're right.
It goes back to the interest rate being where it's at.
I think you're right. And that's why I said back then, I think I said, too, that I'm only committing to this 40. Because
well, who could have predicted?
No, exactly. Right. But I'm just saying, I think, and I appreciate you saying that, because I remember that conversation now, because I remember saying we have all these needs, but I'm only committing to this 40 because I don't want to raise the
That's
tax rate. And
Yeah.
now you come back and say we don't have to do
Hey,
it
no,
again.
he hasn't survived in this
No, I
business for
get
as
it,
long
man.
as he has because he comes and tells you what to do. He's telling you what you can do and
mean,
what
just
you
don't
can,
do that.
right? That's what I'm saying.
My
You don't,
wife, I hope, is not listening.
right?
'cause
No, but I'm
for
just
my
saying to
kids.
you is that it's your policy which makes you a good advisor
No, and-
to
and-
share both sides of the coin.
And that's fair because you know how fiscally conservative this court is.
Yep.
And you know, I appreciate that you take that into consideration because it does make a difference. You know, now again, I think there's going to be some potential, you know, disagreements on how we prioritize it and how we spend it. But
Sure.
that's not your business. Your
Yeah.
business is just to come tell us, hey man, no tax rate increase. You're good. 50 million you can borrow up to, and then we have to make that decision. So I appreciate your help, and I do appreciate
That's-
your reminding me of that because it reminded me of what we talked about then.
All right, Commissioner.
And
Thanks.
he is, you really have worked, I appreciate just, I don't know, everything that, I feel very informed when you're here. And I think all these really are excellent, and your willingness to meet with everybody and listen to everybody and,
The only one I haven't met with has been Commissioner Mattis, but we will
Okay,
catch
well, I'm
up one of these days.
well, hopefully Maras won't.
It's
hold
not
that
because he
against you.
doesn't want to meet with me, it's just that this has been tough times, Commissioner. I apologize in advance.
Okay.
But this is the
So,
time to give me a hard time if you want to.
right. So Tyner, what did you pass out to us? Tell us what you did here, because
Well,
you have magic words
just,
too.
Just for your information, Judge, you had a question as to whether or not we could use COs on the demolition of structures.
I did.
And we found out that we can,
Great.
because that's applicable to the medical examiner.
You can or we
You
can't?
can.
You can, CAN. So
Thank you.
Blakely is working on the language in the notice to include demolition.
Okay.
And that'll be shortly coming. What I passed out is the draft resolution.
What did you say you could spend on? I'm sorry, I was.
Demolition.
On
I asked him-
demolition
I
of
had asked him
structures.
because I was concerned that demolition, would that be considered eligible?
For like the pier, you're saying?
Anything,
Or
CO,
anything,
yeah.
demolition, okay.
Yes.
He said yes, because we have so many projects that require
Well, I would
raising.
think, yeah, that makes sense because it's related to it.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Sure.
So we confirmed that. We're waiting on that language from Blakely in the proposed notice. So what you have before you is a resolution with a proposed notice. And I think, Noah, your timeline, if the court approves this today, we would actually advertise the notice on Monday, did you suggest?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And so hopefully Blakely will be sending those finalized documents any second, and we can get those to the clerk, and we can have the correct notice.
And again, that will be a notice to say an amount not to exceed.
Judge, can I?
Right, the draft that you have before you does say not to exceed 50 million.
Judge, I would like to try to make a motion on that if I can, and the motion would be to authorize up to and not to exceed the 50 million in COs, and also to then have and if I need to make it a separate, I will, but then to have that follow-up meeting to prioritize maybe in 2 meetings, just to give everybody a chance to take a breath and look and see where they want to spend it, but get that done too, so we can kick that out very quickly. But
I'll second. I think maybe the language needs to be perfected for
Yeah, it's not
Kara.
very
I think
good.
she wants to tell
I know.
you that
I
is
just-
not a great.
yeah, I know, that wasn't very good.
I think that the
Come on, you
motion
can-
can be refined, but I think you understand that. Go ahead and we've got a motion and a second, but for the clerk, could you just restate, Brent, your two motions?
I'll try it again. Let's do it. I'll do it in 2 if you want me to. The first motion would be to authorize the purchase of up to $50 million in.
Or the publication of.
Yeah, can I just read it to you here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let me just read it here, if you don't mind.
That's fine. It's been a long day.
But I think I know what yours, you can stop here
Yeah,
at
you're
any
fine.
moment, but, the motion is to approve a resolution authoring publication of notice of intention to issue 2021 certificates of obligation, and here I'm going to add, up to $50 million, and that we also move that we approve the preparation and distribution of a preliminary official statement, and that furthermore, we approve the motion to provide an effective date thereof. let me stop there for the court clerk and ask if she feels good about that.
I'm good with that.
And then this,
Second.
not to exceed 50 million, we stuck that in there. And this, his second motion will be different.
No, I was just making a second.
Second, and then also, I just want to ask either County Attorney Tyner or Noe, and I'm not sure, but other related matters were there. Is there something I need to add about that? Or is that just you made that superfluous?
That is
Just in case.
And then
Okay.
I guess, Judge, I'm thinking about this too. Maybe we ought to do the next one in a workshop/single agenda item meeting.
Fair
Because this could
Fair
take a
enough.
while and,
Single
right.
agenda.
Fair enough.
So would
But-
that be?
But we got a motion and a second. Let me get you to make
Oh,
that as a
sorry.
second motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. Now, could you make your motion?
I'm sorry, I thought we voted on that, my bad.
Your motion.
I would make a motion that we have a single item agenda.
Workshop?
/ workshop, but have action item on it if we so choose, as a special meeting and subject to the court's calendar, but would next Wednesday be okay to start working on it, or is that okay?
I mean, of course. I mean, as soon
Wednesday
as
the 3rd?
possible. The only other thing that I would ask is that we consider, and you can tell me, Blakely or Noe, with regards to the reimbursement provisions, let me give you a great example. Marine debris removal is basically on hold because we needed to just do what we just did. Now that we voted to do that, I want to know what the magic words are to make sure we have reimbursement provision availability so that Michael can issue this RFP. We're already, in need of making sure that marine debris removal contract goes out. There's also another contract that's regarding the RFQ for design services that needs to go out, but of course was waiting for this. May you also make a motion regarding that? In other words, that yes, I'm listening.
There's reimbursement language in that resolution that you just
Perfect.
approved.
Thank you.
You don't
Okay.
need to redo
I'm so
that.
glad. Okay, so that was a very big issue for Dale and I. If you'll share that with him, that in order for Michael, the court has already authorized it, the RFQ and the RFP, but he can't do anything.
Because we have no funding.
Because there's no funding. Now we can he can put it in the street knowing that the court has the option to approve it,
Okay, so
right?
then.
You see what I'm
I think
saying?
Yeah, my second, I don't know if I got a second on my you did?
He
Okay.
did.
So then,
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
so everybody's
Sorry.
okay for next Wednesday?
Well, I need to check, but I'm sure we can work it out.
Okay, and if it needs, right.
I just need to get a date. Just put next Wednesday or as soon as possible.
Pardon me?
Can you just say as soon as possible?
As soon as possible, March,
Mutually convenient to the court and.
March 3rd, if possible, subject to,
Right. What I want to say,
That's
though, is
changing their
that
calendar,
this
or
is why it's so important, right? Because we can't get these out of the streets. But here's the thing, is Michael can bring this back. He might be better to explain what's pending, what's on hold, if we do this next Wednesday, Michael.
Yeah, so I need to also find out from Noe, what steps in the process, because y'all authorized this notice to go out, but I don't know at what point we say, yes, it's for sure, we've got a certain amount of money in the
well,
bank.
that's why I think it's important we do what
Well,
I'm talking about
that's
real
the
fast.
reimbursement piece of it. So
Right.
we now have the ability to reimburse ourselves. So you don't have to worry that this RFQ couldn't be funded. It has the potential to be funded.
Right,
you
so
can-
what I will want to do is I'll work with Dale and have him identify an account code that we're going to pre-set up
Exactly.
for this with that reimbursement provision.
In other words,
in
he's
there.
going to go on the streets with something.
Right.
It gets to come back, and now we have the ability to say yes or no. So he
Yeah.
can go. He can go
And
now.
I'll probably come back to court because we decided, I believe, to add demolition to that.
We did.
To that.
We did.
So I'll have some discussions with county attorney's office and see if I need to come back and refine my ask on the method of procurement, because I already have a method of procurement for for debris removal. And if we can include the demolition tasks list in with the debris removal, and I don't have to come back and do it again, we'll do that. But I'll work that out with county attorney.
With the county attorney. That would be
If I have
good.
to, when we do the next
Thank
meeting,
you.
I'll come and do that. So we'll be
Yes,
all right.
ma'am.
You've got two people with their hands raised.
Oh, I've got two people with their hands raised, and I had not noticed. First, let's go to the lawyer, Blakely. Blakely
So-
Fernandez.
Thank you, Judge. Blakely Fernandez with Bracewell. I wanted to touch base on the reimbursement, which we already did. And then to Michael's point, I just wanted to say that the notice describes everything that's in the CIP holistically. And so once you narrow down exactly how you want to spend the amount that you want to spend, you'll have a specific plan. But what we can't have is contingency funds or undetermined uses within what you issue. So COs need to be issued for specific purposes.
Right.
But you're going to make those purposes very broad to cover everything we need to, right,
Well,
Blakely?
she doesn't have to.
I'm
It's
kidding.
just the adoption of the capital improvement plan.
I'm just teasing.
Oh, okay.
So the notice that's attached to your resolution, and there's a second one that's floating out there that's got the demolition language, but that notice comports with your CIP. So it describes everything that's in the CIP.
Okay, so, all right, so I feel like we have done what we needed to do. There are so many little boxes to check, and again, the whole purpose is not to have to come back. So, Noah, you have done this, I don't know how many times, but countless. I followed the agenda item pretty closely. Is there anything else
I
we
do
missed?
have one more for Noe. I'm sorry. Can I ask one
Okay.
more question? I'm sorry.
Sure.
And you may have said it, and I'm trying to remember. So having the same conversation that we had in 2019, do you believe, based on the situation we're in, that if we come back in 2 years, that we will or will not be able to issue bonds without raising taxes?
I think at this point, you will not be able to borrow money and not hope that you can refund those bonds that I mentioned earlier.
Okay. I just become a harder sell in 2 years.
No.
That's okay.
You've been a hard sell since.
Or I hate to be the,
if I'm here.
I hate to box you in. I hate to box you in, Noah, but I mean, all of that is predicated on what we see today.
Sure.
It doesn't mean tomorrow we could, win our litigation, right? That could change our portfolio that we have with insurance, and all of a sudden we have buildings that have funding that never had funding before. We could have a situation where we have unprecedented growth. We could have a situation where we have an amazing year's worth of grants. There are too many parameters to be Zoltar.
I think what he does is he likes to give us the worst case so he
I
can
think
come
he
back
does.
and be the magical
I do think he
fix-all
does.
dude, because you're going to come back
He's
in 2
Zoltar.
years and you're going to tell me again.
You've been talking to your neighbor too much.
I
She's giving you a
know.
hard time.
Okay,
You're gonna tell me
my
2 years
question was,
magically you
did we
fixed it
check
all?
all the boxes? And I'm going to really direct this to everybody. Please make sure that look at the agenda item, if y'all would, and make sure we did get for the clerk all of the different elements, because that agenda item, it really had like 4 items in it. Did you see it? Okay, so,
Judge,
Noe.
I want to add one
Go
more
ahead.
Facet, and that is, if I'm going to put this out on the street, then the results of your workshop will need to include the peer work that we're trying to do.
Understand.
I'll let you work with Tyner on the agenda item language and make sure it's good.
Yeah, just make sure that, no, I'm talking about that the language is in there, but that y'all approve a plan
right.
of projects that you're going to prioritize, such that the peer work is in the priority that's getting spent. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we got
That's
you.
fine.
We got you.
That's good. Now, Scott Cross has his hand up politely. Scott.
So Judge, and to speak to what Michael's talking about, me and Michael have strategized this out of the numerous meetings we've had with y'all and Haggerty and Maria and everything. You're in order to do marine debris removal, you're not going to be able to get that done right now until probably the fall. The reason why is it will take at least 2 months to RFQ that, and it'll take another 2 months from notice to proceed for a company to mobilize that equipment. And so we know we're going to need an engineer to provide specs on how that pier demo is going to go. And if you combine the two, you work now, you get it ready, you could do it in the fall, you can avoid all the sea turtle issues that we're having in the nesting season, and you would lengthen or shorten the amount of permitting heavy lifting you're going to have to do. So and you only have one mobilization cost and one demo that way, which will save a bunch of money.
Yeah, we're going to have you come into the workshop. You can repeat what you just said, but I think we concur that is why it's so important to get our ducks in a row and to be ready for the go. The go takes a lot of prep, but we signal to the community today that our recovery begins today with this vote. And so for the clerk, I think we got everything. You got the motion and the second. And we got the record vote as well. So I think we're good, Noe. We'll, why don't you come in by Zoom if you want to, just to pay attention to our workshop if we have any questions. But
let's stay like this. I'll skip the Zoom.
okay, whatever you need.
Meeting.
Okay, all right, Noe. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, all righty, guys.
Thank you, Noe.
Thank you, Noe.
Bye, Commissioner Mares.
I think he thinks maybe you hurt your feelings because he didn't.
Oh, God, I can't be in politics this long with allowing my feelings.
No, I know. I just think he said goodbye, Modest. All righty. We did number 4. We did number 5. I'm moving on to the interlocal regarding lifeguard services, and this is an important interlocal. Number 7 is also connected. So one is for Padre Valle Park, and the other one is for IB McGee, but it's really the same interlocal. And I think everything looks good here, Jenny. These are.
Yes, it's budgeted.
That's what I wanted to say. What is our funding source? Okay. Go ahead, Scott. What's the budget?
It's my 181, my department 181, I think, or 180. I can't remember, but it's budgeted. Y'all budgeted it.
Okay, I think it's 181.
And Scott, do you feel like that this is pretty good? I mean, coverage, I know we can always get more.
Is it beefy enough? Is
Right.
it good enough?
Yeah, that's.
Yes, sir, for now. I am going to be bringing to y'all for budget consideration. I did meet with ESD number 2 about moving a portion or all of our lifeguarding program under Emergency Services District number 2. If you recall a while back, you wanted me to look at ramping this program up, and it makes sense to either contract with these municipalities or either ESD number 2, because they already have all of the equipment, or most of the equipment and supplies to do this kind of thing. So it's the most cost-effective way of doing it. In regards to the coverage, you've got a lot more coverage in Port A than you do from the city of Corpus. And the reason why is that Port A pays at a higher dollar amount for their lifeguards. So they're able to attract a specific set of guard skills and for a longer period of time than what Corpus can do. But for the most part, I think you can see, and I need to bring some numbers and present them to you, or at least get them to Kawana and let her run with them. But you can see the amount of preventions that happened last year as a result of this. So it definitely saved lives.
And Judge, if you remember when you and I talked about this a long time ago, I'd mentioned to you that I really was wanting to try to do exactly what I'd asked Scott to look into doing, which was get with the ESD and figure out a way to see if we couldn't do it. And we appreciate the city's participation. They've been great. This is in no way, shape, or form a negative to them. But at the same time, we want to be able to, control's not the right word because I don't like that word, but have a little more say in how we do it. And so Scott's been working for quite a while now with Chief Scott about how we can do this. And at some point, like he said, during the budget procedure, he's going to bring that forward for the court to look at to see if we can shift this money around a little bit, but put it and get the ESD to participate. I mean, they have a budget. They have tax dollars. They're an entity that we can work with, and I think it's right up their alley. Right, quite frankly, we don't need to create anything new. We just need to work with someone who does this for a living, and they rescue people for a living. I mean, that's kind of what they do. So I'm really excited to see how this plays out over the budget cycle, because I think it'll be something really positive. And again, it's not something I want to gloss over. And I can't remember, Scott, but before we put lifeguards back on the beach, and I think this is something this court should be proud of, there weren't lifeguards on the county beaches since, Scott, what was it, 2010?
Yeah.
2000,
that's right.
Is that right, Scott? So
somewhere around there. We always had coverage with Port A. Port A's coverage went down to mobile coverage at one point years back, just because the previous director of that program, who is retired and gone, they just weren't recruiting well. And so they only had so many, warm bodies they could put in stands. So we've had a long-term interlocal with Port A. The Corpus one went away before my time, and I don't know why. And but thanks to you and the judge and the court approving it, we're able to bring something back. And it's made a difference, because on average, we were seeing probably close to, now this is an average, some years are worse, some years are less, if you average it, seven drownings a year. And so we've really turned that around.
And, that's a terrible thing to even talk about as a statistic, but it is what it is. And what I'm very proud of as a part of this court, and y'all have helped support this, is for us to be able to do this. And we're going to do more. And we have to do more because I don't know why it wasn't. I don't know what happened either. It was before my time, and I'm not saying that negatively at all. I'm just saying I think this court should be very proud that we put lifeguards back on our beaches and that we're working on a plan to put more lifeguards back on our beaches. Now, again, I think we probably will leave Port Aransas alone because they do a phenomenal job and they cover for us, and it's great. And again, it's not saying the city doesn't, but I just want to make sure that we have all the tools. And we'll keep working with the city until this court tells otherwise. But I'm really excited about where we're headed with this, and I just want to make sure that we touch on that because it is. I think we have all made a difference in saving lives. And there's never enough that we can do in that respect, and we're going to do more. I want the public to make sure and know that.
Yeah, and maybe even going back to our partners and making sure that, there's not more money maybe to give because this is, we want full coverage, right? That's the goal here for public health and safety. So anyway, this is the interlocal agreement. I'd love to have a motion, Commissioner.
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
Thank you. Fernandez, second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And that's number 6, I.B. McGee. The same is true for Padre Valle. Could I have a motion on item number 7?
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And the next one is, thank you, Scott. Discuss and consider the approval of the vaccine staffing services agreement between Nueces County Health District and Christus Spawn Health System for support services related to COVID-19 vaccinations. And we authorize the health district to execute this agreement. So we did the same type of agreement for testing, and now we are moving into a different world of vaccinations. We're starting to get inundated with second doses. So this week, for example, we're about to do 20,000 vaccines. We need some assistance and some help, particularly as we move out to the outlying areas. So this is the document that will help us get reimbursement. We really cannot get reimbursed unless we have an agreement, and this is the agreement before you.
And can you just, I've read it, but I'm
Yeah.
not sure, I'm not sure how the finances works. I saw the amount, can you?
Right, so sure, so it's FEMA, so it's basically, it'll be part of our FEMA city-county vaccine reimbursement. So just like testing, we pay and then we get reimbursed. But in this case, vaccine, anything having to do with vaccine distribution is 100%. You know how normally FEMA is 75-25? This is 100% reimbursable from FEMA.
So we are contracting with Spawn.
If we call them, like, let's say, we don't do it all the time. Let's just say
As-need
tomorrow
basis.
I'm short on vaccinators.
Okay.
I know that I've got a source of vaccinators.
I got you.
And that's how that works. So we don't even use them unless there's a real need.
So it's an as-need basis.
As
In
needed.
case we are stuck, because I know we've had phenomenal volunteers
Right.
doing the vaccinations, and
Right.
wow, those people have been
They're amazing. I
unreal.
just want to, yes, but sometimes you're short.
Right.
And remember, we give literally no notice. Tomorrow we're doing 5,000. Can you come and basically give 9 hours worth of your time? And most doctors are in clinics. And the nurses, we did an amazing, like 50 of them that were student nurses yesterday. But you know what happened when break ended? We lost so many of our nurses because they went back to school. And that we definitely need this as an opportunity to have a fallback but I will tell you, we're going to use them in Port Aransas, for instance.
Right. No, and it makes sense because certainly, and I even hate to, I mean, obviously, hopefully people will continue to volunteer because I know they're doing it out of the goodness of their heart, and I know that they would, but I also understand the need that if sometimes you don't have enough volunteers and you're in an emergency situation, then that happens. Now, my thought would be, Judge, based on what I think we kind of talked about a little bit with vaccines before, was I think you said it's kind of heading towards less of the mass vaccination sites.
I think so.
And more like CVS and Walgreens
Yeah.
and doctors.
All
and so
the calls,
this may not be used
that's
much
right.
at all.
All the
right?
calls that I've been on suggest that the vaccination mega sites will be much less relied upon. and much more saturation. Remember, everything was about supply and demand, but I do think, Commissioner Chesney, that when we're talking about going to smaller arenas, that that's probably where we could utilize 1 or 2 vaccinators. Or,
Sure.
And like I said, the problem with us is it's so unreliable. If I could schedule a vaccinator, oh, next Wednesday, will you take the afternoon off? But it's never like that. It's like, can you come right now? Can you come tomorrow? And both Melissa and I remember one day, 2 weeks ago, she called a nurse, a friend of hers, that literally, we woke her up and said, you just finished your shift, come and vaccinate. I called my sister-in-law and said, I need you to send 2 doctors from your practice, come and vaccinate. Because it gets that serious, you've got to give people breaks. And these days are very, very long. So it would be nice to know that we're not in those binds where we have a contractual agreement and then you tell them the night before and then they send. It's much more civilized.
Do you think, and just thinking out loud, and again, my hope is that we are going away from the mass vaccination sites, even though they've, I think, really worked smoothly. They're still tough on a lot of people to wait in lines and do those things, but once they get in the line, it's great, and the people run well.
Well, that's what I'm hearing. I'm certainly not. I'm not.
No, I know.
I don't know, but
hopefully, if it
Melissa's got some good intel. She and I.
I just wanted to say it's really going to be this window where we're at right now, where we're trying to open more sites. They're happening on the same days, and we're pulling from the same group of vaccinators. So it's last minute. It's that there's multiple events happening on the same day, and we're pulling from the same people. But I think once we get over this hump and we've got your pharmacies and vaccines are available to everybody, and the burden on our kind of mega sites goes down, this need for vaccinators will slowly reduce as well.
So do you think, and so my question, Judge, is do you think having one of these is enough, or do you need to have one with an HCA? And again, Spawn's been awesome. They've been great. I love Spawn. I'm just wondering if you need more than one, just in case they're short.
So, yeah, I mean, let's pursue it. I mean, the truth is that HCA, Eric Evans, I want to say thank you to all the people that have helped us. So, Driscoll does their own hub, so we don't drain from another hub.
And I didn't mean not to mention Driscoll. I'll mention them all.
Right, so Driscoll Children's Hospital has their own hub, so they use their own personnel. But HCA has definitely helped us. I think they helped us. I think we have them slated for tomorrow. For tomorrow, and they helped us 2 weeks ago. And when I say helped us, it was like 30 minutes. Can you get 3 nurses here? So, yes, we
and there might be a time
appreciate
where
that.
we have the folks that we are using from men's and women's
health clinic,
but they start vaccinating, and once they start vaccinating for their agency or for their site, their availability to us to volunteer for us might kind of be reduced as well. So to have anybody on reserve is going to be important over the next several months before we fully get CVS and everybody on board.
And at some point, for example, my hope is we go open up to the 1Cs, right? Many of you in this audience are 1Cers, right? And when we get there and we have 2,000 county employees to vaccinate, or let's just say, and dependents, then you can utilize this system as part of your wellness program to get everybody vaccinated in a very orderly and systematic way, right? So there's a lot of great applicability here by having these contracts in place. It allows us to have a lot of flexibility. We did this with cartridges, by the way, when we were testing. We had an agreement so that if we needed, and we're still using it, right? That's the Comanche location. If when we need county employees to be tested, we have an agreement in place that allows us to have that no matter when the situation is.
And we don't know moving forward. I would hope for the whole rest of the history of the world that we don't. But if ever there was an occurrence or an incident where we needed vaccinators again, to have these types of contracts in place and these agreements in place will speed us up in the process of a response.
I could see it being like a pre-positioned contract. I mean,
exactly.
Exactly. Yeah, and so, Judge, I think the only thing, the only question I had was, I know we've talked about a lot in regards to the monies that we're still kind of, not battling, but still trying to get back. I just want to make sure that we feel real, and you said it's 100% reimbursable. You feel real comfortable about that, even though we're over that allocation. And I know there's a new bill out there with the president's put forth, and there's all kinds of potential new monies. So obviously, just want to make sure that we I know that we stay on the collection of it and the getting the reimbursed part so that we don't.
It's become a hobby and a full-time job, sure. And honestly, I take it like as a Rubik's Cube. Every time we turn the notch, I like celebrate every, dollar. But on this one, I feel better than even the coronavirus response because this one has a presidential declaration for vaccine distribution. This one's the best one out of all of them. If you really wanted to know where you got a lot of and we got a lot of support on this particular one for vaccine distribution. So this one gets put in that good bucket. But
and then the Nueces County Public Health District is just.
I think that's because that's how they Jenny. That's how they recommended it. I'm not certain why they did it, but I think it has to do with just the nature of health, and they wanted it to come. Do you have any thoughts about that? I don't remember why they said. Does anyone remember why the health district? I think it's because.
Say again.
They're the provider.
Oh, they're the provider.
What does that mean?
For the vaccines, in other words, the allocation belongs to city county health, and therefore they're the ones that have to pay for who is vaccinating their.
Right, but the Nueces County Public Health District. It's not the same as the city county health district, is it?
It is.
Is it? That's the official name for it?
That's correct.
Oh, I just called it city county
Yeah,
health.
sorry.
Okay.
That's the correct statutory name for it.
Okay.
And you know what's funny is we flagged it and we actually looked that up. I actually said that in our review of the agenda and we looked it up and Belinda told us that is the actual statutory name.
So this is basically through the health department?
That's correct.
Okay, well that's good to know. Just didn't recognize the name.
I didn't either, and that is one of the things, and it's a good reminder that we're statutorily created as a health district, and that's why it's styled that way. Okay. We looked that up. Okay, so having said that, let's back me up. Do we have a motion? Did we receive a motion?
Yeah, that's fine.
Make a motion.
Okay, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hernandez and a second, please. Second from Commissioner Amadas. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Thank you. Good point. The motion needs to be for both things, Commissioner. Could you add to your motion that it's to approve and to authorize the director to execute the agreement?
Make that motion.
All right, he does. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. And you will still second it, Commissioner. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. That cleans it up. Okay, thank you for the catch. The last item in our regular agenda is to discuss and consider the approval of overtime pursuant to our county policy for essential exempt employees during declared disasters as it relates to COVID-19, storm preparedness, severe weather preparedness, and it does also state in the agenda item to authorize the payment of such overtime. And I think Ade just did a nice little summary sheet for us, and I'll ask her to give us the breakdown, or just to provide any background for the commissioners.
Yes, we need to provide this so we can approve the overtime for these employees. So I have all the detail that who is going to receive and how much. So the total that I need to approve is $6,782.35.
Okay.
So the court decides to approve, so we can pay it.
All right, got a motion.
Second.
I've got a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Grants. Maria, you waited a long time sorry about that.
It's okay. I've been back and forth.
Tell us about our opportunity to ask the Water Development Board for some more money.
So Susan Roth regrets that she's not able to log into the virtual meeting, so she's not here today. But I did discuss this with her, and so I should have most, if not all, of the answers if y'all have any questions. So if you remember, we ended up amending our Water Development Board application for the Regional Drainage Master Plan study to include the scopes of work for the City of Driscoll and Drainage District Number 2. So those scopes of work included some extra technical items that, as Susan got into the revising of the application, includes some additional items, again, that kind of are going to cost some more money. So that would revise our total application grant amount from $2.25 million to $2.7 million. That's an additional $450,000 worth of work. I want to give you a caveat to this. Now, Because the city of Driscoll and Drainage District Number 2 were approved at 90% and 100% grant respectively, there is a possibility that we will not have to match this additional $450,000. We were hoping to get an answer from Texas Water Development Board by the time of this court. Unfortunately, we did not get that answer. So the proposed increased match, if we do have to match, would be an additional $50,000 in-kind services, as well as an additional $62,000 in cash that would be split between Nueces, Jim Wells, and Clayburgh counties.
Yeah, no, and let me make one correction. So the in-kind, so basically, let me back up. So the $450,000 is our ask, right?
Yes.
And if they were to grant it, there is a possibility, although they're thinking about not. But if they did ask us to match, it would be $50,000 in kind. And the suggestion is that Nueces would pay the $62,000. So you'd get $450, and then you'd have to pay $62. Kind of not rocket science to get that much extra money, but that would be the deal. And we feel very confident that the $50,000 in kind could be met, no problem. That wasn't the issue. I just want to correct that it would not be the burden of Jim Wells or Clayburgh because because we're the ones asking for the extra $450.
Okay.
But again, they may give it to us with nothing. They may ask us for money. The purpose here is to get court approval to ask. We want to be able to ask for the $450. And the impression that we get is that they're very apt to consider it. They think that it's a good opportunity for us to expand our scope. So $450, we may have to pay, worst case scenario, $62. And we get to make that decision, but we have to at least
Be ready for it
as a court. So the question, becomes, will you please, consider the increased, just in case, if they give us an additional $450,000?
Were there any other questions?
And by the way, we are slated to be on the agenda in 2 weeks. That's what we were told.
Yes.
So, so I think it's a good, reward. I mean, if you get an additional $450,000, you pay $62. I mean, it's a great reward. So, drainage is our number one.
How much, Judge? 62?
62.
62.
And again, we won't know until 2 weeks from now, but we want to make sure that we can tell the Water Development Board that if they give us the $450 and they make us do the $62, that we're ready for it. And so that is before us. It's a great opportunity, and that opportunity was created because Susan went back to the eligibility and said, hey, we've absorbed more, so we're entitled to more. And that's how it all came about. And we'd love to be able to have the extra dollars to be able to do more work.
Yeah, because remember, we have to allocate these dollars and have them available because this is a reimbursement grant. It is possible that once, we go into contract negotiations with the engineers that are hired, that, we're not going to spend that entire amount. So that's always a possibility too.
Judge,
but again, we're taking on additional tasks, which we're ready and willing to do. So go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I apologize. I was just going to make a motion to approve.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you. I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Post same sign. Keep us posted, Maria.
Thank you.
Please. Juan, Public Works has an important contract for us to consider. It has to do with a bunch of county roads and some very important material testing. Tell us about it.
Judge and Commissioners, received a proposal for perform the geotechnical testing for the county roads. 73, county roads 67 and 48 and 69. The total contract for those projects is $98,440. And this is required, Judge, in order so we can have, and Commissioners, so we can assure that the placement of the material is being compacted correctly and the densities meet the requirements of the HATS file. So it
It's
is-
very, I mean, you
it's
can't do it
important.
without it, right, Juan? It's
Yes,
very
ma'am.
important.
Yes, it's very important, Judge.
Okay, and Juan, so these roads, some of them are part of our CDBG,
These are CIP,
a
Judge.
CIP.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
And these are CIP, these roads are within, I'm sorry, these roads are,
but I guess what I mean, were any of these funded by CDBG grants?
no, ma'am,
Okay.
these roads weren't funded by
Okay, that's
CDBG.
what we wanted to clarify. So, I know this is the million-dollar question, but did you have a source identified, or are you looking for
We're
this
looking-
court to assist you with what is absolutely needed?
We're looking for court to assist us with the funding of the
Okay.
testing.
All right, this goes back to the
I'm sorry,
agenda
what'd you say,
item.
one?
We're looking for
They're
funding,
looking-
Commissioner,
For
to,
somebody else to test?
well, no, to be able to pay for the requirements, to be able to pay for the,
You know, when we talked about this before, but, I mean, rock is real high, man. You know, every time we do a road, man, they're like 3 times higher than anybody else. You know, and I know you use 1, 2, 3, or what is the name of the guy?
Tule Wong.
Tule One. You know, and they're real reasonable. I mean, I just think going with, we need to look at rock, what they compare. We need to compare them, really.
Commissioner and Judge, just to let you know that for professional services, we cannot solicit bids.
No, but you don't have to hire them either. You can go somebody
Well-
else.
Yeah, I think you're about to buy a defamation lawsuit. I would just stop.
No.
I would just stop.
No, I think, Judge, believe me, I'm already paying, we're gonna pay them, we already got them, but I'm just saying other jobs, we need to look at other.
I have nothing to do with the selection.
So
I
I'm
think
just
the
saying,
county engineer has that.
My road, I do have something to say about that.
And Commissioners and Judge, I think what we've done is for example, like the CDBG is a different geotechnical engineer, and then also the other projects is a different geotechnical engineer.
Okay.
So we kind of, everybody has a little bit of work for geotechnical services.
Okay, just look at it one.
Sir, I'm just kind of,
So let's talk about the funding, guys. Obviously, this testing is absolutely critical, and Teresa, did you have any, obviously, we've been talking about this, how we can create some funding opportunities. That was, I think, the purpose of some of the unallocated discussions earlier. Is there anybody, or I hate to put you on the spot too, Ade, I'm asking in general because we just want to know what our options are. We need to do this work and looking for the options. If anybody has any suggestions, this would be the time to offer them. There's not, you can't get away without doing this important material testing. So if this road was funded, by our CIP, right, our COs, our 2019, and we don't have any wiggle room there. Is that correct, Teresa?
That's correct, Judge.
So what's a court to do? We need to, make a decision. Is there a motion?
So moved.
But motion for, I'm saying, is there a motion to place this work in a particular funding source? I don't, again, not meaning to put you on the spot, but were there any discussions on what the options could be for the court?
Judge, as we suggested, we have CEOs there sitting there, so we need it, so.
Right.
Some of these roads.
Allocated
are my
COs.
precinct? Yeah.
Yes, Commissioner,
So can I
yes,
get
some of
my-
yours,
my
yeah.
precinct too?
Yeah, so we can look into some of those.
I'll do that.
Okay, Commissioner Hernandez,
Commissioner Hernandez said,
you're turning
go,
into the
go,
the hero
go.
today. Thank you for your own roads. It makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. Would you be able to quantify for us, Juan, which ones are in Commissioner Hernandez's so that he can take care of those particular, and then we get a motion for that?
It's going to be County Road 73.
Yep.
County Road 48,
Okay.
and I'm thinking County Road 69.
Okay, so can I get a motion, or I'll make a motion, and then you can help me, Commissioner Hernandez. The motion would be,
98,000. Well, not the
the
breakdown.
motion would be, yeah, get me the dollar amount. The motion would be that for the materials testing for the county roadway rehab project 73, 48, and 69, that the funding source, that first of all, that that rock be approved and that the funding source be from CO and then actually to be identified by a they. But if I'm looking at my cheat sheet here correctly, a they, maybe the oldest one is the best one to utilize.
Is he just doing precinct 1 roads?
Just his own?
Okay, so that was the ones you all.
Yeah, those are the ones I said,
Articulated?
73, 48, and 69.
Gotcha.
And then that just leaves 67. And so the amounts, Juan, would be important to, I just got to get my glasses here to
Yes, ma'am,
see.
Teresa, I think I can see the,
I know they're so small, but here they are. The grand total is 14,000, is that
Commissioner
correct?
Jack. Yeah. Commissioner, Judge, and then County Road 67 is in precinct 3, Commissioner Gonzalez area.
Okay, Gonzalez.
Gonzalez.
And so
It's in yours.
can you identify the 69?
So that's
I'm
from,
sorry, 67, so sorry.
67.
Can you find, tell
Is it
us
on-
what
is it on-
page
is it on-
67 is on?
67's mine.
is
Yeah.
it, Commissioner, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry
Commissioner
about that,
Modis,
Commissioner.
can you tell me which, oh, here it is, Commissioner.
Yeah.
So it's, you got,
Sorry about that, Commissioner.
That was my.
I mean, I'll get Commissioner Gonzalez.
I was going to say.
I was ready to
Yeah,
make the
yeah,
motion.
I saw John's hand
You
go
missed
up.
it, okay. So
I was gonna
Commissioner,
pay for the testing, Commissioner.
yeah, Commissioner is 66,000. Juan, yours is 66,000. And
Precinct 1.
Precinct 1 is 32,348.
32,348.
Precinct 1.
I'll tell you what, Commissioner Modis, I don't mind helping on this, because you know what? You and I have talked about the importance of these county roads for too long. I'd like to, you have a little bit extra
Yeah,
burden.
I have some that will help me get rid of the 2015 COs.
Okay, so you can use
I have the
2015.
10, 169, 22, or 29.
Okay, can we make that? Did you hear that one?
$10,169.
So hold on for, Kara, that one's the 2015
CO,
CO for Road 67.
Road 67, and it's $10,169.29. And then, I mean, I have a large balance from 2016, so we can take from that as well.
What did you say?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to stay safe in
I
case
I
I
know, you
sneeze
should be.
or cough. If whatever the balance is, I can pull from the 2016 COs because I have a good amount of unallocated balance.
So he's going to eradicate the 2015s.
2015.
And then take the remainder from
Take the remainder from
2016.
2016.
Covered by 2015 and 2016.
Yeah, I think you could
Yeah,
say that as a
yeah.
motion.
I mean,
That's a
they-
good motion. And then a
Ade
day.
and Teresa can
Is
work
that
out
for
the
the
numbers.
66,000?
Yes, ma'am. And then Commissioner Hernandez's would be also identified, however, the oldest ones are first,
Okay.
Yes.
okay?
The total, right? The 30?
Yes. And that's a motion all put into one, Juan.
Okay.
And you have a lot of thank yous over here because, obviously, I think if we had known about the materials testing in the beginning, we would have stuck it in. So I think the only good lesson here, we're all learning here together, is on the next ones, just put material testing inside and we'll we'll take care of them all at once when we allocate from the CO. Does that make sense?
It makes sense.
Fair enough, right?
Thank you. Thank you.
You bet. Wait a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Who made the
Aye.
second? Commissioner Modis did. Okay, that takes care of that. Juan, thank you again. I think that's the only object
Juan.
for Juan, yeah. Auditor, we've got two budget change orders. One is titled number 8. I'm sorry, one budget change order only, item number 8. Number 1, D1.
Yes, Judge, Commissioner, I'm presenting for the fiscal year number 8. So we are relocating funds between departments. So one of the biggest ones is like our department that we're moving for temps, but we need it right now, because we're working with COVID, and then we have all these new events. And then some of the maintenance and repairs, so I'm just submitting a budget change order number 8, so it can be approved by the court. Any questions?
No, no questions for me. Any questions for Ade?
Nope. Nope.
guys, how about a motion then, just to approve it?
Make a motion.
Okay, thank
Second.
you. I was waiting for any questions. There's so much chatter over here, guys. So that's okay. It was distracting, but we got a motion by Hernandez and a second by Matas to approve, my goodness, budget order number 8. It's a change order. Okay? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Okay, now we're going to have our December 2020. It was delayed because we had so many little tweaks, but it's ready now. So let's take a look at the December 2020 monthly expense report.
I'm presenting the monthly report for the December 2020. So this is the first quarter for this fiscal year. So if you have the time to look over it. So we represent, so the first quarter is at 25%. So we should have right now a 75% available. And you look over, it's very like, the majority of departments, they're right there on over 75%. I don't know if you have any specific questions on any specific department.
Well, having reviewed it, guys, is there anything that sticks out to you that you would like to have Ide go over? Go ahead.
I want to look at mine at 1030 in the general fund. Under employee benefits, it's under the 75%, so I'm a little concerned with that. I mean, shouldn't that be a standard number that we calculate for when we're doing the budget? So why would it be below that 75% threshold?
I can look into. I will look and get you the info. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? Of course, no one's really traveling, so all our travel is just way, way down. So very few, only for certifications, trainings, and completely essential meetings that represent the county. So, okay, guys, well, it's just, I need a motion to approve. So
Make a motion.
Thank you. And how about a second? A second from Gonzalez, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Okay, we've already done executive session, but we are going to convene a meeting of Road District number 4, okay? And then we're going to, this requires me, from just the purposes like this morning, let me gavel out for the clerk. Time is 3:49 p.m., and I am convening this meeting of Road District 4. We all are Road District 4 commissioners, and we have one agenda item. Maybe we shouldn't have let Juan go. It's really a discuss and consider approval of payment for engineering services for the design of the parking lot of Bob Hall Pier. And I think the purpose here is that Road District number 4 has ample funds. If Ide might look at that for us and give us the total, or if Teresa, you're listening, if you'd come back in, give us the total. But there's ample funds for design services, and we really need to get to design so that we can move to the next step. And so the idea here would be, again, to let Michael be able to do an RFQ for this ability to design our new parking lot that was washed away by Hurricane Hannah. So, I will tell you that the asphalt or concrete will be decided by the GLO's permission, right? We don't get to make that decision, so we wouldn't design until we knew, but there's so much time that's required, for the RFQ and there'll be time to make that decision, whether the engineer would do asphalt or concrete. Commissioner?
And I was just going to say, obviously, this is just the design portion of it.
That's all.
When you and I were visiting, I'd suggested we look at Road District 4 funds to do this, because I think it's certainly appropriate to use Road District 4 for this kind of situation. And it was also in hopes that, quite honestly, my hope would be that we just use the rest of Road District 4 funds for pier stuff, so that we don't have to spend as much out of the CIP. And I think there's about $1.2 million left in that Road District 4, if I'm not mistaken. So I think it's a good use of it. I definitely support that. I don't know what it's going to cost yet, because we haven't done it.
Right.
And I think today is just the approval.
That's correct.
Of the RFQ to go out, and the approval of allowing Road District 4 money to be used for that.
That's
so
it.
I would make that motion, if that's
Okay.
clear to the clerk.
Second, and some
I've
discussion.
got a second, and there's some discussion.
So I know we had some discussion before on the merits of asphalt and concrete. There's some pros and cons for both. There's one.
Thank you, Juan, sorry. Parking lot, Bob Hall Pier, question from Modis.
So the GLO will decide, I mean, did we have a preference going into that? I couldn't remember.
Well, we have a preference. It's concrete.
It's concrete, right? That's what I thought, because
But-
it costs more, but it's going to not peel away like you all had said has happened before. So is there any way that we can get that message to them just by someone testifying online, in person, or through a resolution? I mean, do we need something like that in place, or we're just going to let it play
No.
through?
I think your point's well made, because we don't want to spend money. Like, in other words, I'm real concerned about putting an asphalt parking lot back there. And if they come back and tell us that we're going to have to do that, I'm really nervous about whether or not I want to go forward with an asphalt parking lot or not. I don't want to lose the footprint. I don't want to lose the permitting process. I get all that. But I really don't want to put asphalt back there, because I think it can be washed away again. So we definitely need to get our message across. We definitely need to get, before we spend this money, right? In other words, we can do the RFQ, but before we spend a dime of it, we need to kind of know, because it may be different. It may be that we only have to design, maybe they'll give us concrete on a portion just for ADA, or, we don't know. And so before we spend a dime of this, we need to hear back from the GLO. And I think that's what we're doing, is we're just trying to get the process moving, because we're trying to get everything moving on the pier as best we can. And so, but that's a great point.
So once we move forward, I mean, we still have recourse once we hear back what their determination is.
We do.
And then we can maybe appeal
Scott's
it.
got his hand up, so I bet he's going to tell you he's dying to tell you something. But I do have a meeting next week with the GLO on this matter. So, Scott, what light would you like to shed here?
Yes, ma'am. One of the concrete is going to be our most resilient way forward to ensure that the next time we have something like this, it's going to hold up to that kind of storm surge. There's no doubt about that. But one of the things that I've recommended, and me and Michael talked about this in this RFQ, is to have the engineer do what's called an alternatives analysis. And when you look at that alternative analysis, you want to look at meeting your ADA component, you want to look at meeting your resiliency component, and you also want to look and see if there's any pervious surface that could be used, because that's what the GLO would like to see. But I don't know that we can combine all three of those and get to our end goal. And that's going to be critical for the judge when she goes up to Austin and she has to sit down with the chief clerk or anybody else that can help us sway this decision going concrete, and to say, look, we did a thorough alternative analysis on what type of product we need, and hopefully it backs us into the concrete, and it supports that we did our homework. Now, there's going to be some permitting on this, and we can get this parking lot done under what's called a Corps of Engineers nationwide number 3 permit. That's important because nationwides don't have to go through the individual permitting process, which takes a lot of time. So with y'all's decision today on the CO money or CIP stuff, the bonds, whatever you call it, Michael's going to be able to get this out. Megan and I are going to be able to start hosting joint evaluation meetings to get issues of concerns that might be, so that we're ready to go with something hopefully by the fall with plan designs and permitting and stuff, because it's important for me to note for the court, the nationwide 3 permit exemption that's out there, it expires, I think, in March or April of 2022. That also could apply to the pier. So what we've also got to find out is if we get a permit issue before that expiration takes place, even if we're building after that expiration, is that project still grandfathered in? So, judges, as we've talked about before, I've got a lot of heavy lifting to do on all this permitting side stuff. I'm doing it, and we're getting out in front of it, but we're running parallel tracks. So I just wanted to update you guys on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Judge, can I say something on that parking lot?
Yes, of course. Yes, Juan.
One thing that I would recommend, Judge and Commissioners, is looking at closely is that possibly putting some type of a small retaining wall in front of the parking lot, or the concrete parking lot, because to keep it from the wave actions hitting pounding on the concrete with the header curve, or just to protect it. And also trying to undermine the foundation of the pavement itself. So that would be something to probably
Make,
include.
make sure you remind the engineer, whoever we pick, of that very statement, because I think that's a great idea, Juan.
Yes, sir.
So let me clean up my motion. I would like to move that we approve payment for engineering services for the design of the parking lot at Bob Hall Pier from Road District 4 funds for design and/or construction, if that's what needs to happen. That a little better, or is it still too wordy? Okay, gotcha. That's my motion. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Motion.
Got that?
Yep.
You do? And then, how about I'll second? Oh, you got a second here, okay. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. And I'm sorry, Michael wasn't here, but I'm sure he's hearing it. And so that's one more opportunity that we have to get organized. And this is very, very different than the way we approached after Harvey, guys. So congratulations, because this is us getting our damage assessments done incredibly fast. This is us getting our analysis, our game plan, our strategy, and RFQs on the street, and even identifying funding sources, all within, less than 6 months. It's very, it doesn't move as fast as everybody wants it to be, but in the world of the processes to, I guess, preserve reimbursement, this is as fast as it goes. So very good. Okay.
I have a question for you, Juan. Do you know when they're going to rebuild the pier, are they going to reuse those big concrete slabs that they had down there?
Not that I know of, Commissioner. I'm not
Probably not.
aware of. I think that's been that
Part of the
detailed.
demo. I think that's part of the demo.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Maybe there's his retainer wall,
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, you got
That's-
an awful lot of those,
Just looking at
and they're 800 pounds or something like that.
Yeah,
that's a good.
that is actually a pretty good
Yeah,
idea.
yeah, it is.
Before we knock all that stuff down, let's think about that.
Yes, sir.
That's-
We can take a look at that, Commissioner.
That's a good idea.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. That'd be really, actually, those are heavy duty things. I mean, good idea. See, that's why there's 5 of us. We can all figure it out together.
Thank you, Juan.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good thinking, 99.
Don't forget, Juan, don't forget. Don't let them demo it without checking. It's a good idea.
Okay, that's good, very good. So going back in time, believe it or not, that is the order of everything, but we skipped over a particular subject, and that was item K, board appointments, and so we'll move to that as our last 2 items of the day, and then we'll go straight to adjournment because we already did our executive session. So on the Nueces County Library Advisory Board, Tyner, we have
We didn't get any applications. We're asking Commissioners Court to authorize reposting that,
Okay,
please.
so I'll, got a
Thank
motion
you.
and a second.
Second.
Okay, it was the motion here, right here? Yeah, and the second here. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. Okay, then the Nueces County Board of Coastal Parks Commissioners. And I have a slate of coastal parks commissioners that I'd like to bring forward at this time. And I have them written down, so give me just a second to Mr. Bob Paulison,
Judge, can I
Mr.
just-
Cody Bates. Let me just finish reading them. Miss Mitra Khan, Miss Misty Svoboda, Mr. Troy Adler, Miss Kimberly Zahn Winton. Obviously, the board had the opportunity to receive an advisory, the Commissioners Court had the opportunity to receive an advisory, and we've had the opportunity to discuss that. And there might be more discussion now, but for the moment, I'd like to present that slate. And I would look for a motion to put 6, even though there are 7 that have expired. At this time, I'm only prepared to move for 6. And then we can go into other discussions. So is there a motion? I'll make my motion since I have to do the appoint. Is there a second to the motion for those 6 to be approved as the new Coastal Parks Board for a period of 2 years? And I'm looking for a second. Okay, thank you. So I have a motion and a second, and now we'll have some discussion.
Okay, you're pointing 6, not the 7th one.
That's correct.
And, but if we approve the 6, the 7th one is not active, I guess?
Well, we can have some discussion on that. I'm going to actually ask for the county attorney to get back to us. We're going to meet on Wednesday. I know we said that she can get back to us and find out if there is a 7th, that if there is a, I do have a name for the 7th. It's Mr. Jerry Plemons, but at this time, what I was comfortable doing was putting forth the 6th.
Judge, may I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Based on all the discussion regarding with our legal counsel and the great disagreement on the interpretation of the law that you and I have, I would ask respectfully that we table this until the Wednesday meeting. I know I said one item, and I apologize. I'm doing this now because I'd really like to ponder all of that and give Ms. Dorsey an opportunity to come back with the information that we've requested, because my preference, and it's I understand I'm just one person, and it's your slate, and all I do is approve. I understand that very clearly, but my preference would be to do it all together and not piecemeal it. We've waited this long. I would prefer to respectfully ask to table the motion and do it all at once on Wednesday. Table it until March 3rd.
And we have a motion and a second, and so I need to take a vote on that.
Well,
But I want to add to the discussion is that we just approved today several items for our Coastal Parks Board, and I think it's important for the public to seat our new Coastal Parks Board. And
Judge, I think you have to go first with a motion to table.
well, actually, I have a motion and a second already, so I want to call the vote on that.
There's a table.
So
I think the table has to go first.
Well, I already have, actually, I have my Roberts Rules of Order right here.
Actually, I checked on that too, and we need to go check, because this court's never adopted the Roberts Rules of Order as an official, was what I was told. So I just need someone to check to see that too, because I'm all about using Robert's Rules of Order, but I don't think we've ever adopted it as a court, unless you have something different.
In 2019, the court, all members of the court signed off that
We
they
did.
are agreeing to be bound by Robert's rules.
Perfect. Okay, and I mean, I'm asking the judge. I think Judge, you don't have to look it up. I think you have a right to make a motion. I'm just asking for you to consider me allowing the table for 1 week, and if you don't, then
I understand, and it's a request that I have heartburn over, because we've been trying to do this since December.
Fine.
And I just want to make sure that the public knows that I'm trying to seat a Coastal Parks Board, and that the statute allows me to bring this appointments, and it's a great list. It's Bob Hollison is a returner. Troy Adler is a returner for reappointment. Kim Zahn-Witten is also a person who would return. And the new members would be Mr. Cody Bates, who's involved with real estate and is just a lover of the island and a big member of the surf riders in the community. Ms. Mitra Khan has an engineering degree, is a specialist in logistics, and involved with highways and TxDOT work and barricades. And then finally, those are the 6. And so I would like to bring that, at least give me the opportunity to bring it forth, because I want the public to know if you vote no, you're voting against these 6, or if you're voting yes, you're voting for them. But at some point, we need to be able to sit this board.
Judge, actually, for purposes of discussion as well, I'm uncomfortable with the way this process has gone, and so I'm trying to figure out a way to make the process better, and that's okay if you don't have to agree. But I think it needs to be clearly understood that there is a sitting board, because they hold over. There is no vacancy whatsoever. Now, the only reason there's a vacancy is because you haven't approved the bonds for those people to be bonded, or they could be working currently now. So there is a seated Parks Board, a very, very good seated Parks Board, of which I can read the names off to, and they're just outstanding individuals. And quite frankly, I have to vote no, just simply because I don't think the process has been right. We haven't completed it. But I think they're all great people, and I think they are all going to do a wonderful job and have continued to do a wonderful job. But because of the legal questions that are still outstanding that we've asked Ms. Dorsey to do, I think the better part of valor is to put this off until March 3rd and get it done, because we have a board. But if you choose not to, then I understand you have every right to make a motion. I'm not questioning
Right,
that.
I just think we should just vote so we can get this new board, seated. And so we have a motion, and it was seconded by Commissioner Modis. And again, the names are Bob Paulson, Cody Bates, Mitra Khan, Misty Svoboda, Troy Adler, and Kim Zahn Winton. And all those in favor of those 6 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed, same sign.
No.
Okay, so I will have to bring back yet another slate for another month. So, actually, no, in 2 weeks. Well, no, it'll be a new month. So we're going into March.
And Judge, I
And,
would, based on this being on the agenda, I would make a motion to provide bonds for the existing board so that they can get bonded.
Right, so for the record, I've not received any bonds. And I've never denied anybody any bonds.
I would just make a motion that those
So-
bonds get renewed, and that's the normal procedure on holdovers, and
Well,
that's my motion, is
So
until
just
we
so you know,
resolve
the
this.
bonds don't need a motion. They come to me through court administration. I do this for all folks on all boards, and there's no motion, there's no agenda item for that, but I have no problem with that at all, and I have not been presented with anything to sign. As a matter of fact, it just came to our attention 2 weeks ago, I think when somebody from court administration noticed it. It hadn't even been flagged in the month of December. But I do want the record to reflect that 6 people who were appointed by the county judge as statute were voted against. So when you're wondering why your Coastal Parks Board is not a current board, it's because of the process, as you just so aptly
Okay.
decided.
So, Tyner, is it then clear that you will go get those bonds, or do I need a motion to do that? Because I don't want
Don't need a
anything.
motion to do it because there's no agenda item regarding
It's
it. It's
coastal
not
parks. It's
germane.
all related to coastal parks,
The
Judge.
bonds have never come specifically through my office. They go through purchasing.
So how does that
I get
work?
with Michael.
Okay, so then the coastal parks director just needs to
Right.
initiate the bonds? That's how it works?
That's right.
I'll follow through.
Right. But they've never been presented to me, so that's a mischaracterization, and I don't have any interest in doing anything except for what is official. But I will not be signing any bonds for anybody where there is a vacancy or whether there's ineligibility. And that there's a legal question regarding that. We're going to work with the county attorney to find resolution for that.
Now, what does that mean, Judge, a vacancy? There are no vacancies because there's a holdover. So are you not going to sign the bonds?
No, I'm going to have the bonds presented to me, and we're going to have a discussion about one of the particular people who is not eligible
Sure,
to have
that's-
that bond. We talked about
No,
that
if you-
earlier.
We'll sign 6, not
The other
That's
6 will be,
correct.
the other 6 will go through.
That's
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
That's correct. Okay, so having said that, we will move on to the adjournment in memory of. And I'd ask if there are any adjournments in memory of. I received one from Julie, so I want to make sure that I get that. Okay. Let me get Julie's up. Commissioner Gonzalez?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Chesney?
I'm sorry, no.
All right. I need to bring it up, but it's actually one of our own. Well, the nexus between the hospital district, and it's sad because for me, it's a COVID death. Julie, you said you sent it, but I still hadn't received it. But let me honor Esther Gaitan. She was an employee at the hospital district. She passed away due to COVID, and just very, very sad. And we're sending our condolences as a county to her family.
What's your first name, Judge?
Esther.
Esther?
Esther. She died from COVID. And so anyway, we're sending our condolences to her family, and really all of us are in mourning because she's one of our own. And maybe I'll get the full obituary, and then maybe next Wednesday I'll be a little bit more thorough and proper in honoring her and her service to our county. With that, I'm going to adjourn for the day, and 4:11 p.m. for the record, and I'll keep signing for you, Madam Clerk. I've got a few more things to sign.
Oh, my God.
Thank you. I was going to say you missed signing.